Good morning. I'm so excited to see everyone here today. Before we get started, I'm just making sure we have all of our CPAG members who are now present. We will start with a roll call to establish a quorum.
Great, thank you. Melanie Green,
Present?
Judy Flores,
Present.
Ronald Anaya,
Present.
Bootsy Battle Holt,
Here.
Diane Grotjohn,
Present.
Tarina Small,
Present.
Janelle Woodward,
Present.
Mia Cooper,
Here.
Roddy Boonchoy,
Present.
Shilonine Cruz Gonzalez,
Present.
Babatunde Ilori,
Present.
Gabriela Tavidian, Amy Nguyen Hernandez,
Present.
Todd Collins,
Here.
Kelsey Krausen,
Present.
Samara Palco.
Present.
Thank you.
I hereby call the August 2023 meeting of the California Practitioners Advisory Group to order at 10:01. I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. So excited to have a real flag and be in a real room. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now we'll take up item 3 out of order to approve the minutes from the February 2023 meeting. Public comment may be provided in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. Public comment can be provided during the meeting by dialing the phone number and access code on the screen. The operator will notify callers when it's their turn to provide public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute. Remember to please turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you're following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Item number 4 is the general public comment item, which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the CPAG agenda. So that's for item 4. We will now take up item 3 to approve the minutes from the February 2023 CPAG meeting. CPAG members, you were provided the link to the draft minutes that are posted on the CPAG website. I'll pause to give everyone a few minutes to review if you haven't already. Okay, we'll now take up public comment. Let's put up the public comment slide with the call-in number. It's so funny to have it over there instead of right in my face. Like when we're on Zoom, right? It's all different. So I'm like, where's my screen? Okay, right there. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number on the slide. You'll be notified when it's your time to speak. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the speaker volume. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute. All right, seeing no speakers, we'll just check the room. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment? Okay, CPAG discussion. Is there any discussion on the minutes from February? All right, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move approval of the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Todd. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll now hold a roll call vote. And members, if you were absent in February, please abstain.
Ronald seconded.
Yes, Ronald second.
Thank you, Melanie. So Melanie Green,
Yes.
Judy Flores,
Aye.
Ronald Anaya,
Aye.
Bootsy Battle Holt. Abstain? Okay, thank you. Diane Grotjohn, Tarina Small, Janelle Woodward,
Aye.
Mia Cooper,
Aye.
Roddy Boonchoy,
Aye.
Sheiloneen Cruz Gonzalez,
Yes.
Babatunde Ilori,
Yes.
Gabriela Tavidian, Amy Nguyen Hernandez,
Aye.
Todd Collins,
Yes.
Kelly Crossan,
Aye.
Samara Palco.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. And before we get started for item 1, I just want to thank all the CPAG members for traveling here today. A little different instead of just turning on your Zoom. I always, of course, was in professional dress, maybe yoga pants once or twice, blazer on top. But today I'm just very excited to see all of you in person. I know we got really good at raising our hands on Zoom, and now we're in person. So really it's going to be me making sure I get really good at tracking all the hands in person. So for item 1, we'll have our CDE presentation. They'll pause for places for CPAG discussion, and we'll just do our hands. I'll keep track. If I miss you, let me know, and we'll move forward from there. And of course, if you need anything, let us know. But we're excited to dive into item 1. It's the Local Control and Accountability Plan, revisions as required by Senate Bill 114. This item will be presented by Josh Strong from the Local Agency System Support Office at CDE. Josh, whenever you're ready, please begin. Yeah.
And Josh, if you don't mind, may I jump in real quick? I just want to clarify for the record that the motion for the minutes passed. Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Okay, testing. Everybody hear me? Okay, good. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, members of CPAG, Chair Green, Director McGee. He's actually my director. So I'm Joshua Strong. I'm the administrator in the Local Agency System Support Office, and I'm here to discuss the revisions to the Local Control and Accountability Plan that were brought about by Senate Bill 114. We'll start off with a little bit of background and grounding. As you're all aware, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or the LCAP, is a 3-year plan that describes the goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support the positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities. The LCAP development process is intended to serve 3 distinct but related functions. The first of the functions that it's intended to support is comprehensive strategic planning, particularly to address and reduce disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups indicated by the California School Dashboard that we'll just refer to as the dashboard moving forward. It's also its other function is to provide meaningful engagement of educational partners, and third, to provide accountability and compliance. And before we move on, I want to draw particular attention to the statement here that's related to comprehensive strategic planning around addressing and reducing disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups indicated by the California School Dashboard. And the reason that I want to draw attention to that is because that's actually one of the revisions within the Education Code that Senate Bill 114 brought about, is that specific focus beginning with the development of the 2024-25 LCAP on reducing the disparities in outcomes and opportunities between student groups as they're demonstrated on the California School Dashboard. So we'll get into more detail on that as we go through the presentation. On July 10th, 2023, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 114 into law. Among the many things that Senate Bill 114 did was to amend California Education Code Section 52064, which requires us to make revisions to the LCAP template and instructions for use in developing the 24-25 LCAP. Attachment 1 of the documents that you've been provided with gives a summary of the amendments to the LCAP template and instructions that are required by Senate Bill 114, as well as additional amendments that are being proposed by the California Department of Education. Education Code Section 52064 is the section of Education Code that outlines the requirements for what has to be in the LCAP template, as well as what has to be in the LCAP template and instructions. It's important to note that the LCAP template itself, the outward-facing part of the document, is required to use language that's accessible and understandable to parents to the greatest degree possible. So it's intended to be something that can be easily accessed by the community. The instructions for the LCAP template are allowed to contain more technical information, and that's why in the LCAP template and instructions itself, the template portion of the LCAP is actually only 7 pages long. The instructions are an additional 30 pages because that's where the technical information for those that are completing the plan live. It's not in the outward-facing template. So just to give you an overview of our revision timeline at this point, in July, we took our first draft of the proposed LCAP template and instructions to the LCAP advisory group. The LCAP advisory group, if you're not aware, is a group, it's an ad hoc group that's brought together anytime that we need to make instructions to make revisions to the LCAP template and instructions. It's made up of practitioners in the field, folks from county offices, school districts, professional organizations, advocacy groups, but folks with a real in-depth working knowledge of the LCAP, the template, the instructions, and the education code that drives all of that. And so they provided feedback on that. Then we held a statewide webinar to solicit input on the draft template and instructions. We received, in addition to the feedback that we received during the webinar itself, we also received about 25 letters or emails with recommendations related to the template and the instructions. And that information has informed the draft that's come to you today. So we're bringing this to you. We're going to bring this to the board in September, get in feedback from you all, get feedback from the board, use that to make additional revisions to the template and the instructions. Then we'll bring it back to the LCAP advisory group at the end of September, do another statewide webinar in October, and then bring it to the board in November of 2023. Statute allows statute requires that the LCAP template be adopted on or before January 31st of the year in which it's to be used. So it's conceivable that the board could bump the approval of the LCAP to the January board meeting. Part of the rationale for bringing the LCAP template to the board at this point in time is that we've found, just based on practice, that providing folks with more time to be able to familiarize themselves with the template, familiarize their constituents with the template, do the necessary training, and make those revisions to the plan, that extra 2 months is really invaluable in helping folks with that process. So that's why we're bringing it to the board in November. We've provided you with 4 attachments. The first attachment, as has already been mentioned, is the summary of the required and proposed revisions to the LCAP. The second is the current LCAP template and instructions. The third attachment is the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions in a track changes version, so that you can see specific additions and deletions. But if that makes you nervous, we've also provided attachment 4, which provides the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions without any markup, so that you could compare attachment 2 and attachment 4 and see the changes as they would actually appear without all of the colors and lines and things like that. So with that being said, I'd like to go into a summary of the required and proposed revisions. And what we've done in providing this information, or what we'll do is we're walking through this, both in attachment 1 and in the PowerPoint, is we've situated things based on where they appear within the LCAP template and instructions. So the education code that's being referenced is going to jump around a little bit. It's not in sequential order of how it appears in education code. It's in sequential order of how it appears in the LCAP template and its instructions. So you can refer to attachment 1 if you want to follow along. So first, I want to go back to the intent of the LCAP development process, and specifically what was mentioned earlier in terms of this new specificity in Education Code Section 52064E1 related to the need for the LCAP to address and reduce disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups indicated by the California School Dashboard. One of the things that we've seen within the LCAP over the 7 years in which it's been in implementation is that there's been kind of an incongruity between the student groups appearing on the dashboard and the way in which that's reflected within the LCAP. And so some of the statutory changes that have been made within Education Code Section 52064 really highlight the need for more connection between what's showing up on the dashboard and how that's being addressed within the LCAP. So this particular piece related to addressing and reducing disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups indicated by the dashboard is something that has been reiterated a number of different times within the LCAP template, within the instructions for the LCAP template. We want to make it really clear to folks that this is a key part of what the LCAP is intended to do and the way in which that shows up for community members within the plan. Before we go any further, I also want to say that once we're done looking at the proposed, at these required changes, what we'll do is we'll pull up the template and the instructions and we'll walk through it. So we'll talk through how these particular required and proposed revisions are showing up within the template. And then at that point, we'll open it up for questions. So the plan summary is the first thing that you come to in the LCAP. If you've looked at the LCAP, you know that. Statute requires the LCAP to include a plan summary that provides general information about the LEA and highlights of the LCAP, including reflections on the LEA's annual performance on the California School Dashboard and other data as well. Senate Bill 114 added the requirement that LEAs that are eligible for technical assistance must also include a summary of the work that's underway as part of receiving technical assistance. And there's 5 particular sections of Ed Code that are referenced as part of receiving that technical assistance. If you look at those, there's a number of different ways that LEAs can be identified for technical assistance, or that LEAs can identify themselves as needing assistance. So LEAs can be identified as needing assistance based on performance on the California School Dashboard. That's the one that everybody's familiar with and the one that folks most naturally think of. However, it's also possible, based on statute, for an LEA to identify itself to request technical assistance from its County Office of Education. That is also included within these sections of Ed Code. And then the third way that an LEA can be eligible for assistance is if a County Office of Education is unable to approve a school district's LCAP because the school district's LCAP does not meet the statutory requirements for an approvable LCAP. If that is the case and the county office cannot approve the school district's LCAP on or before the statutory deadline of October 8th, the county office can provide technical assistance to that school district in ensuring that it meets the requirements within the LCAP. So those 5 sections of Ed Code actually cover all 3 of those options. And so this would be a summary of the work that's underway for LEAs that meet any of those 3 requirements within the plan summary. In addition to that, we're also proposing to make some adjustments to the plan summary section of the LCAP itself by removing a particular one of the prompts that's in there, consolidating that information into the 3 remaining prompts, but then also revising 2 of the prompts so that they're speaking more to what statutory requirements are, and also in an attempt to help to streamline the LCAP. The last time that we brought the LCAP to the state board for revision was in November of 2021. And as part of that meeting, the state board instructed the department to identify ways that the plan could be potentially streamlined. It's been well noted by a wide variety of folks throughout the state that the length of the LCAP is one of the consistent issues with allowing people to interact with the document. And so the state board was looking to address some of those concerns. And so in light of that, some of the things that we're proposing are seeking to be responsive to the direction of the board and reducing certain requirements that are not required by law, and streamlining those requirements within the template and the instructions. So we'll talk more about that as we go through. The next section of the LCAP is the Engaging Educational Partners section. And this particular section requires that there be a summary of the educational partners that were engaged as part of the development of the LCAP, and then how those particular, the feedback provided by those particular educational partner groups informed the development or the revision of the plan. Education Code Section 52064B10 was amended to require that LEAs with schools that generate the new LCFF equity multiplier funding also include a summary of how they consulted with educational partners at schools that are generating those funds in the development of the LCAP. For those of you that haven't looked into that very much, the LCFF equity multiplier funds are funding for schools that have certain populations of students, a high proportion of those populations. They receive additional funding, and that funding is intended to go directly to those schools in order to address the needs of the students there. So the idea here is that I'll jump ahead just a little bit to provide some context. One of the new requirements that we'll get to in a minute is that for each school that is receiving LCFF equity multiplier funding, the LEA will be required to have a specific focus goal in the LCAP for that school. And so the inclusion of the educational partners in the development of the LCAP and specifically in the development of that particular goal that relates to their school is a key component of that. It's going to be really important that the LEA ensure that they're getting the input and the feedback from constituents there at the school level, and a variety of constituents, school site council, parents, students, community members, et cetera, in developing those particular goals for those schools. And so this is, including this requirement in the Engaging Educational Partners section is reflective of that. So we've amended the instructions in the LCAP template to include that, to note that for those schools that are receiving LCFF equity multiplier funding, the educational partners at that school need to be included in that development. And then in addition, we're also proposing to remove one of the prompts within the engaging educational partners section, again, because it's not explicitly required within statute, and we're looking to try to streamline the plan as much as possible. The next section of the LCAP is the goals and actions section. Within the goals and actions section, Education Code Section 52064E4 was amended to specify that LEAs must consider their performance on state and local indicators on the California School Dashboard when they're determining whether to prioritize or how to prioritize goals, specific actions, and related expenditures within the LCAP. This is a change in statute because previously it said that LEAs should consider their performance. Now it's a requirement that they consider their performance as part of that. Once we get past the goal description and the measuring and the explanation of the reason why the LEA developed the goal, we come to the measuring and reporting outcomes component within the goals and actions section of the plan. Senate Bill 114 added Education Code Section 52064E3, which requires that for each action and budgeted expenditure that's provided to all students on a district-wide, county-wide, or charter-wide basis, pursuant to Education Code 42238.07, that there be one or more specific metrics to monitor the intended outcomes of the action and budgeted expenditures that are identified. And to put that in a more understandable frame, there's a requirement for LEAs to demonstrate within the LCAP how it is that they're increasing or improving services for students that are low-income English learner or foster youth. That's done on an annual basis. And so as part of that, LEAs are allowed to have actions that are provided on an LEA-wide basis. If you're a district, that would be district-wide. If you're a county office, that would be county-wide. Charter school would be charter-wide. But we sum them all up and say LEA-wide. If you're providing an LEA-wide action that is contributing towards meeting the requirement to increase or improve services for low-income English learner and foster youth, this specific change to Ed Code now requires that there be at least one identified metric within the plan to show how that action is being looked at in terms of effectiveness and in terms of progress. It can be more than one action that is attached to a specific metric. It can also be more than one metric that's attached to a specific action. However, at a minimum, there has to be one action tied to one metric for those LEA-wide contributing actions. So again, we've amended the LCAP template and instructions to reflect this requirement. We've also sought to provide LEAs with some flexibility on how and where they address this requirement. So they could call it out specifically in any one of three places based on the current wording within the instructions. And I'll walk you through that when we get there. Then we get to required goals. Now, currently within the LCAP, if you were to pick up the 2023-24 LCAP, you might see some LEAs that have required goals that are in them, and they would be identifying them as required goals that are within that plan. Those are not the same required goals that we're talking about here. Reason being is that Education Code Section 52064E5 and E6 were amended to remove the statutory requirement for the required goal as it currently exists within the LCAP. That requirement instead what it's done is replaced the required goal with the specific required goal that I referenced earlier, which is for each LCFF, each school within an LEA that's receiving LCFF equity multiplier funding, that school must now have a specific focus goal within the LEA's LCAP on how that funding is being utilized to address the specific needs of the students at that school, as well as addressing any instances of teacher assignment, teacher credentialing, teacher preparedness that are identified within that school. So we're replacing one required goal, or actually two required goals, with the one required goal. And you'll be able to see the strike through and the addition on that when we look at the draft here in a few minutes. Then we get into required actions. Now, currently there's already a specific requirement for required actions in the LCAP template and instructions when an LEA has a numerically significant number of English learner students. So an LEA that has 30 or more English learners is required to have specific actions within its LCAP related to those students, specifically related to the English language acquisition programs and related to professional development for teachers of English learner students. However, there's also been some additional requirements added for required actions. So Education Code Section 52064B2 adds the requirement that LEAs that are eligible for technical assistance, again, going back to the discussion we've already had, must include actions within the LCAP that address the work that's underway as part of that technical assistance. So for LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance, that don't have an approved LCAP, that have requested technical assistance, they need to be including actions within the plan that are addressing the work that they're doing related to receiving that technical assistance. In addition, there's also now a requirement based on Ed Code Section 52064E6 related to student group related to performance on the dashboard. So in instances where an LEA has a student group that's performing in the red on the dashboard, or a school that's performing in the red on the dashboard, or a student group at a school that is in the red on the dashboard, that LEA must include specific actions within its LCAP for how it is addressing the particular needs of that student group or those schools within its plan. And then in addition to that, Education Code Section 52052 was amended to include long-term English learners as a unique student group within the California School Dashboard, in addition to English learners. That long-term English learner subgroup uses the same numerical sufficiency as the students that are foster youth and homeless. So a numerically significant number of long-term English learners is considered 15 students, not 30 students, which is what English learners are. So the Education Code Section 52064E5 was revised in order to include long-term English learners as part of that required action. So at this point, if an LEA has 30 or more English learners, they are required to have specific actions within the LCAP relating to the language acquisition programs and professional development. Beginning in 24-25, if there is a numerically significant number of long-term English learners, the LEA will also have to have specific actions related to its long-term English learners, related to language acquisition programs and professional development. So that's another addition here to the plan. In terms of the goal analysis Oh, it wasn't plugged in. I just plugged it in. Thank you. In terms of the goal analysis within the 2023-24, the current LCAP, it follows the goals and actions section of the plan. And this is where LEAs are providing an analysis of the implementation and effectiveness of the actions throughout the year, and then identifying any changes that they're going to make based on that analysis. Education Code Section 52064B7 was revised to require that the LCAP, in addition to assessing the effectiveness of specific actions, also address ineffectiveness of specific actions. So rather than just looking at the actions that were effective, how effective were the actions, LEAs are going to be looking at how effective or ineffective were the actions in making progress towards the goal. And so that's going to be a new component of that goal analysis, specifically within prompt 3. And then in addition, in addition to that, the LEAs are going to be required to change specific actions that have not proven to be effective over a 3-year period. The LCAP cycle, as it's referred to, is a 3-year planning cycle. And so the intent of this revision in Education Code Section 52064E8 is to ensure that LEAs are taking a hard look at those actions within the plan that have not proven effective or that have not had a significant impact on the achieving the goal, and really looking at how it is that those actions need to be revised, need to be, maybe it's time to move on and to try something new. Or maybe it's time to make some adjustments to the action in order to strengthen the approach. Maybe there's aspects of the action that are working and other aspects that aren't, and so we're going to revise that action in order to eliminate the aspects that aren't working, really focus on the things that are working, but identifying what sort of changes are being made and then how those changes are going to result in a new or strengthened approach. So specifically calling that out within the plan. In addition, the other thing that we're proposing to do is actually to move the location of the goal analysis prompts. When the template was last revised in 2021, it was the first year of a 3-year cycle. And so no one at that point in time had a goal analysis. It felt kind of weird to put the goal analysis anywhere other than at the end of the goals and actions section, because basically all the LEAs in California were writing, this will not be addressed until next year. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to include those prompts within the actual goal itself. Having said that, we've gone through 3 years of implementation. And in listening to feedback from folks throughout the state, it makes far more sense to have the goal analysis piece tied in with the measuring and reporting outcomes piece, so that the outcomes for the different metrics within the plan and the analysis of the effectiveness that's going on an annual basis are then being provided before we get into the actions, so that it follows more of the actual linear process that folks use in developing the LCAP template. So that's something that we're proposing. And then the last section of the LCAP template is the increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. And so within this particular piece, what we've done is we've added some language to clarify based on Education Code Section 52064B3 that long-term English learners are included in the English learner subgroup when it comes to the requirement to increase or improve services for low-income English learner and foster youth students. Essentially, what that means is that it's perfectly fine for an LEA to have specific actions related to its long-term English learners within its plan and identify those actions as contributing. In the same way that it's perfectly fine for an LEA to have specific actions within its plan for students who are experiencing homelessness and include those as contributing, because both homeless students who are automatically low income and long-term English learners who are part of the English learner subgroup are all inclusive when it comes to the requirement to increase or improve services for those three particular groups. So this just calls out that making sure that LEAs know that they have the flexibility of providing specific actions to long-term English learners that are contributing, and that serves towards meeting the LEA's requirement for how it's going to increase or improve services for low-income English learner and foster youth students. And then in addition to those required revisions that we've gone over and a couple of proposed revisions, we're also proposing some additional revisions that are there. Currently, if you look at the action tables within the LCAP template, they typically show up as Excel tables towards the end of the plan. There's currently within the state board adopted Excel version of that template, there's a data entry tab, a data entry table. Then there's a total expenditures table. All of the information, the vast majority of the data that goes into that table is filled out on the data entry table. However, the data entry table also includes a couple of fields that don't show up anywhere else in the other tables. So our thought in terms of streamlining things for folks is to combine the data entry table and the total expenditures table into a single table. All those tables would then be included within the template, similar to the way that they are now, except it would provide folks up front with all of the information that is currently part of both the data entry table and the total expenditures table. And just kind of helps to streamline that part of the document. In addition, we're also proposing revisions to certain wording within the template, in part to make it more understandable for folks as far as what the requirements are and what it is that we're looking for. But then also just adjustments within formatting. If you look at the current LCAP template, the instructions for the current LCAP template, you're going to find a lot of paragraphs of text. And there's, within some of those requirements, buried in the paragraphs of text, it can be really easy to overlook certain elements of the instructions because you kind of focus on all of the blocks of text. So in the proposed revisions to the instructions, what you'll see is a lot of those paragraphs kind of blown apart and turned into bullet point lists so that folks can easily see, okay, here are the requirements for what must be addressed within this particular prompt, and it streamlines things for those that are actually completing the plans. They have a much better idea of what things to include. So we're proposing to make those changes as well. So at this point, what I'd like to do is I would like to pull up the draft of the LCAP template and instructions, and we'll begin walking through that. And so the way in which I'm going to walk through that is we're going to start off by going through the template itself, looking specifically at the template, the first 7 pages. From there, I want to go into the instructions. Once we've looked at the template, I'll pause to see if there's any clarifying questions. Then we'll look at the instructions, but we'll look at the instructions for the plan summary, on their own. We'll look at the instructions for engaging educational partners. We'll look at the instructions for the goals and actions, and then get down into increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. Because most of the meat is in the instructions, that's probably where the majority of questions and we'll focus on. But I think that will also help everybody to keep from getting overwhelmed by looking at everything and then being expected to provide comments or questions on the whole thing. So again, you can follow along on attachment 3, which is what we'll be looking at. And then if attachment 3 makes you nervous, you can look at attachment 4. The first thing that we have, as mentioned, is the plan summary portion of the LCAP. You can see that on the template itself, we're not proposing any changes to the general information prompt. Again, the prompts are there to provide. The reason that the prompts are kind of phrased the way that they are is to give somebody that's reading the plan an understanding of what it is that they're supposed to be reading. That way they have some context for what that description is going to provide or what's going to be there. So in this particular instance, we're not proposing any changes to the general information. Then we get into the reflections pieces. Now, currently, these are reflections on successes and identified need. Within the reflections on successes, the LEAs are required to talk about the successes that they've had based on state and local data. That could include dashboard data, as well as anything else that has been identified based on conversations with their educational partners. In the reflections on identified need, they're required to reflect on certain performance on the dashboard. They're also required to reflect on how it is that they're going to address those issues within the dashboard. Our proposal is to more closely align with statute in changing reflections on successes to annual performance as a whole. Annual performance, as we'll get into when we look at the instructions, would be the LEA's performance on the dashboard, both successes and identified needs. And it would also speak to any of the highlights that folks would want to make in terms of saying, here's ways that we've really improved, here are the things that we really need to work on, and here's the way in which they're going to be addressed within the plan. As part of this annual performance, well, I'll talk about that later. So we're proposing an amendment to both the heading on that particular section, but then also within the prompt itself, or I should say the description itself. Then in terms of technical assistance, this particular description would be specifically for those LEAs that are eligible for assistance, as we've already discussed. And this would be where those LEAs would specifically call out how it is that they're addressing those things that are being done in terms of assistance. This is where they would provide that required summary. If an LEA is not eligible for assistance, for technical assistance, they would simply provide the statement that this isn't applicable to the LEA and then move on. And so this would be something that would only be applicable to those LEAs eligible for assistance. Then the third change that we're proposing here is to remove the description related to LCAP highlights. And this is because the highlights pieces, the things that we want, that LEAs want to call out within the LCAP, they still have the flexibility to do that within the general information, within the annual performance pieces. They can still provide information that they want to call out. However, in general, in analyzing a variety of LCAPs from throughout the state, what we found is that in a lot of instances, the LCAP highlights portion of the plan summary, rather than providing a brief overview of the things that LEAs are really proud of and want their communities to focus on, it's become a dumping ground for everything that they want people to look at. And so in certain instances, we have 8, 9, 10 pages of highlights of a plan, which really wasn't part of the initial intent when this went in. The intent was really to provide a summary so that parents could look at it really quickly and, you know, like understand the plan within 15 minutes and not have to spend an hour trying to figure out what the highlights of the plan actually were. So in light of that, what we're planning on or proposing to do is remove the LCAP highlights description within the plan summary and then incorporate that ability for LEAs to identify those things that they do want to call out within the other areas, the other descriptions in the plan summary. We're not proposing any changes to the comprehensive support and improvement pieces. And then we get to the engaging educational partners section. We're not proposing any changes to the first prompt in engaging educational partners. We are proposing to remove the second prompt, the summary of feedback provided by specific educational partners. And that's because within statute, that isn't actually required. It's not required that there be a summary of feedback provided by specific educational partners. What's required is that there be an identification of the process that's been used to engage educational partners in the development of the plan, and then for there to be a description of how the feedback that was provided then informed the development of the plan. So in describing how the development of the plan was informed by feedback, there's going to be a certain amount of what is currently within the second prompt that will need to show up within the third prompt in order to make sure that people have an understanding of how the feedback itself informed the development of the plan. But we don't need to have two separate prompts in order to do that. It can be streamlined a little bit. So this would be, we'd have a prompt 1 and a prompt 2, and that would be it for the engaging educational partners section. In the goals and actions section, based on feedback that we've received from the field, we're proposing to add in an identification of state priorities that are addressed by the goal. The Education Code requires that LEAs address all 8 state priorities, well, 8 for school districts and the majority of charter schools, 10 state priorities for county offices of education, but that all state priorities be addressed within the LCAP. And currently there's not really any place where it's captured what state priorities a particular goal is addressing. This would allow that to be called out and identified so that the educational partners can clearly see what state priorities this goal is intending to address. We're not proposing any changes to the explanation of why the LEAs developed the goal or to the measuring and reporting results pieces. However, you can see how it is that the goal analysis would show up within following the measuring and reporting results pieces, so that you would be able to see, here are the outcomes, here's the progress that's been made, here's the analysis of how those actions were implemented throughout the year, what changes there were made to those, but then also the description of the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the specific actions in making progress towards the goal and the description of any changes. That description of any changes then leads into the actions section. And we're not proposing any changes to the actions table within the template itself. In the increased or improved services section of the plan, we are proposing a couple of wording changes. First, adding the word total to total projected LCFF supplemental and concentration grants, so that it's a little bit clearer that that projected LCFF supplemental and concentration grant amount is inclusive of the amount that's directly adjacent to it, the additional 15% LCFF concentration grant, that the projected is inclusive of that additional 15%. And then you can also see that in the description, the first description that's there, the specific call out related to long-term English learners, where long-term English learners are identified as being part of the English learner student group for purposes of meeting the requirement to increase or improve services for low-income English learner and foster youth students. And that brings us to the end of the template. So before we move on, are there any clarifying questions that anybody has related to the template itself?
Go ahead, Babatunde.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. My clarifying question is actually on, I think it's on this page here, page 7.
Okay.
And underneath where it says required descriptions, it says in red you have the including long-term English learners. On that second section, is there a reason why it's not included there, or where it says English learners, it doesn't include that? Or
In terms of the description of services are being increased or improved, no, the reason that it was included within the first prompt is primarily to denote that long-term English learners are inclusive of English learners. There's a more in-depth description in, or actually a note that provides more clarification in the instructions for the plan itself. But it's just to identify for the public in general that long-term English learners are part of the English learner student group as it relates to the requirement to increase or improve services. It's not saying, oh, you only have to address long-term English learners in the first description, but not in the second. It's inclusive of both.
okay.
Okay, go ahead, Josh.
Great, thank you. So now we'll go into the instructions. And again, the instructions are kind of the meat of the requirements. So we start off the instructions with some overarching information about the plan, the purpose of the plan, the things that LEAs are required to do in terms of developing the plan. And so here at the very beginning, you can see one of the instances in which we've added this new piece about addressing and reducing disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups as indicated on the California School Dashboard. We talk about the 3 purposes of the LCAP development process, and then in accountability and compliance, we go into a little bit more detail on what aspects of accountability and compliance the LCAP is intended to inform. You can see here that long-term English learners are identified in a couple of different instances. First, in the demonstration of how actions are increasing or improving services for foster youth English learners, including long-term English learners and low-income students, in proportion to the funding that they generate. But then, pardon me, in addition, there's this note that's here in terms of establishing goals supported by actions and related expenditures that speaks specifically to this new inclusion of long-term English learners as a specific student group for purposes of the California School Dashboard. There are instances that we've already gone over to a certain extent that we'll get into more in the instructions, where the performance of certain student groups on the dashboard triggers specific required actions. Part of the reason for including this note is so that it's clear to folks that if long-term English learners are one of the subgroups that are showing up, that are being identified as low performing, as showing up in the red on the California School Dashboard, that they would have to include specific actions for long-term English learners within the plan. So that's the purpose of the inclusion of this specific note as part of the instructions. And then we've also added in, based on feedback that we've received, an additional piece about ensuring that the increases that are attributable to supplemental and concentration grant calculations are reflected in the LCAP. So that's another addition. You can also see, continuing on, you can see another instance where we've called out the reducing of disparities in opportunities and outcomes. We've made some adjustments to language related to the specific dates of the LCAP, the upcoming 3-year LCAP cycle from 2024-25 through 2026-27. We've also, so that's the initial opening of the instructions. Any questions related or clarifying questions related to the opening of the instructions? Okay, thank you. So now we'll go into the plan summary. So within the plan summary, we have our proposal here related to the 3 prompts that we're proposing to include: general information, reflections on annual performance, and reflections on technical assistance. So you can note that as part of the general information, we're including a requirement for LEAs to identify any schools that they have that are receiving LCFF equity multiplier funding, so that it's clear as part of that general description of the LEA, which schools within the LEA are receiving those additional LCFF equity multiplier funds. Other than that, there aren't any changes being proposed to the instructions for general information. In the reflections for annual performance, what we have is we have kind of an amalgamation of some of the prompts that we're proposing to delete, as well as some of the new statutory changes. So reflecting on the LEA's annual performance on the dashboard and local data, LEAs are going to reflect on both their successes and challenges, and they're going to identify any school that has received the lowest performance level on one or more of the state indicators on the 2023 dashboard, any student group within the LEA that's received the lowest performance level on one or more of the state indicators on the dashboard, and any student group within a school that the LEA has received the lowest performance level on one or more of the state indicators on the 2023 dashboard. Part of the reason that we're being specific in terms of the 2023 dashboard is because the requirement for the specific actions that LEAs have to include are the intent of that is to allow LEAs to identify, here are our needs at the beginning of this 3-year cycle, and then to come up with a plan to address those needs. But we don't want LEAs to have to be in a constant process of revising that every year of the plan. It takes time for things to work themselves out in education. It takes time for changes to take place. And so the way that statute provides this requirement, it provides it such that those specific required actions will be functional for a period of 3 years. So based on the performance on the 2023 dashboard, there will be specific actions in the plan that will continue across the 3-year cycle. Now, LEAs will have the option of making changes to those goals, those specific actions. They'll have the option of removing a specific action and replacing it with something else. If, let's say that they start a specific action and they find, okay, this is absolutely not doing anything that we wanted it to do, so instead we're going to implement a new specific action and get rid of the old one, that's perfectly fine. However, they are not required to change those actions over the course of the 3 years. They can allow those actions to be implemented for 3 years, and then at the end of the 3-year period, assess the effectiveness of those actions and say, yes, this was effective, or no, it wasn't effective. And if it's not effective, then we have to change it. So that's why these particular instructions are included within this. In addition, there's also the LEAs are encouraged to highlight how they're addressing the identified needs of those student groups and or schools within the LCAP. All of that would be part of this description of annual performance. And then in terms of the reflection on technical assistance, as you can see, it would be for LEAs that are eligible for technical assistance, consistent with what we've already discussed, those 5 sections of Ed Code. The response needs to clearly identify the reason or reasons that the LEA is eligible for that assistance, and they need to provide a summary of the work that's underway. And then again, if the LEA is not eligible, they can simply respond to the prompt as not applicable. You can see the instructions, the current instructions for reflections on identified need, and the LCAP highlights are being proposed to be deleted. So any clarifying questions related to the plan summary?
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, thank you. So now we get to the engaging educational partners section. Engaging educational partners is one of these areas where you can really see part of the formatting change that's taken place. Previously, the educational partners that school districts and county offices were required to consult with would have been in part of the paragraph. Here, they're specifically called out as bullet points. Same with charter schools, so that it's clear to school districts, county offices, charter schools, which groups make up the educational partners that they're required to consult with as part of the development of the plan. Does it limit them? No. Can they consult with additional groups? Absolutely. But this is the bare minimum that they have to consult with. You can also see both for school districts and county offices and charter schools that there's a specific requirement in here related to consulting with educational partners at schools that are generating LCFF equity multiplier funds in the development of the LCAP, and specifically in the development of the required focus goals for each of those schools. So they would be engaging those educational partners at a school related to the goal, not just the LCAP as a whole, but the specific goal that is being developed for their school. So there's a back and forth between the LEA and the school in terms of developing that goal for the school. And then you can see we are, so continuing on, in terms of requirements and instructions, in addition to the educational partner groups that LEAs are required to consult with as part of the development of the plan, there are also a number of things that LEAs have to do prior to the adoption of the plan. And their requirements are different for school districts and county offices than they are for charters. In the past, what we've done is we've included this link to this excerpt from the audit guide. It doesn't actually go into specifics for the various types of LEAs, and it takes up a lot of space. So what we're proposing to do is, in fact, replace that with the specific, with links to the specific ed code so that folks can simply click on that. It'll take them to, here's the requirements for a charter school. Here's the requirements for a school district. Here's the requirements for a county office. And they can see, here's what we have to do in terms of, for school districts, for example, presenting the LCAP to the Parent Advisory Committee and having the superintendent respond in writing to any comments or feedback received by the Parent Advisory Committee, presenting it to the English Learner Parent Advisory Committee if it's applicable to the school district, providing feedback, an opportunity for public feedback on the actions and expenditures that are proposed to be included within the plan, a new requirement to provide a mid-year update on the metrics, actions, and implementation of actions and expenditures within the LCAP on or before the end of February of each year, consulting with the SELPA administrator or administrators of the LEA in order to determine that there are specific actions for students with disabilities within the LCAP, holding a public hearing to solicit input on the actions and expenditures included in the plan, and then holding the public meeting at which the LCAP is actually adopted. So that's everything that a school district has to do prior to adopting the plan. Obviously, if we included all of that information, spelled it out in the instructions, we're going to add 2 pages. Rather than doing that, we're providing hyperlinks to those sections where it's spelled out. Well, here are the requirements for each of the various groups, thus streamlining the plan, but also still providing immediate access to those requirements. And then we get into the instructions for the prompt. So within prompt 1, in terms of the summary of progress to engage educational partners and how this was considered before finalizing the LCAP, you can see the inclusion of instructions there for LEAs receiving LCFF equity multiplier funds. They need to include a summary of how they consulted with the educational partners at the schools that are generating those funds and in development of the LCAP, and then specifically in the development of the required goal for each of their schools. And then again, as we've discussed, proposing the deletion of the second prompt. Within the third prompt, describing any goals, metrics, actions, budgeted expenditures within the LCAP that were influenced by or developed in response to educational partner feedback. That would actually be in response to prompt 1. So we'll have to change that. My team is taking notes, so they should be writing that down right now. And then again, a note that LEAs receiving LCFF equity multipliers funds have to include a description of how the consultation process then influenced the development of that within the LCAP, those specific goals within the LCAP. We're proposing some minor changes related to changing the word analysis, changing the word determination to analysis, just to make it clearer. But that summarizes the instructions for the engaging educational partners. Any questions on that before we go on? Okay, seeing nothing, I'll go ahead and move into goals and actions. So in terms of goals and actions, we have a proposed amendment here. a goal statement, associated metrics, expected outcomes, and actions included in the goal must be in alignment. Currently, it says should be in alignment. We're of the opinion that if you're really going to do a good job of developing a solid goal, why you've developed the goal, the statement of what the goal itself is, the metrics that go along with it, the actions that are part of it, they all need to be aligned. In LCAP circles, those of us that live and breathe this plan, we refer to it as the through line. There should be a through line between the identified needs, how the goal is seeking to address those needs, how the progress is being assessed, and then how the actions are part of meeting that need and achieving that goal. And the sum total of that would be the through line within a particular goal. Having it to say, we encourage you, or it's a good idea to have a through line within a goal, doesn't make a whole lot of sense if we really want goals that are going to be well developed, well thought out, actionable, achievable. And so that's why we're proposing this change to must be in alignment. Continuing on, you can see one of the reflections of the changes in statute that we've already touched on earlier. LEAs must consider performance on state and local indicators when they're determining whether and how to prioritize goals within the LCAP. That's something that they have to do now. And then again, we've brought back this piece that's already included earlier in the instructions related to the way in which comprehensive strategic planning should really connect the budgetary decisions that are going on to the data. And that the data, that needs to be part of what happens as LEAs are evaluating how do we address the needs, what are we going to be able to do, what are we not going to be able to do, where can we make our investments in a way that is going to make the maximum outcome for students and addressing the specific needs of students, whether that's within the specific required actions for a particular student group, or whether that's through an overarching goal that's for all students. But how are we going to do that in a way that's meaningful? Then, in addition, what we've proposed to add to the instructions down here is related to the LCFF state priorities. Way back when, in 2015, when the LCAP template was first adopted by the state board and put into regulations, it used to be that the LCAP template was actually part of the regulatory process. We had to go through the entire regulatory process in order to revise the template, and thankfully, they changed that after 1 year. So that now the board can make changes using the non-regulatory process. Otherwise, I'll be waiting for 90 days for public comment. But way early on, there was a list of here are the state priorities that was included as an appendix as part of the LCAP template and instructions. In the intervening years, that has gone away. And if you look through the template and instructions, there is currently not any place that identifies what are the state priorities. So what we're proposing is to actually add a link to a document that we've developed, the LCFF State Priorities Summary. That would be a hyperlink. Well, it is a hyperlink, but you can't see it right now because it's track changes. To the specific education code, or to the specific state priorities so that everybody can see, here are what the state priorities are. Here are the things that have to be addressed. And then within that document, there are also links to education code so that folks can go back and actually look at the code if they want to. The state priority summary provides the state priorities in a bullet point format so that it's quick, it's easy to understand, it's easy to digest. But that's something that we're proposing to add in part because of what we have in there for the prompt to identify the state priorities as part of the goals and actions. Then we come to a description of different types of goals. Within the LCAP template, the instructions for the LCAP template contemplate 3 different types of goals. There is what's called a focus goal. Focus goals are specific, they're measurable, they're time-bound. They're intended to be more data heavy. They're intended to specifically focus on targeted things that we want to really focus on and make maximum impact. So you can see that this is where the required focus goals for LEAs receiving LCFF equity multiplier funding have been added. And so here we have instructions for LEAs that are receiving that LCFF equity multiplier funding to include 1 or more focus goals for each school that's generating that funding. And the focus goals need to address these 2 aspects, and both of these 2 aspects are specifically called out in statute. The first thing they have to address is all student groups that have the lowest performance level on 1 or more indicators, state indicators on the dashboard. The second thing that they have to identify or that they have to focus on within the goal is any underlying issues in the credentialing, subject matter preparation, and retention of the school's educators. If the LEA goes through the needs analysis and looks into it and looks at the equitable distribution of teachers at that school that's generating funding and finds that there aren't any issues, there's no real differences between non-LCFF equity multiplier schools in the district and LCFF equity multiplier schools, then they don't need to address this second part. They do need to address the student groups that are performing at the lowest performance level. That's why it says if applicable. However, if the LEA looks at the credentialing, subject matter preparation, and retention of teachers in non-LCFF equity multiplier schools, and these folks are all credentialed, they're all prepared, they're all staying at their sites, and at the LCFF equity multiplier school, folks are constantly transitioning out. There's a predominant number of teachers that are there on emergency credentials or that are unprepared. Well, then that needs to be addressed as part of this goal. The second thing that we get into are broad goals. Broad goals are more general. These, I like to describe broad goals as these are the goals that we know are going to take a long time to implement. And so the vast majority of the goals that you see in LCAPs right now would be considered broad goals. They focus on all students. They might have some specific actions that are related to student groups, but in general, they're going to focus on all students, as opposed to 1 or 2 specific student groups. So the only thing that we're proposing adding here is instructions related to identifying the state priorities that are addressed by the goal. Same thing with the maintenance of progress goal. That's the only addition that we're proposing there. The maintenance of progress goal is intended to be a goal for those things where the LEA and its educational partners identify, you know what, these aren't really an issue. For example, our facilities are all in pretty good shape. All students have access to standards aligned instructional materials, and our teachers are 97% appropriately assigned and credentialed across the board, which includes having their ELA, ELD credentialing in place for our English learner students. And so because of that, we don't really have things that we can improve here. We can maintain what we're doing, and we can create a goal here to maintain our progress. But it's not going into trying to improve outcomes, because we don't need to really improve anything in this area. So it would address certain aspects of state priorities that the LEA and its educational partners identified were in good shape. Now, currently within the LCAP template and instructions, we've got this piece about required goals, required goals for consistently low-performing student groups and consistently low-performing schools. This is the part that Education Code Section 52064E 5 and 6 was revised to remove. So these particular required goals are no longer required. They're no longer in statute. And so that's we're proposing to take all of that out because it's no longer required. And then we get into measuring and reporting results. So within measuring and reporting results, we want to identify metrics for specific student groups, including expected outcomes that address and reduce disparities in outcomes between student groups. Again, that ties back to this new focus on reducing disparities in outcomes and opportunity between student groups. In terms of the required metrics for LEA-wide actions, which we spoke about earlier, this calls out that there has to be specific metrics, one or more specific metrics, for contributing actions being provided on an LEA-wide basis in order to assess the effectiveness of the action and its budgeted expenditures. And so we're proposing to include these instructions here to call that out for those particular actions. And then the bullet point underneath that provides LEAs with the flexibility of where they're going to address this. Because in looking at the plan, folks that write LCAPs or read LCAPs on a regular basis can see a number of different places where it might make sense to include this information. It might make sense to include this information in the description of the metric itself. It might make sense to include this information as part of the description of an action. It might make sense to include this description as part of the first description in the increased or improved services section, which is specifically addressing LEA-wide actions, LEA-wide contributing actions that the LEA is implementing, and how it is that those are increasing or improving services for the particular student groups. So because of that, the instructions we're proposing provide flexibility with LEAs to identify this in a number of different places. They could identify it in all three if they really wanted to. But at a minimum, they have to choose one of those places and call out which metrics are specifically being used to assess the effectiveness of the actions, those LEA-wide contributing actions, and their budgeted expenditures. The next proposed revision that I want to draw your attention to is we're proposing to revise the definition of metric here, or what the instructions for the metric. Currently, it says indicate how progress is being measured using a metric. I didn't like use a metric to identify a metric. So what we're proposing is identify the standard of measure that's being used to determine progress towards the goal and or to measure the effectiveness of one or more actions associated with the goal. So it's much clearer in terms of what needs to be identified within the metric. It's the standard of metric being used to determine progress or measure effectiveness. Other than that, we've got revisions to dates that are there and a couple of edits just to provide some additional clarity. Then we get into the edits for the goal analysis piece. In large part, the instructions for the goal analysis piece that are here have not changed. The reason that it's showing up in track changes is because it's been moved. The changes to the instructions for the goal analysis those show up in the third bullet point. So here where it says describe the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the specific actions in making progress towards the goal. So here we've really we're proposing to really flesh out the instructions related to this particular component. When responding to this prompt, LEAs may assess the effectiveness of a single action or a group of actions within the goal in the context of performance on a single metric or group of specific metrics within the goal. Grouping actions with metrics allows for a more robust analysis of whether the strategy the LEA is using to impact a specific set of metrics is working and increases transparency for educational partners. LEAs are encouraged to use this approach when goals include multiple actions and metrics that are not closely associated. Then we get into beginning with the development of the 24-25 LCAP, the LEA must change actions that have not proven effective over a 3-year period. This description must include a description of the reasons for the ineffectiveness and how any changes to the action will result in a new or strengthened approach. So in this third prompt, LEAs would be identifying either this action was effective and here's why, or this action was ineffective and here's why, and then the description of changes is going to capture how what's changing, and then LEAs are going to describe how the changes in the action will result in a new or strengthened approach. And then the last piece of the goals and actions section is, of course, the actions. Here we're proposing some new changes to the instructions, specifically related to the required metrics for contributing LEA-wide actions. That's what these first 3 bullet points speak to and address. And then we get into the required actions. The section titled required actions is a new section that's been added to the instructions. Previously, we had actions for foster youth and required actions for English learners that were called out. Now we have more than one type of required action, so we've plugged all 3 of them into this required action section. So here you can see the first of them is that LEAs with 30 or more English learners or 15 or more long-term English learners must include specific actions in the LCAP. Those actions need to relate to, at a minimum, the language acquisition programs and professional development for teachers. And then there's also a specific requirement in here that an LEA that has both 30 or more English learners and 15 or more long-term English learners needs to include actions for both English learners and long-term English learners. Reason being is you might have some overlap on professional development, and you might have some overlap between English learners and long-term English learners when it comes to language acquisition programs, but the 2 groups have specific needs. They have different needs, and you need to be addressing the different needs of your long-term English learners and the different needs of your English learners. And so it's important that there be that distinction between how the LEA is addressing those needs. Then we get into the required actions for LEAs that are eligible for technical assistance. There has to be, and the instructions stating there have to be specific actions in the LCAP related to how they're implementing the work that's underway as part of receiving that technical assistance. And then we have the instructions for LEAs that are showing up on the dashboard as red for schools or student groups within the LEAs or student groups within a school within the LEA. And what those specific actions are. They have to be directed towards the identified student group and or school. They have to address the identified state indicators for which the student group or school received the lowest performance level on the 23 dashboard. And then each student group or school that receives the lowest performance must be addressed by one or more actions. And then this statement within the instructions that these required actions will be effective for the 3-year LCAP cycle, going back to what we spoke about earlier, that those actions are to be implemented across the 3 years unless they're determined to be ineffective and are changed and replaced by more effective actions. But those are going to be implemented across the 3-year cycle and not constantly being replaced with new actions based on the dashboard from the next year. And then the goals and actions deletion there. So I'll pause there to see if there's any clarifying questions related to the goals and actions section, because that's all pretty dense.
Rena? Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for everything you've described so far. It's been a lot to keep up with. But I have a question about the LCFF equity multiplier funding. And when we're talking about teacher credentials, does that also apply to CTE for DAS schools that are using pre-apprenticeship programs?
I don't know. I will have to find that out.
Because, you know, that's important. Our students are completing pre-apprenticeship programs by nationally recognized pre-apprenticeship programs. Mm-hmm. So those teachers don't have a CTE credential in particular, but they have been chosen to provide those things, and they've met those requirements for that nationally certified apprenticeship program.
Okay. At least in terms of the, whoa, why is that doing that? At least in terms of the requirement within law, it says underlying issues in credentialing, subject matter preparation, and retention of the school's educators. That doesn't necessarily speak to whether or not, like the teachers that you're specifically talking about, right? Because if it's an instance where, let's take, for example, say a magnet school. Okay, you've got a magnet school that's got professionals that are coming in. They might not have a teaching credential, but they've been brought in at the request of educational partners and the LEA as a whole in order to perform or to teach certain skills, to do certain things, whether that's within construction or in engine repair or I know there's one of the county offices that has a really cool program doing airplane maintenance and engine repair, which is, there's no credentials for airplane maintenance. So in instances like that, where if you had a program like that at an LCFF equity multiplier school, I don't know that would be one of a particular issue in terms of underlying credentials or subject matter competence or things like that. It seems like folks would be coming to that school knowing this is part of it, that's part of the reason that they're drawn to it. What I think this is really seeking to get at is our instances where we have our regular subject matter, our core instructional program teachers, right? And at there's a desire to ensure that at these schools that are generating LCFF equity multiplier funding, which are going to be schools that have a predominant number of students that are low-income English learner foster youth, that have a high, I can't remember the technical term. Kim is thinking it right now. I know it, but I can't remember it. No, it's basically, it means that they have a large number of students that are not enrolled 280 consecutive days within the school. They're constantly revolving out, right? There's a lot of student turnover, and there's a term and I can't remember it. Stability rate, thank you. Yes. Okay, so they have a low stability rate, right? Meaning that the students are constantly, coming out. In general, research indicates that schools that have that kind of population in general, the educators that are there are generally newer educators. They're generally less prepared. They're also only staying there for a while before they move on. Whereas what we know is that having a stable population of educators that's able to build trusting relationships with students and cultivate their interest in subject matter is really what it is that we're trying to get to. What this is seeking to do is really looking at ensuring that there's an equitable distribution of those well-trained, well-credentialed teachers that are staying at sites throughout the LEA. I don't think it's intended to, nip CTE programs like the one you're describing in the bud.
I think maybe a little bit of clarification on that too, because I think that's where some people are struggling, because they're thinking that everyone needs to have this credential, this CTE credential. So maybe in those core subjects, it might need to be highlighted.
Any additional?
Roddy, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Your LCAP technical expertise is phenomenal. I have two clarifying questions. One is around the requirement to change actions. So beginning the 24-25 LCAP, the LEA must change actions that have not proven effective. So how are we defining proven effective? Is that an objective measure of whether or not we hit our metrics, or is this a subjective analysis on the part of the LEA?
So in terms of proven effective, when it comes to proven effective, there's kind of two standards of measure. The first standard of measure is tied to the measuring and reporting results. It's whether or not there's progress that's being made in the different metrics that are associated with the goal. Now, you might not have you might not have progress in all of the metrics, but you're going to have progress enough in the metrics that say, okay, the actions that are being implemented to achieve this goal are making progress towards achieving the goal, right? Students are learning, parents are being engaged, our subject matter, the way we're implementing state standards is getting better, things like that. Then there's also the standard of measure that's tied to the educational partners in the community. Because one of the things that we've seen is an action might not actually show effectiveness for a year or two in terms of the numbers. However, the educational partners, the parents, the students, are providing us with feedback to say, this program has done more to change my outlook on this particular thing, or to encourage me in this particular way, or to help me help my child in this particular way, and it needs to continue. It's something that we feel really strongly needs to move forward. Either of those could be used as ways to prove an action has been successful in making progress. Now, the caveat there is there's a difference between making progress towards the goal and actually achieving the goal. So when it comes to the effectiveness, the analysis of effectiveness is looking at how we're making progress towards achieving the goal, not whether we have achieved the goal. Ideally, we want to create goals that we can achieve within 3 years. In some instances, that's not always going to be the case.
I think that clarity is really important because this could signify the end of an initiative and some pretty big substantive changes to program. So the next question is connected, and that is, this is a clarifying question I need in my head because it's sort of a math question. Mm-hmm. After 3 years, we are required to change actions if they have not proven effective. And if we're utilizing dashboard results, this is the whole lag data dilemma. Mm-hmm. That we're writing our 24-25 LCAP using 22-23 data. Right. So then we now analyze that data in the subsequent year. So the third year of our new LCAP is 26-27, and we're analyzing 24-25 data, which is the first year of implementation of the goals and actions and so forth. Mm-hmm. So we're actually only looking at 1 year of data to make a determination if those actions are working. I don't know how we reconcile that.
Well, that would be the case if in an instance where an LEA only utilized measures on the dashboard as metrics. That's part of the reason that in the statewide trainings that my office does related to the LCAP, why we put so much emphasis on the use of local data and local metrics in the plan as part of assessing the effectiveness of things, not just because of the gap that exists between the state standardized assessments and the LCAP, but also because if we are including things like local benchmark assessments, it actually gives us a couple of points during the year that we can evaluate an action rather than just evaluating a particular action or evaluating a group of actions based on a metric once a year. We can actually look at and say, okay, here we can see progress throughout the year based on this particular local data. That's why it's critical that LEAs actually come up with metrics that are tied to that local data and include those in their plan. Because by including those local measures, the metrics based on local data within their plan, they actually have evidence to say these actions are proving effective, maybe not on the dashboard, but we can see that they are effective in these other local areas.
I think my feedback or input at the end of the day is this shift will reduce the currency of dashboard data in our LCAP and not forces us, but encourages us to be less reliant on dashboard data if we want to come up with actions for a 3-year analysis.
Thank you. Other clarifying questions for Josh?
Okay, thank you. So the last section here is increased or improved services. And for increased or improved services, we don't have a whole lot of changes that we're proposing. I do want to draw your attention to this note that's here at the beginning of the section that was referred to earlier in the presentation, that for purposes of meeting the increased or improved services requirement that's laid out in Education Code Section 42238.07, that long-term English learners are included in the English learner student group. So when we're talking about the whole requirement to increase or improve services, that includes the long-term English learners as part of the English learner subgroup. In addition, we've provided a proposed clarification within the instructions for the total projected LCFF supplemental and concentration grant to note that this amount includes the additional 15% LCFF concentration grant that's identified there. And then the only other piece of instruction that we're proposing as part of this is related to those specific required metrics for contributing LEA-wide actions, because this first description in the increased or improved services section specifically relates to actions or services that are being provided on an LEA-wide basis, how those actions are principally directed towards one or more of the 3 unduplicated student groups, how they're going to be effective in improving outcomes for those student groups to a greater extent than for all students. And so it's one of the logical places where an LEA could choose to call out what specific metrics are being used to measure the progress of those contributing LEA-wide actions. And so this provides them with the opportunity to report that here if they want. Other than that, we get into the proposed instructions for the action tables, and here it's really just removing the data entry table, adding the total planned expenditures table, which if we actually look at the Excel document itself, looks like this. And if I make it big enough so that you can see it, you can't really see it. So basically, it provides all of the information that was currently on both tables. It just does it on one table so that you can see not only the percentage to increase or improve services and the totals of the action of the total funds, personnel, non-personnel, et cetera, that are in the LCAP, but you can also see the individual expenses for each of the actions that are included within the LCAP. And so it's just consolidating the 2 tables into one table in order to provide a more streamlined approach. So with that, we are done looking at the template and the instructions.
Josh, we're going to pause and take a 5-minute break. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for CPAG discussion. Okay. Okay, so 5 minutes, 11:51. We're going to come back at 11:56.
Todd, did you bring any more donuts?
They were out of broccoli, so
All right, thank you so much, CPAG members. Before we transition to public comment, we're going to have a roll call vote to make sure we're at quorum.
Thank you, Melanie. So we'll start with you, Melanie Green.
Here.
Judy Flores.
Here.
Ronald Anaya. Bootsy Battle Holtz.
Here.
Diane Grotjohn.
Here.
Tarina Small.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Mia Cooper.
Here.
Roddy Boonchoy.
here.
Shilonine Cruz Gonzalez.
Here.
Babatunde Ilori.
Here.
Gabriela Tavidian.
Here.
Amy Nguyen Hernandez.
Here.
Todd Collins.
Here.
Kelsey Krausen.
Here.
Samara Palco.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now take up public comment. We'll put up the public comment slide on the screen. And as we're setting up for public comment, I just want to thank and acknowledge the Cynthia Glover Woods, the Vice President of the State Board, for being here. We appreciate State Board and especially Cynthia Glover Woods for being here today. So just want to thank her. Okay, members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number on the slide. You'll be notified when it's your time to speak. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you're following live feed, and speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. So we'll give us a second to see if there's anyone on the line. In person? Perfect.
long time. Hi. Wait, which one's active? This one? Hello. Okay. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica, Chair Green, members of the CPAG. My name is Jessica Sacco, and I'm here on behalf of Children Now, a statewide nonprofit policy advocacy and research organization centered on the needs of addressing the whole child. I thank you for your service on behalf of California's kids. I refer you to the letter submitted by the LCFF Equity Coalition for detailed comments to and recommendations for edits to the LCAP template. And while we've been in the weeds all morning, I want to take us back a little bit to a higher perspective, one that prioritizes meeting the needs of students, their education, and overall well-being. As you provide your input during this meeting, I encourage you to frame your recommendations to ensure fiscal transparency, meaningful engagement with students, family, and community, and focused and appropriate supports to meet individual student needs, all with the aim of closing the achievement gap and improving student outcomes, and fully align the changes to the new requirements, including those for equity multiplier schools. I urge you to keep kids at the center and equity at the center of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room for public comment? Do we on the line? Okay, we'll open it up for the public. For the person on the line, please remember to state your name. We encourage you to state your name and affiliation.
All right. Well, the caller with the phone number ending in 5347, you are now unmuted, and your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Smith. I'm the newcomer refugee coordinator within the Department of Family Community Engagement in Elk Grove Unified School District. We just wanted to say how much we appreciate the continuous engagement and efforts of staff, including Joshua Strong and Sarah Petrowski, in discussing possible edits to the LCAP template and explaining those important revisions and improvements this morning. We appreciate those updated amendments to the template that include the requirement to reduce disparities of opportunities and outcomes between student groups, especially multilingual learners. That's emphasized on page 18 of the attachment 3 and at various other sections within the instructions. This is especially important in the work I'm honored and privileged to do with Elk Grove Unified in welcoming all newcomers and refugees to our district. We know multilingual learners bring many assets that enrich our communities, and it's our moral imperative to provide instruction and opportunities to help them maximize those gifts they bring to our classrooms. These updated amendments will help us achieve this mission, so thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see if we have any other callers on the line.
Well, the caller with the phone number ending in 6845, you're unmuted, and your time starts.
Hi, my name is Patty Chavez from Sobrato Early Academic Language, SEAL. We're a statewide organization partnering with hundreds of schools in California to center English learners and multilingual learners. Thank you so much for your dedication, and specifically today discussing how ELs are enhanced in the LCAP template to reflect the needs of our students, our families, and our schools. I'd like to specifically uplift language in page 21 under section Reflections and Annual Performance, which was highlighted in the presentation and discussion today. Words matter, and we very much appreciate the first three bullets that line out the requirements. I'd like to focus on the sentence right underneath those three bullets, which reads, encourages districts. That word encourage gives the sense that they don't necessarily have to highlight that the actions that they're going to do respond to the need. If we're requiring to identify groups, which is wonderful, we should also require that their actions actually address the needs. It goes hand in hand, and it creates a very holistic and encompassing solution. So we urge you to consider to substitute the word encourage to required, to read as follows. LEAs are required to highlight how they are addressing the identified needs of student groups and or schools within the LCAP as part of the response. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see if we have any other callers on the line.
Phone number ending in 4369. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
Good morning, or is it? Oh, it's afternoon. My name is Sally Fox, and I'm calling from San Diego County. I represent the California Association for Bilingual Education, also known as CABE. I'm also a retired multilingual educator from the San Diego County Office of Education. We appreciate the work that has gone into today's presentation. While we acknowledge that long-term English learners are referenced in various sections of the LCAP, which is important, we request that this numerically significant subgroup be inserted on page 7 of attachment 3 with the language including long-term English learners under the second highlighted descriptor. This would be consistent with the language in the first descriptor on the same page. Thank you very much in advance for your consideration.
Thank you. See if we have any other callers.
All right, next caller is with the phone number ending in 4301. You are now unmuted.
Good morning, Chair Green, Vice Chair Flores, and CPAG members. This is Lindsay Tornatori calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. First, we would like to bring our letter co-authored with ACSA to your attention, which strongly supports the CDE's recommendations for streamlining the LCAP and appreciates the CDE and SBE staff for their inclusive approach in gathering LEA input. Also, we would like to offer our perspective on the LCAP, which we hope you will all consider in your discussion today, and that is California's accountability system is built on the philosophy of differentiation and local control. However, when it comes to the LCAP, LEAs are required to use a one-size-fits-all template that does not always allow LEAs to authentically share their unique stories or needs in the most meaningful or clear manner. And our question to all of you is, in what ways, within the current requirements of the law, could we all work together to help LEAs develop a more clear, more meaningful LCAP that truly achieves the original goal of the document? We thank you for your service. Thank you for considering our perspective.
Good afternoon. Connie Choi with Public Advocates on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. Meaningful community engagement is a core principle mandated by statute that must undergird the entire LCAP process. Reinstituting LCAP highlights in the plan summary will be important to community partners who have difficulty understanding the LCAP's nuanced and technical sections, but want to track how LEAs use LCFF funding to drive continuous improvement. And the intent of this section should be made clear in the instructions. Restoring the instruction, summarizing feedback received by partners will also ensure that engagement activities are not simply boxes to check. Parents and other stakeholders want to see themselves in the document, and this is feedback that we've received since 2013. Educational partners need to be shown that they are heard. Lastly, please also honor the engagement requirement by identifying which community groups were engaged at each equity multiplier school and what contributions they made. While streamlining may be a concern, an online template would be preferable to help with the LCAP length. The Equity Coalition is not comfortable cutting out information.
All right.
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Brian Rivas calling in on behalf of the Education Trust West. We agree with our partners in the LCFF Equity Coalition who wrote to you recently about fulfilling the governor and the legislature's recent changes that clarify that the purpose of the LCAP is to address disparities in student achievement. And in order to do that, we think it's very important that you clearly identify who's being identified in these low levels of achievement. Where are they? So identifying students by group and by school, why they're being identified, so clearly linking the performance level to the indicator on the dashboard, and maybe most importantly, what action is being taken. We offered some recommendations in a recent letter for doing this, but it needs to be done at a glance, or being done in a way that it's easy to see what's being done and whether or not it's working, so that we can fulfill that goal. Thank you.
Our next caller is with the phone number 4270. You are now unmuted and your time begins now.
Good morning, Madam Chair. and members of the committee, Leangela Reed, on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I want to thank CDE and the state board staff, particularly Josh and Sarah, for their incredibly hard work to streamline the LCAP wherever possible statutorily, and for being such good partners with the field in addressing some of these issues. I'd also like to associate myself with the comments by my colleague, Lindsay Tornatori, in that recognizing that we still have work to do, but we want to be partners with you. Small school districts, just within our association, have districts as small as 5 students up to 2499. So I think it's important to recognize that we are a very diverse state, and one size does not fit all. We are first accountable to our communities, and we want a document that fits their needs and their interests. And we look forward to working with you all on that. You're all practitioners. You know that that sometimes we get caught up in developing something that we don't get to the implementation.
60 seconds.
We want to get to the implementation. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for.
All right, our next caller is with the phone number ending in 5596. You are unmuted and your time begins now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of CPAG. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We appreciate very much the department and board staff's work on these important LCAP changes, particularly underscoring one of the biggest changes brought about by statute, and that is to help LEAs show in the LCAP how they are meaningfully addressing disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups. This means reporting on specific, focused actions along 3 dimensions: read by district, read by school, and read by student groups at a school site. This means for LEAs receiving equity multiplier funding that there is clear outline and explanation of the LEA's focused goals, actions, and spending, and stating that these funds must supplement, not supplant, other funding received by LEAs. That is in statute, and it needs to be in the template. This funding is a new addition to LCAP. Lastly, for transparency and ease of
60
use,
seconds.
we recommend that LEAs be required to show how concentration grant.
All right, our next caller is with the phone number ending in 0516. You are now unmuted and your time begins now.
Good afternoon, Noemi Valdez, retired early childhood education director and now with Dial EE. I'd like to appreciate the specific language addressing the long-term English learners. The inclusion of long-term English learners is a significant, important change made to the template and instructions. We appreciate clarifying the language throughout attachment 3, including the note on page 19 describing new numerical significant long-term English learner group, and the language on page 32 specifying that within required actions, if a LEA has 30 or more English learners or 15 or more long-term English learners, the LEA must include actions for both English learners and long-term English learners. As an English learner myself and living in the community of high English learners and specifically a significant number of long-term English learners, I believe that this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, our next caller is with the phone number ending in 7798. You are now unmuted and your time begins now.
My name is Dana Baldwin Moreno, and it is an honor to speak with all of you. I am associated with Californians Together and with CABTE, California Association of Bilingual Teacher Education. I also am a bilingual supervisor of teacher education at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I want to add my appreciation also for the continuous engagement and efforts of staff in discussing the possible edits to the LCAP template and explaining important revisions and improvements. We include the requirement to reduce disparities of opportunities and outcomes between student groups. This requirement is emphasized on page 18 of attachment 3 and at various other sections within the instructions. Thank you again for all of these supports.
All right, our next caller is with the phone number ending in 7704. You are unmuted and your time begins now.
Hello, CPAG members and staff. My name is Sandy Mendoza with Families in Schools. We are a community-based organization in Los Angeles that builds capacity partnership with 3,000 plus LA parents and encourages engagement with the LCAP process. We appreciate the language specifying the requirement for a superintendent to respond in writing to the recommendations of advisory committees. While this language on page 23 or attachment 3 is not new, it has been our experience that many DLAC committees do not receive this response from their superintendent and in turn do not know the status of whether their recommendation will be included in the final LCAP before it goes to the Board of Education for a vote to submit to the county office. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, our next caller is with the phone number ending in 7664. You are now unmuted and your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Sapien, and I'm the Director of Family and Community Engagement in Morgan Hill Unified School District. I am here today representing Californians Together. Thank you for the genuine efforts to address achievement and equity gaps for our English learners and especially our LTEL students. I'm here to call your attention to an incongruence in the language of one of the items in the draft. On page 3031, bullet 2 refers to required metrics for LEAs to monitor the effectiveness of identified actions, but bullet 1 states that LEAs are only encouraged to identify metrics for specific student groups as appropriate, including expected outcomes that address and reduce disparities in outcomes between student groups. In order for the two statements to be congruent, we recommend the wording in bullet 1 be changed from encouraged to identify to required to identify or shall identify, so that it reads LEAs shall identify metrics for student groups, which will then match with the second bullet that requires metrics be identified. In these new LCAP requirements, it is clear that the legislature emphasized the need to close gaps and disparities.
All right, this concludes all public comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Given that there's no other public comment, we'll now open for CPAG member discussion. Go ahead, Judy.
All right. Well, it's hard to know the impact of the changes that Josh has so clearly described in terms of where he started at the beginning, which was in terms of this idea of a comprehensive strategic plan. So many positive changes have been proposed by the CDE to streamline the LCAP, but I think we still have a lot of work to do to get to a place of a better solution for sharing our plans with our local communities. As stated in the letter from the county superintendents and ESSA for this item, we strongly support the revisions that will further streamline and simplify so that educational partners may find the LCAP to be more transparent and accessible. We strongly support the removal of the prompts that are not specifically required in statute and consolidate the LCAP action tables. In addition, as we heard in the public comment from Lindsay Taditor, California is the most diverse state, and yet we're using a one-size-fits-all template. And that doesn't matter if our schools have 9 students, as I have in one of our districts in Shasta County, or hundreds of schools. And when we think about county-operated student programs, again, a very different population. And is there a place for a conversation about templates that may differ depending on the makeup of the LEA? The LCAP cannot be everything to everyone. So I would ask the legislature to provide more direction on the intended audience of the LCAP and make changes to the legislation that reflects this decision. There may also be value in putting, I know Josh shared the idea of moving the goal analysis section, but I wonder about moving that ahead of the new goal, because we're moving into a new 3-year cycle where new goals may be put in place. And is there some benefit to moving the analysis of previous goals ahead of new goals just in sequencing. Also, when we think about the list of mandated metrics that each LCAP needs to address, I wonder about identifying a section that's specific to metrics that could be added before the goals section. And the metrics could list all the metrics that are required in one place rather than having to search through the LCAP in order to find where all of the metrics are located. This would allow LEAs to identify LEAs would be able to identify which goal each metric would correspond to so that that correlation would be obvious to the reader. But it would also increase the readability of the LCAP, giving a clearer picture of the data as a whole for the community. And in addition, as we've spent so much time and work focused on this idea of continuous improvement, having some section that really identifies those metrics that we are showing the idea of progress monitoring throughout the year. What are those pieces? Maybe, Josh, is to your point around focus goals. And when we identify focus goals, what are those ways we are going to monitor progress throughout the year and call that out for our communities as it relates to each particular goal? So those were the ideas I had to share.
Thanks, Judy. Other discussion? Go ahead, Amy.
I forgot what it feels like to be in person. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. I think it was really good to be able to see what parts were taken out and where and why and how. And I really appreciate from the district point of view, there were things that were taken out that, one, are not in statute, so we really don't have to have it, but two is redundancy. And I think that's one of the things that is frustrating to our community when they're looking through it as well. They say, this looks the same as this, this. So we really appreciate that. There's a couple of things that I wanted to just address as well. One of the comments that one of our speakers talked about was the annual performance and encouraging the highlighting of why a certain goal was written based on what you had in your dashboard. I would like to have in consideration the fact that in the goals it says an explanation of why the LEA has developed this goal. So either remove that or remove the highlight. But if you're having it both, again, it becomes a redundant statement unless the requirement would then be just to reference goal number 7, but not speak it all out since we're already saying it in the actual goal. The other thing was one of the items talked about the metrics and how we could have the metrics in 3 different places, that it could be in the action description, in the metrics description, and in the first prompt on the improved and improve or increase services. So the fact that there are 3 different places, my ask would be that you clarify with county offices that are looking at district LCAPs that if this truly is, we get to choose one of the 3 places, that LCAPs are still approved if we choose to only do one of 3 places and not have the thought that it needs to be in all of it. So being very clear on what the actual expectations are versus what we're hearing and then what we get back as feedback from our county offices. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bootsy.
Thank you. I also want to echo what others have said about thanking you for making this document more accessible and I think more relevant. I have a couple of comments on the section that was removed, the summary section that was removed because we were getting tomes of information instead of that brief summary that was expected. I'm wondering if that can be added back in, but maybe with like a word count or character count sort of limitation. I do think it's important that there's some kind of summary at the beginning where parents or others can look and just see like a real snapshot of what's happening. And I think that some folks have used that section that way in the past and might be thrown if they don't have any kind of summary to look at moving forward. The other comment I had was, sorry, I have to scroll through all the pages of this attachment 3 to get down to my highlights here. Again, echoing what one of the callers said about being encouraged rather than required to change actions after 3 years. It seems to me as well that like a requirement, if something's not working, that there should be a requirement, right? And along those same lines, they have the ability to change actions after 1 or 2 years if they'd like to, maybe some language about encouraging changing actions after 1 or 2 years that are proving to be challenges rather than just, you don't have to do it, but it's not working, so you can leave it in there, right? I think the encourage should be along those lines with the 1 to 2 years, with the require with the 3-year actions that are not showing any significant progress. On the list of educational partners to be consulted, might there also be, I know it's not listed in other documents, but a call out of community engagement as well. I know that all of these partners are part of the community, but it seems to leave off, I know in many of the schools that I engage with that there are, like broader community initiatives that are part of what's happening in that school, in that area. So maybe that called out on the list somewhere as a possible partner to consult, maybe not required, but possible. And it's a long document, but it's great. Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sheila Neen.
Thank you. I also have quite a lot of feedback, so I'll try to be very brief with all of these. So my first feedback, and I'm trying to go in the order that you presented. First, I just want to say, Josh, I think you've done a really great job, and I know you're in a difficult position trying to balance like the intent, right, the equity intents with what we have in statutory language. So I just want to say I really appreciate sort of the intentionality. So that being said, I do have some feedback, specifically starting with the piece around moving districts identifying need versus technical assistance. I think having been a school board member, I think when you do that, we're cutting out a vast majority of districts to asking them to be thoughtful about what those needs are in their districts, right? The vast majority of districts are not in technical assistance. And I think it's important for us as school districts, especially if you're on a school board at the governance level, to be really intentional about identifying the needs in your district. Every district has needs. I think Ted can probably echo that, right, with the work you've done in Palo Alto. And it's important for us to be reflective about that and identify it publicly and transparency. So I think I would prefer if it stayed as identified needs and all districts had to respond to that and not just the ones getting TA. Second, I'm concerned about removing the part about summarizing the feedback that you get for the LCAP. I think having sat at the board level and actually being in a district where we didn't get a lot of feedback, so it probably less applied to my district, but I've seen other examples where people are frustrated because they feel like they're not heard by the district. And I don't think that including that is saying we are going to have to respond to everything, right? We don't want to be held to the tyranny of the minority of a vocal minority. But I think it's important to be transparent about this is what some of the community members are saying to us, and we can articulate whether or not we responded, and even articulate why we thought that was not the best approach. The third point is this idea of do we encourage or do we require? I really appreciated your explanation about how there should be a through line with the goals. And I just want to highlight a very specific example from my district and my personal experience. So at the last LCAP revision 3 years ago, I noticed in one of our areas, the actions and services, some of them did not align to the goal, right? And I specifically asked, why are we doing this? It's not aligned to the goal. The director of LCAP came back and said, she's like, we're not required to do that. There's no requirement to align those two. So I really appreciate that change. But I also think, and I just echo a couple of my other colleagues here, is that when you look at the other two areas, and it's earlier when we're talking about LEAs are encouraged to highlight the needs of the lowest student groups, I think we're missing that same opportunity to say, like, this is written in statute, you're supposed to do this. You also should be required to report, reflect on that, report out. And then later on, when we're talking about how they're actually going to measure and reduce gaps, right? I think that we should be able to say you must, or you should do that, as opposed to you're encouraged, because I think the same logic applies. Next, in terms of the metrics, I will just say I appreciate you trying to be thoughtful about being responsive to districts, but I think, sort of echoing what Roddy sort of alluded to earlier, a lot of districts just don't have the internal capacity to think reflectively about how they're going to analyze the effectiveness of their different actions and services. So I think the more we can standardize where you have to articulate that metric and have it in its own space, so that not only internally districts understand that this is the metric we're measuring for this action, but also externally people can understand that as well. I think that will help. And so I actually think it'll end up being confusing if districts get to choose where they put it. And we should have a really clear place about this is the metric and you're going to specifically outline it here. Just three more things, and I apologize. I know I have a lot here. I do think this issue of supplement, not supplant, and it's something that we face with federal funds as well. I think it's important to clearly articulate it someplace, because I've seen too many examples across the state of districts sort of saying, okay, especially districts in declining enrollment, thinking like, oh my God, we have to cut something. Well, let's shift it over to supplemental concentration, and we'll use those dollars for that, right? I think even my district has been guilty of that in the past. So I think it's important to make sure we're articulating that for people. And then just going back to this effectiveness piece, I think that this is probably not with the template, but there really is going to have to be a lot of support externally at the state level, at the local level, at the county level, around how do you define effectiveness and how do you look at it and the metrics you develop. Because most districts, and I come from like a medium-sized district, are not doing that kind of work, right? I think we think about the large districts doing that, but you don't see most districts doing that. And so there's a lot of capacity building that's going to have to happen with that. But I think it's a good thing. And then finally, I just wanted to speak briefly to this idea of like that LCAP template is onerous, right? It's really complicated. It's a tool, right? It's a tool like any tool that you have. And I actually think it's pretty flexible because you're not dictating what the goals are. You're not dictating. The district really can decide what those goals and actions and services are. And it really, I think, I put my district as an example. Like, we bought into it, right? We decided our strategic planning was going to be guided around the template, how we engage our community, how we get input, and that we use it as a tool. And I'm not a board member anymore, but we've used it as a tool to drive our work, right? And so I think, when I started saying how I know you're balancing things, I think it's an effective tool if it's used well, right? And so I think small or big, it can be a useful tool. So I'll wrap it up with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. We'll go Todd, and then did I see another hand? Okay.
Thank you. First, Josh, that was amazing. I'm going to think of you forevermore as the professor of LCAP. That was amazing. Building on a comment that Judy made and one of our callers, I just wanted to ask you specifically, because I spent some time looking for, are there intended audiences? Are there articulated intended audiences for the LCAP? Professor, can you answer the question?
Well, in terms of legislative intent, going back to 2013, when the LCAP was put in place, the initial intent around the plan was kind of twofold. First, it was to provide an accessible planning document that would allow the community, the local community of the school, to be able to see, okay, here's how the plan is going, here's how we're going to address the needs. And if you remember the context that we were in when LCFF was implemented, we were coming out of the era of categorical funding. There were actually 42 different categorical funds that were rolled into LCFF, and so each of those funds had restrictions on it. They could only be used for certain things. So, and you would end up with ridiculous situations like extremely rural schools having thousands of dollars sitting there on the books for public safety that they had no use for and couldn't do anything else with because they were perfectly safe already and didn't need to do anything related to public safety. And so the intent there was to provide LEAs with flexibility around the funds, but as part of that, to provide the public with the ability to look at the plan and say, okay, here are the ways that that the LEA is addressing the identified needs in the state priority areas, and then whether or not they're making progress towards those needs. The second kind of by default, the second of the audiences for the plan would be those county offices or the department who had to review and approve the plans, because there's certain statute that governs what must be in an approvable LCAP, in order for it to be approved, and that applies to school districts and county offices of education. County offices and the department are not allowed to approve an LCAP unless it meets certain requirements, and so there has to be a certain amount of information that's provided in there simply to allow us to meet that requirement, or to allow us to determine that the LEA has met those requirements. But first and foremost, the intended audience of the LCAP was to be the community in which the LEA operated.
Well, thank you. As I expected, that was a very helpful and illuminating answer. And let me just frame my comments. I mean, I think I'm alone among the people on this committee in that I'm not a professional educator. I'm not a educating advocate. I'm just a meddling amateur, as my superintendent likes to remind me. Well-meaning and engaged, but nevertheless, an amateur at education stuff. And I guess I'd say, to the extent that the LCAP, and I address these comments also to the Honorable Dr. Glover Woods, because I think the SBE, I'm directing the comments at you. I realize you don't control a lot of the things that the LCAP's required to do, and so the legislature and the SBE obviously have something to do with this as well. I think it's really failed at addressing the audience that you articulated as audience number one, which I think of myself as a member of, as both a school board member, because both school board members like me are volunteer meddling amateurs. We're not professional educators. We don't spend full time on this. We do this as a volunteer activity. And the document is inaccessible and unwieldy and, frankly, gives the appearance of transparency without the ability to actually comprehend what's going on in the way it sounds like you think the legislature originally intended. I think some of the changes, well, I don't think they make the document worse in this respect, underscore what's going on. So, for instance, getting rid of the highlight section, which obviously highlights, that sounds like something that meddling amateurs ought to glom right onto. But as you pointed out, they'd become a laundry list of this and that. Lots of things would get dumped in there. And so the highlights ended up being, this long, and it wasn't very accessible. But the response was, get rid of it, right? And now there's what do we call it? Annual performance, which strikes me as something that's likely to become a laundry list of items similar to the way highlights was. And then technical assistance, I know that means something specific to all of us in schooldom. To most people like me, technical assistance is who you call when the Wi-Fi doesn't work. So when we see that in the document, it's indicative of the jargon intensity of the document that makes it so impenetrable to outside stakeholders and even parents and even board members who are kind of trying to make their way and try to execute against that legislative intent that you identified. The result, I think, no matter how much you tune it up, is that it's very hard for that audience to hold their school board, their school district accountable for results and progress, which obviously is the reason this whole process exists. It's very useful, I think, for the second audiences that you identified, the county offices and the department, and even the internal staff. I mean, the reflection and the building of the plan is itself an important part of the deliverable of the plan, to actually reflect on these things. But I do think it has failed pretty much at the first thing. Just as an example, and my superintendent will shoot me if he ever hears this. In my district, I looked back while you were talking and looked at the video of our plan, our discussion and approval of our LCAP at last year's, at the end of last year. We spent a total of 15 minutes. 12 of that was staff presentation. 3 was board discussion and voting. And the board discussion consisted primarily of thanking the staff for all the hard work. So that was our board's entire interaction with the LCAP for the year. And I don't think that's different from any prior year. So it's not performing its intended. If the board's not engaged, the community's not engaged. So I just use that as an example. I know there are other districts, and my colleague pointed out that her district has embraced it. I'm sure there are other districts that do get much more feedback and do get much more engaged, but I think there are a lot of districts like mine as well. I think what's needed is not a tune-up of the document, but maybe a supplement to it that addresses specifically the first audience that you talked about. A simpler document focused, as you said, maybe on the focus goals and some performance metrics that people can glom onto. And you might say, gosh, that sounds like what the dashboard is supposed to be, isn't it? On the other hand, the dashboard itself has evolved into basically a 78-item compliance matrix, right? I mean, 13 by 6 with 5 colors, which is itself pretty hard for outsiders or certainly board members to answer questions like, is my district doing a good job? Are we getting better? Are we better than last year or no? I literally don't know how to answer those questions using the dashboard or the LCAP. So I urge you to think about that, and I hope the SBE will think about it as well, because I think there's room to do something that isn't, it's a both and. It's like you've got a document that addresses the needs that you articulated, number 2. We need something different to articulate the needs, to address the needs of number 1. And I think that is something that every district in California and every student in California would benefit if we were to spend some time on doing that in addition to the wonderful work that you're doing here. Thanks for your patience.
Thanks, Todd. Just for a moment of clarification for folks, we're going to break for lunch after this item, so we'll continue a CPAG discussion, and then we'll take lunch. I have Babatunde, then Janelle. Do I have any other CPAG members I'm going to put in the queue? Okay, so Babatunde, Janelle, Gabriella, Tarina. Hold on, let me write them down, because we don't have those cool little Zoom hands anymore. Tarina, they were so helpful. Kelsey. Okay, so who did I forget? I'm so sorry. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go in that order, and of course, if there's discussion after that, and then after that, we'll close this item and go to lunch. So go ahead, Babatunde.
All right, thank you, Josh, for your presentation. I like how Todd called you the professor. I'm going to call you the professor going forward. Just a few different comments I have. One of them is more around just consistency with language. When I asked for that kind of clarification question around the improved and increased and improved services section of the LCAP, I think that sometimes, and it's a little thing, it's like, hey, it says long-term English learners, right? Like in the bottom it said English learners and it excluded long-term on there. I just think just being consistent, if it's going to be on there, I get what you're saying, because I understood it after you said it immediately, but I'm just thinking like if you have 1,000 plus LEAs, et cetera, going through it, I could see them thinking, oh, I don't need to address long-term ELs here, and they move on. So that's just one small piece of feedback. The other one kind of connects with what I think Shilanine and Butsi was sharing around the engaging educational partners section. And I agree with a lot of kind of what Todd just shared about the LCAP in general, and for like a parent to engage, especially as a parent in our state here. The the challenge with removing, in particularly that like summary section of summarizing, for example, the educational partner feedback, is that we're hoping that it'll be done in other portions of the LCAP. What I would suggest is maybe almost like a word count limit, like just so that whoever is writing the LCAP, they know, hey, you only have these many words in this section, because you don't want it to just be so long that it just becomes uncanny to read. It's not a summary or a highlights. It's just a lot of words on a document. I know that like for certain grants, in particularly in a lot of school districts apply for grants all the time, they have word count limits, so it's not something out of the ordinary for them to do that, and it makes it easier to review and analyze. The other part of my feedback, and I think I would argue maybe the most important, is around the goal analysis section in that conversation that I think, Roddy, you brought up in the beginning. And what happens, as we all know, with the LCAP process is you're supposed to do that evaluation of actions and services, and you can't really do it because you're waiting for the California dashboard indicators to come up, and they don't come out until, let's say, November or sometime. So you're trying to do an analysis on data points that you're like almost projecting what they will be. And I love that you stated, Josh, you're encouraging LEAs to really like create these local indicators, utilizing local assessments, et cetera. And so one of the things I would like to encourage is some LEAs even have what we call graduate profiles or learner profiles. There's rubrics, there's performance assessments that they're doing at the ground level, and encouraging a section that honors that in the LCAP template. And I'm not sure how that would look like, but right now, an LEA, it looks like you can do it, right? But making it so it's almost like encouraging it even more, because what's going to happen is, I suspect what Roddy was describing will happen, right? You're going to be in a situation where you're trying to analyze and you're trying to look at just solely the California dashboard indicators, because those are frankly the required ones. However, if there's like a strong encouragement with the LCAP template to say, hey, we really are looking at these things in a way that goes beyond the dashboard. And I would argue the local community, the parents, will be even more engaged with a graduate profile type of look as well, because I think they care about those types of attributes that might not be articulated on our current California dashboard.
Thank you. Janelle?
Thank you so much for your work and your excellent presentation. I can tell that you know this stuff. You know it without your notes, and you probably are dreaming about this every single night. So can't imagine what that life is like, but thank you for your work. I'm going to reiterate some of the comments made by my colleagues. First, I really do appreciate the revisions that have happened that help make this a seamless document. And I find that the wording is, generally speaking, more precise, and the directions are a little bit more clear. So appreciated, I'm sure, by districts. I do agree that for our student groups that are not achieving, that it cannot be an option to simply encourage districts. It must be a must because it is urgent. As well, I thank you for the attention you've given to our LATELs, our long-term English learners. And I would reiterate the request, again, that it not be, that it is, that the plan for our long-term English learners is reiterated throughout the entire document wherever English learners come up. It is an urgent situation, and it calls for us to be reminded of that continually as we're writing goals for English learners as almost a separate group. And then speaking of groups, I do encourage the committee or whoever's going to go through this document to maybe do a search and find for word consistency. I was under the understanding we were not using subgroups anymore. but I did see that appear in the direction, so we want to be consistent with that as well. And then finally, when we're talking about goals, I think there's some benefit to having clearer, more exact goals when we can use a term like SMART goals. So when we talk about focus goals, I'm afraid that they will still be broad and maybe not measurable. So I might encourage the addition of focus SMART goals because that measurable piece and time-bound piece are very important. And let's see, finally, just to reiterate the conversation that happened about the dashboard and the need for districts to be on top of real-time data, I really think that that is important for mobilizing change and improvement. And so I think that there is some benefit to being able to use formative assessment data, common assessment data, even if the districts are using MAP or anything like that, and to be continually looking at the growth, because that will inform the colors on the dashboard. Now, I know that we have a presentation coming up about the dashboard and some of the revisions. So when we're talking about the effectiveness, and if measures have not been effective for 3 years, and we're looking at the dashboard, just in thinking of what's coming up when we look at a growth model, we may still have districts that are in the red for certain student groups. However, it might be that their growth is very significant. So I think we have to be mindful that just because it is in the red, if after 3 years we see that there's been great growth, that maybe it's not as effective as we would like it to be, but that doesn't by default make it ineffective either. So I think that that kind of sums up my comments, except for one more thing. When we're looking at the schools identified, and there needs to be a list of the schools and the support for schools that are in need of comprehensive support and improvement, I would advocate that there can be some sort of a table that is inserted so that districts know exactly how they are to list the schools and what information they need to provide. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Janelle. Gabriella?
Okay, just as my colleagues have said, I thank you, Josh, for this presentation. Having written for 6 straight years the LCAP, I could greatly appreciate all the work that's been done to streamline the work. Especially, I think you mentioned including some hyperlinks under the instructions. I think that will shorten the document a lot, and then eliminating a lot of the redundancy. I know several of my colleagues have mentioned eliminating the whole highlights piece, but it is my experience that a lot of districts, what they do is they create their own infographics to sort of create a synopsis for parents, so they're, if they're not able to read the 200 or whatever 300-page document, that they're able to see that in their own highlights. So just something to think about. I do want to just, I really love the fact that we are delineating the LTELs now, because it's always been, when you think about English learners, right, we focus a lot on our students who are making the progress, but not on those that are sort of stuck. So I'm glad that we're including that piece and making that a requirement, as well as including the technical assistance. And I know a lot of the districts will be in that category for special ed. So it's great that that's going to be now coming to the surface, and that'll be aligned with all of the work that the school districts are doing. The changing of the goal analysis after measuring and reporting results, I think it's wonderful, only because when you think about the way instruction works at the school district, right, it's that cycle of continuous improvement, the plan, do, study, act, and I think that follows that model, and it'll allow school districts and all the work that the instructional teams are doing to think it through a lot clearer by having the analysis after the results. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tarina?
Thank you again, Josh. I promise I won't have anything that you won't know the answer to this time. But, just to remember just why we are all here and why this has been created, right, is because we want to make sure that learning is equitable for those student groups, right? And I appreciate the English language learners, but then for the low income, it seems like everybody else is going to be grouped underneath there when there's very specific subgroups within that, like homelessness, right? Because we say foster youth, but homelessness is also a huge piece, and so things might need to be very different for those students. So because we want to make sure that everyone has access. So is there a list since we have those separate groups, like what goes under low income, we automatically assume that homeless will go under there, but there's also some other student groups, and are those highlighted within there, within those groups. And then with what Judy said was making it look different for different schools, right? So even though DAS schools fall underneath charter schools, DAS schools do look a little bit different than everyone else, and it seems like we are still, it doesn't level the playing field for us because our students are completely different than everyone else's. So then it's like we're trying to force something into something that doesn't work for us, and we never hit the dashboard, right? And so our students and our parents and our community don't know how effective we are and who we're capturing. So I think we make it very easy for other school districts, but then it becomes very difficult for charter schools overall to then play the field with everyone else without being punished. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So a few observations. One is I noticed that we rely a lot on instructions to guide our leaders to include requirements and really important elements in their LCAP responses. And I'm thinking about the amount of turnover in district staff and the potential administrative burden on having to go back and look at instruction. So that's one thing that occurred to me in reviewing this is how can we make it easier for those who are filling out the form to know exactly what needs to go in there? So one idea, and I'm sure the state has explored this, but it does seem like we have sort of shifting to some kind of online version of the template, maybe, and I'm less familiar with the e-template, that remains accessible but can auto-populate fields so that for districts that are not in DA, those questions don't even come up for them, or that don't have CSI schools, so that in any kind of way that we can make this form allow our leaders to really focus on what's most important in their planning and their review of data and their focus on student groups. So that's one point I wanted to make. The second is because our research and with leaders has led us to believe that we really do need to attend to administrative burden and responding to different planning and reporting requirements. I'm reluctant to suggest adding anything back in, but it does seem like a useful exercise to at least have the focus goals as part of a plan highlights in the beginning of the document. And I wonder if we were to add that back in or not go with that proposed change to eliminate plan highlights. And I love my colleague Bootsy's suggestion around some kind of character limit for that field. I wonder about the utility of the general description of the LEA as a field that we require our leaders to fill out. So wondered if that might be another place to streamline. My last point is around considering some kind of, and again, maybe this has already been done, a review of LCAPs and how our leaders are responding to particular questions and where we see gaps in the responses, where they are not meeting the intent of the question. So if we are seeing really long responses that are at odds with our goals for transparency or focusing on particular student groups, where are we seeing those problem areas in the LCAP in the responses that we're getting? And related to that, where are we seeing questions that are not particularly applicable to certain LEAs in our state, are not as meaningful? And I think that goes back to some of the comments that we heard from our callers around not having a one-size-fits-all. So are there questions that really don't make sense for all of our LEAs? And then finally, a review of how the LCAP relates to other planning documents. So I think not just reviewing the LCAP in isolation, but where are we asking for this same information from our LEA leaders in other planning and reporting requirements to make sure that we're really streamlining what we're asking from our leaders.
Thank you, Kelsey. Diane?
Okay, if I got this right, I'm the holdup for lunch. Is that true?
No, I'll go around one more time. Sheilanine wants to add something, and then I'll look to make sure. And then we're going to go over to Ron. Okay, wait. Since you did it, Diane, let me see. Okay, so we got Diane, Sheilanine. We're going to go Ron, and then we're going to go back.
I'm going to make this short because, first of all, I think you've heard very much what I want to say from just about, we're all saying very similar things. Thank you. Good job. A lot of work. Got that. But I do think Todd hit the nail on the head when he said this is unintelligible to someone who's not in education. It just isn't. It's hard for educators to figure out what you're asking. And so if you're going to pass it out to a general public and expect them to even understand it, it's a heavy ask. And I don't know a good fix for that because I think it serves a very real purpose in the form that it is. It does inform educators and policymakers and those sorts of people as to what's going on. I'd like to suggest that we do go back to this idea of some kind of a highlight or a summary statement. But I kind of want to define what that summary statement is. And I'm kind of thinking maybe more like a cover letter type of a thing to your idea to Todd's idea of a supplement, so that it's part of the document, but it's not part of the meat of the document. It's coming at the front. And I've done so many WASC things. I keep thinking WASC, but I'm going, why couldn't we put in there something like requiring 3 things that we did really great this year and we're really proud of and we're making good progress, and 3 things we really want to focus on fixing, and make that a requirement. So you're limited to the number of things we're talking about. They can't just go off forever and ever and ever. You could do a character count on it if you wanted to, but it helps. I think it would also serve as a focus point for the staff. They go through and fill out all this massive form and get lost in the mud sometimes of what they really need to focus on. So if we were asking them to give a limited number of things that you can brag about, you really did great this year, you made lots of progress on, in normal English. Don't ask for goals, don't ask for what are 3 things you did well? And then what are 3 things that you really know that you really need to work on and we're going to focus on for the next couple of years? I think it would help on both levels. It would make it more intelligible to the non-educators, and it would focus the staff on kind of make them say, oh, these are the really important things, and these are also runs. My other piece that I'm concerned about has to do with this whole thing, back to what Roddy brought up about the assessments and evaluation and all that sort of thing. I deal with charters, and we have a real problem sometimes with county office of eds and districts offices not happy with the assessments we've chosen. How's that for? I'll put it that way. And even if they're really, really good, like NWA map stuff or whatever, they still come back and say, well, but your dashboard. Well, but your dashboard. Well, but your dashboard. And it would really help. I understand that part of, if you're going to say you have 3-year progress, you can't rely on the dashboard. It's too lagged data. You want something else. But in order for these things to be approved from the charter side of the equation, they have to agree with what assessments we chose, right? So if there would be a statement somewhere in there saying something along that the expectation is that you would have these other alternative assessments or alternative measures, or that you would develop something that measures whatever it is that your goal is. If it was worded in there as an expectation rather than just assuming, would be wonderfully helpful in my world.
Thank you, Diane. Sheilanine?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back to something that Tarina said, talking about the student groups. I think that it would be really good. I don't know how you would do it, but really, and I don't think you need another laundry list, but I think there needs to be an articulation of the student groups that we're talking about, because yes, we get extra money for 3 unduplicated student groups, and we should, I think, because the state recognizes that those student groups need additional support, districts should be doing action services towards that. But we have all the other racial and ethnic student groups, right? And so when I hear too often like districts saying, oh, I can't have an action and services for African American students because they're not one of the unduplicated counts, it's really important to figure out how we can articulate. I would even suggest to the LCAP template that it's the responsibility of the district to speak to all the student groups that they have and how they serve them. And it's okay to be writing to different student groups, even ones that are not on that 13 list, right? Like, I'll give you an example because some of you know I do English learner work, right? You know, a district could say, oh my God, we have a lot of secondary newcomer students who are coming in who have interrupted formal education. We're going to do special things just for them. It's not just all English learners, but so I don't know how you would do it, but I think that needs to be articulated somehow, because especially with all the what's happening politically and people trying to push back against equity, it's really important for people to understand the leeway they have and the responsibility they have to meet the needs of all their student groups.
Thank you. Ron?
Thank you. Pardon me. Originally, as I was sitting here, as often happens, as I'm wondering and wandering in my mind, my colleagues do a fantastic job of answering the questions that I have before I get to them. When we are talking about LCAP, though, every time a should becomes a must, it does take away just a little bit of that local control piece. But then when I hear, like Sheila was talking about, that some of the goals that are being, or some of the metrics that are being used, or some of the tools that are being used in certain districts are not even aligned necessarily with their goals, that's a shame. And it does need to become a must in those situations. The biggest piece is the accountability. And just to echo what my colleagues have said, because we're not a voting body, and just to make sure that it's understood as a near consensus, a simpler summary for parents for that first audience that we're talking about, I think absolutely is a must.
Thank you, Ron. Roddy?
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues as well, because I think it's a really important point, particularly it came from Judy and Todd and AXA and others, and this just to provide some vision, perspective, and spirit for what we're trying to achieve with the LCAP. I'm a superintendent in a small district. We started 3 weeks ago. The sun is shining. It was smooth. We got a football game tonight. And I just even had a conversation that it feels like we're in normal, whatever that is now. And I think that is generating a lot of energy in our community as we think about, okay, what now? What's our strategic plan going to look like? I see communities all around us that are engaging in strategic plans, building graduate profiles because we're focusing on the whole child. And that's generated a lot of authentic energy and authentic engagement from our community. And then when I talk to the board and my staff is, well, how are we going to codify this? Is this in a strategic plan, or is this something that we can do in our LCAP? What I'm concerned is, how do we capture the nuance, the color, the spirit, and the direction of where we want to go as an organization in this document? So I know we're tinkering towards utopia. This is a ton of work, 100%. And I'm almost wondering, is it time to blow it up and provide that flexibility so that we can capture the unique quality of our organization, and so that the community can feel like they own that document, not even buy in, but just to own the thing for themselves. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Bootsy?
Thank you. I didn't say earlier, but I wanted to say that I really love the inclusion of some of the equity language that has entered this document, and I appreciate that. I think we still can go a little bit further, as Tarina said, like really being able to call out those groups. But one thing that I'm wondering, and I'm just hearing people say, is like, how do we get technology to help us with this, right? Whether it is adding buttons that say like NA, and then when you click it, there's a whole list of criteria why this might not apply to you, right? Or adding buttons that say student groups, for example, and then you click it and you see all kinds of examples of student groups that you could address. I mean, it just feels like we are in a place where, or even at the summary part, where we could go through and tag the document with like important thing, you want to highlight these things, tag this a number 1, tag that a number 2. You know, there's software that we use just regularly that does this stuff. I mean, we could have ChatGPT, for heaven's sake, go through and pull out the summary. You know what I mean? It's like we're there technologically to be able to do some of the things that we're talking about to make it more accessible, more easy to fill out, more easy to understand what's in there for different kinds of groups of people who are looking for different kinds of information. And I'm just wondering, you know, what that would take, what the lift would be in order to get more technology embedded in this process.
Thank you, Bootsy. Okay. Seeing no more discussion, I want to thank CDE staff. Josh, I know there's also a huge, lots of folks behind you that help with this process, so we appreciate you, the staff at CDE. Also appreciate all the folks who spoke today. This will conclude item 1. Before we conclude, I just have to say I echo the comments around support for LEAs and understanding how to measure effectiveness. I think if we can support folks and understanding how to do that, it will help change the game. I also know that you can't change this, but the mid-year update, especially because it has to go to board, really stops an authentic continuous improvement process and forces districts to have staff to hire to run the process of the LCAP, which takes away resources from kids. I know you can't control that. But again, I want to thank all of my CPAG members' comments. This will conclude item 1. We have lunch ready. So we're going to break for lunch. We're going to do about 20 minutes. So you can keep eating once we start number 2, okay? But make sure you use the restroom, you grab your lunch. We'll be back in 20 minutes. So that's 1:30, and then we'll dive into item 2. So thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming back together. We're going to start with a roll call to establish a quorum.
All right. Thank you. Melanie Green.
Here.
Judy Flores.
Here.
Ronald Anaya.
Here.
Bootsy Battle Holt.
Here.
Diane Grotjohn.
Here.
Serena Small.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Mia Cooper.
Here.
Roddy Boonchoy.
Here.
Sheilanine Cruz Gonzalez. Babatunde Ilori.
Here.
Gabriella Tavidian.
Here.
Amy Nguyen Hernandez.
Here.
Todd Collins.
Here.
Kelsey Crossan.
Here.
Samara Palco.
Here.
Sheilanine Cruz Gonzalez.
Here.
Thank you so much. We are excited to move into agenda item number 2. It's an update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system, action to implement the 2023 dashboard work plan, and ESSA amendments and updates on continuing work for future dashboards. This item will be presented by Cindy Kazanis and Kimberly Mudhank from the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division in CDE, with other staff supporting throughout the item. So, Kim, take it away.
Lead you through with, oh, there we go, multiple staff members today from the AMAR division to be able to share with you the accountability work plan updates for 2023. We have, starting off, we'll walk you through the college career indicator updates, specifically an update on new career measures that we have been exploring throughout the year, as well as a recommendation to remove non-registered pre-apprenticeships from the indicator in the 2023-24 school year. Additionally, we'll provide an update on the graduation rate indicator and the multi-year extended rate graduation rate. We'll then be able to walk through suggestions on modifying the chronic absenteeism indicator by adding a link to DataQuest. We'll walk through what we've worked on for the student level growth model and the explorations and prototypes of the information we've been working on with ETS and our partners in the assessments division. And then we will conclude the afternoon by walking through the completion of the English Learner Progress Indicator, or ELPI, specifically with activities that you guys will go through in providing direct feedback on our change cut points, the color scheme for the 5x5 for the ELPI, as well as the incorporation of the summative alternate LPAC into this indicator. We'll finish up by walking through our plans to align the dashboard with additional data, address data quality and participation issues in a uniform way throughout the dashboard, And then we will sum up everything today, hopefully very soon, with differentiated assistance criteria for 2023 as we walk through and look forward to those assistance determinations happening with the release of the dashboard on December 15th of this year. So without further ado, let me introduce my colleague Betty Mura to walk you through the College Career Indicator.
Okay, thank you so much, Kim. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Betty Mura, and as Kim mentioned, I am staff at part of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Okay, so we are bringing one of our high school indicators before you today. And we are bringing this before you because we've been working on developing out or expanding out this indicator, especially on the career side, based on the request from the state board. And so I do have two questions for you at the very, very end of my presentation, definitely for your feedback. So we're going to start off with just some foundational information. What is the College and Career Indicator, or the CCI? As you can see here on the slide, it says it measures how well districts and schools are preparing its graduates for college and career. There are currently 6 college measures and 5 career measures. If you know anything about the CCI, you know that there are 3 levels to it. There's a prepared, approaching prepared, and not prepared. The calculation of the indicator itself is based on the percent of students who are prepared. So it's a percent prepared calculation. Now, as we move forward, one thing you may want to keep in mind is that students do not receive their own CCI status. Rather, this indicator is to determine how well schools and LEAs are preparing their students when they leave high school, so that students have the ability to pursue a post-secondary path. And this was something that was discussed by the state board at their CCI study session back in 2019. And then finally, the CCI model has been built so that we can add in new measures as they are appropriate, and then we can also remove measures as they become obsolete. Okay, so you're probably wondering which students are included in this indicator. So it's the same set of students that are in your graduation rate indicator. So for the dashboard, as you may know, we use a combined 4- and 5-year graduation rate. So I have here an example of what that calculation is. This is taken from what we use for the 2022 dashboard. So we have the 4-year cohort students, so that would have been the class of 2022, plus any 5th-year grads from the prior cohort. So it would have been the 5th-year graduates from the class of 2021. And those students are included in both the numerator and the denominator of that rate. So I do want to mention that because the CCI is based on the graduation rate cohort, we do look at 5 years worth of data to see what the students accomplished during their time in high school. So for example, if a student completed and graduated in 4 years, then we look at all 4 years of data for that student to see what they accomplished and which measures they may have met within the CCI. If a student graduated in 5 years, we look at the last 5 years of data for that student. Okay, so as Kim mentioned, we did bring forth to the March State Board our work plan. And for the CCI, we presented that we were going to be exploring inclusion of 4 new measures. As you can see here, they're internship, student-led enterprise, simulated work-based learning, and ASVAB, or the military entrance exam. We also informed the board that we were continuing the exploration of 2 new measures, civic engagement, as well as industry certifications. And then finally, for our last piece, we also presented that we will be reviewing current existing CCI measures to look to see if any adjustments are needed. Okay, so first off, we're going to review the potential inclusion of 4 new career measures. So before we dive in, I did want to note that typically we usually take a look at 2 years of data to see whether that data collection was valid, to see any patterns to the data, and then begin the evaluation of whether or not that particular item should be included in the dashboard. So in developing these new career measures for the CCI, we worked very closely with the CCI work group, the Alternative Schools Task Force. We also received feedback from CPAG, as well as a technical design group. And we developed and defined these new career measures. We also collected so far 2 years of data for these measures. And then at this point, we usually begin asking the groups whether you would like to, whether if any of the measures should be included in the CCI, whether they should be excluded, and then if they should be included, what the preparedness criteria should be. What would be prepared and what would be approaching prepared for graduates. So we do have 2 years of data collected now for the 4 measures that I mentioned earlier. And as you can see from this chart, the first year of data collection was in the 2020-21 school year. Now for the first row for ASVAB, you'll see that we actually have 3 years worth of data. And that is because in the first year of data collection, LEAs were allowed to submit in 2 years of ASVAB results to us. So for ASVAB, we actually have 3 years, the 1920, 2021, and 21-22. For the remaining 3 measures, we have 2 years of data, 2021 and 21-22. So the first thing that my colleagues, the programming colleagues, the dashboard programming colleagues did was just look at straight statewide completion counts. How many of the students completed any of the 4 measures? And this could be students in any grades. So a student could have completed an internship in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, or 12th grade. The only difference would be for ASVAB in that only captures students in grades 10, 11, and 12 because the military does not allow for that particular assessment to be administered to students in grade 9. So as you can see here with this data, our first data collection in 2021 were fairly smaller counts compared to the following year in 2021-22. We suspect that it is because that 2021 year, schools were still, we were all still in the pandemic, and schools and LEAs were facing still many challenges at that time, and they continue to do so today. However, as I mentioned earlier, the CCI is based on the graduation rate data. And so therefore, we then looked at straight counts based on using the cohort data. So from here on out, you will see data for the class of 2022, for the 4-year cohort, as well as how 5th-year graduates did from the class of 2021, disaggregated by graduates and non-graduates. Okay, so for the class of 2022, for internship completion, we see the same patterns that we saw before. So in the first year of data collection for 2021, we have roughly 2,900 students completing internships, whereas we do see an uptick in this data the following year in 21-22 with roughly 8,700 students completing. We did note at the bottom that the total number of students in the class of 2022 was roughly 500,000. So when you take the total number of students who completed this measure, it's roughly a little over 2% of the class of 2022 students completing this measure. For student-led enterprise, for the first year of data collection, about 1,600 students completed. Following year, we see a little uptick to 2,200 students. This represents about less than 1% of students in the class of 2022 completing this measure. This one was a little bit interesting. For simulated work-based learning, we see a flip in the data. So for the first year of data collection, we see 7,200 students completing, whereas in the following year, in 21-22, it actually decreases down to 4,500 students. And then finally for ASVAB, we do see in the first year of data that LEAs could submit to us, 1,500 students taking this exam, followed by a sharp decline in the following year in 2021 to roughly 300 students, and then going back up to roughly 1,500 students. For the fifth year graduates, we see even smaller numbers. And pretty much the same patterns here where we see in the 2021 school year, where that is really right in the middle of the pandemic, smaller numbers with small upticks in the data in the following year in 21-22. So usually by this time, we begin asking our educational partners whether or not we should move forward with including any of these measures in the CCI, excluding them, what the prepared or approaching prepared criteria should be. But because the data that we saw and the data that we collected was primarily occurring during the pandemic, what we ended up asking them was whether we should wait and collect another year's worth of data, which is the data that's being collected right now from LEAs, the 22-23 data. Wait until we analyze that data before we make that judgment call of whether or not any of these measures should be included in the CCI. And then the note here is, and I think I saw a lot of you nodding your heads, you are aware that that 22-23 data is being collected right now. And LEAs have to certify their data by the close of business today, August 25th. Okay, so when we brought this question to the technical design group, their recommendation was to wait and review another year's worth of data, the 22-23 data, especially just due to just overall small n sizes across the board. The CCI work group recommended to also wait. They very much stressed that, of all the challenges that schools have been facing, teacher shortages, staff shortages, the need to rebuild the relationships with industries and businesses, especially since students have not been within their spaces during that time. They also stressed that it wasn't appropriate for us to be reviewing and analyzing prior year data, especially data during COVID years, and that we should rather be reviewing and looking at data that's now that reflects the current conditions of LEAs in schools. And then finally, the CCI work group also recommended that perhaps we should look at the data collection guidance and definitions to ensure that we understand, that LEAs understand better the data that they are submitting to CalPADS. Okay, so the second topic that we brought to the state board, of course, was on civic engagement and industry certifications. So back in September of 2020, the state board did direct us to determine how to incorporate civic engagement into the CCI. And so since that time, our colleagues in the Education, Excellence, and Equity Division convened a civic engagement work group, and we were able to meet several times with this work group. We also met with the CCI work group and the technical design group on how this incorporation of the civic engagement could occur for the CCI and what types of data we should collect. And then for industry certifications for the past several years, we've been working closely with our colleagues in the Career and College Transition Division to explore how we can begin developing out this measure, and we've also received feedback from LEAs as well. So what are our next steps for these two items? Well, in our 2024 work plan, we will continue to support and monitor how we can begin our first student-level data collection for the State Seal of Civic Engagement. We will also continue to explore all of our options for developing out an industry certification measure for the CCI. Okay, and then our final and third topic is on current CCI measures. So This here shows the list of our measures that the State Board has approved for the CCI. As I mentioned earlier, we have 6 college measures and 5 career measures. And we decided that we should ask how the current CCI measures were being implemented, especially since in light of the pandemic, and especially with all the feedback that we have been getting from LEAs. And of course, the goal of this was to determine if we needed to make any definition changes or if any more significant changes should occur. The feedback that we received from practitioners was on pre-apprenticeships, and specifically on non-registered pre-apprenticeships. So as background, in September of 2020, the State Board approved 2 types of pre-apprenticeships for the CCI. One is registered pre-apprenticeships, one is non-registered pre-apprenticeships. So, and when they approved the pre-apprenticeships, they also approved the preparedness criteria for these measures, especially for DAS schools and non-DAS schools. So pretty much when DAS schools or non-DAS schools, when the students in DAS schools or non-DAS schools complete a registered pre-apprenticeship, they're automatically placed in prepared. However, for non-registered pre-apprenticeships, for non-DAS schools, students also have to complete a CTE pathway. And then for non-registered pre-apprenticeships in DAS schools, students also have to complete at least 1 semester or 2 quarters or 2 trimesters of a CT course with a C- or better. Now, when pre-apprenticeships were approved for the CCI, this was still fairly new. And there was brand new state law in 2019, shortly before it, that allowed the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, so not the CDE, but a completely different state agency, the California Department of Industrial Relations, would recognize these pre-apprenticeships that have formal agreements with existing apprenticeship programs. And so the goal is that once a student completes a pre-apprenticeship at a high school, then they are ready to enter into an apprenticeship program, an existing apprenticeship program. So that's the main difference between the two. With also, I believe that for pre-apprenticeships, or registered pre-apprenticeships, we also know that students receive a certificate at the end. So since the time that we've included pre-apprenticeships into the CCI, it's been several years now. The process of registering pre-apprenticeships has been fully in place. And so we've heard from practitioners that perhaps now is the time to start moving away from non-registered pre-apprenticeships. And the feedback that they provided was because there's really no clear metrics to identify what occurs in these programs. And because it is not validated by the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, there's really no accountability as to what happens in these programs. But of course, before we removed anything away from the CCI, we did want to take a look at the data. And this is what we found with the data. So in the 1920 year, which was our first data collection for this, we saw about 2,400 students completing a non-registered pre-apprenticeship. However, in the following 2 years, we do see a sharp decline. And what was really striking was that there are no students completing a non-registered pre-apprenticeship anymore in DAS schools. And that was one part that we were very much concerned with because, with all that has been happening with DAS schools, especially with the federal U.S. Department of Education taking away the use of our modified methods for DAS schools for accountability. We were very concerned about removing this for DAS schools, especially since there was a separate criteria for these schools. However, we do see that there are no students who have completed this measure for the past couple of years. So our educational partner feedback on non-registered pre-apprenticeships, the CCI work group did recommend that we do remove this measure from the CCI. However, they did state that they would like for the CDE to provide guidance to LEAs who are still implementing these non-registered programs to registered pre-apprenticeship programs so that they can continue to receive credit on the CCI. And then our technical design group recommended that, and I'm sorry, this is an error here, this should actually say 22-23 data. So they recommended that we look at the 22-23 data first, especially given, we had some numbers in earlier on, but then it declined. And so they wanted to see what the 22-23 data would show for this measure. So what is our next steps for this? Well, if the state board approves at this coming September meeting that the non-registered pre-apprenticeship measure should be removed, then our recommendation would be that this not take place with the 2023 dashboard, but that we would wait until the 2024 dashboard. So that will give us, for the 23-24 school year, that will give us time to announce this change to LEAs. We can provide support, and when I say we, it's really my colleagues in the Career and College Transition Division. They stand ready to provide support to LEAs that are currently operating non-registered pre-apprenticeships. And then it would also allow LEAs time to make this change as well. So I am finally at the stage of my questions. And Melanie, I'm actually looking at you. I don't know if I should ask these questions or if I should stop and see if there are any questions from the group.
I think we can ask the questions, and if folks have a question that's more clarifying as we discuss, that's fine. But
All right. So the two questions that I have for you today is, do you have any concerns if we wait until the 22-23 data are available to analyze the 4 new career measures? So that was the ASVAB, internship, student-led enterprise, simulated work-based learning. We will not move forward with those measures until we look at the current data collection before we determine if any of those measures should be included in the CCI. And then my second question for you is, do you have any concerns about removing the non-registered pre-apprenticeship measure from the CCI?
Diane?
Hello,
Diane.
Hi. First of all, for my personal opinion, yeah, waiting until you have some data on the 4 new ones makes sense. I've got real mixed feelings about the removal of the non-registered pre-apprenticeships. I understand the challenges. I don't understand, how do I want to say this right? The fact that nobody is currently using them, very, very few, means that I don't understand why that's driving taking it off. Because if it was there, we've had a couple of years of strange things going on. I could see how a school might say, hey, I want to create this apprenticeship program for something that doesn't exist in the formal apprenticeship plan. I'm not sure what example to give, but something. And this closes that door. It means that the school can't do that. The fact that nobody is using it doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, mean that we get rid of it. I see where that's going from your end, but I'm like, it bothers me a little bit, and in that it's not leaving an option open for schools that want to be very creative with how they're doing things, or in very unique communities where some kind of a special pre-apprenticeship would make sense for them. Mm-hmm. I'm not quite sure I'm comfortable with removing it when we fought so hard to get it in, right? So it was a lot of work on the front end, setting it up and making sure it would work, and you've got these extra little requirements to make it viable, and then down to just say, nobody's using it, so we're going to drop it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's we definitely did not show the data, especially with the zero for DAS schools, and, are recommending that we should remove it because we're seeing the zeros. Definitely do not take that. We were concerned, because we had received feedback that non-registered pre-apprenticeships, we should really be moving away from them because they are not being validated by this division of apprenticeship standards by a completely separate state agency. I mean, that I think is, the gold star standard is what I'm understanding. I don't have a CT background, so I can't say, I can't speak to it as well as I should, but that's my understanding of it. And so therefore, when we heard from practitioners and we heard from our colleagues in the Career and College Transition Division that perhaps we should step away from this, we definitely wanted to run the data first. We don't want to take away anything from schools, just like you were saying, Diane. We don't want to take anything away from schools because we know that schools have been putting a lot of time and effort and money into developing out these programs. However, we were reassured, though, when we saw that there were not a lot of students participating in these programs anymore. Oh, my apologies. And perhaps, I'll just leave that alone. And perhaps, we were a little bit reassured by seeing, like for instance, the DAS schools, the zero numbers. But the start of this conversation was not because we were seeing the zero numbers. The start of it is because we are hearing from career tech folks that, again, the registered pre-apprenticeships, that linkage that occurs between a registered pre-apprenticeship program to an existing pre-apprenticeship program that really leads then to a career for a student was again, the gold star standard. So that's where
this isn't a hill I'm going to die on. It's not that big of a thing, except that I just am a little concerned every time. I mean, there was a lot of work on the front end to make this so it was at least viable. And like I said, I could see how a school might say, hey, this might solve a problem for us. Mm-hmm. And if we remove it, we've closed that door for them. Mm-hmm. So I'm mildly concerned, but like I said, I just want it out there.
Yes. Thank you.
Other thoughts? Kelsey?
So I also agree it makes sense to have the data, to wait for data in order to run the analyses. I do wonder, when you refer to those analyses, what does that entail? So, and in particular, does it entail analyses around the degree to which these measures are predictive of success in college and career? Do we have the data in the state to run those types of analyses? So that's one question I have.
Yes, no, these are just completion data, especially since we knew that the first years of data that we were collecting was during the pandemic. And so we felt like we should look to see the number of students who are actually completing this first before we looked at any other data. Did we collect other data from LEAs? Yes, we did. For instance, for internships and for student-led enterprise and simulated work-based learning, we collected the number of hours that a student spent outside of the classroom for these career activities. For internships, we also collected the employer's evaluation of the student because we had read in research that employer evaluation of interns was a strong predictor of student success once they continue on into a career. So we did collect other pieces of data. However, especially given the feedback that we got from the CCI work group, and we also realized that with small numbers, it just didn't seem like we should be looking at the value of whether or not a student is prepared, approaching prepared, any predictive value to it when the completion numbers are fairly small to begin with. So yeah.
Thanks. That makes sense. I guess I was thinking more about what the future analyses might be. So
yes.
And then my second question is really a point of curiosity around the inclusion of SBAC scores as a CCI measure when it's already in part of the accountabilities. Yeah. So I'm wondering about that use in other states or just the thinking around that.
So if memory recalls, it's been a while for me, but the CCI, so initially the academic indicator was just a grades 3 through 8 indicator. So when we brought forth all of these state indicators to the state board, when we were rolling out the dashboard, grade 11 was not part of the academic indicators. And so therefore we captured that grade 11 aspect scores into the CCI. But then as we move forward, we then, I believe it was the U.S. Department of Education, where we received, word that we needed to include grade 11. So therefore, that's why you see it in both indicators as of this time.
Go ahead, Roddy.
I have a very basic question that gets to the heart of how we make decisions about including or removing and so forth. And that is, do we have a concrete definition of college and career readiness for the state of California?
No, we do not. We do not.
I think that just raises some questions about how do we choose indicators and what are we aligning those indicators to inform these decisions?
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Okay. Thank you so much. I know you keep looking at me like she's about to ask me a question.
No.
So I'm looking at, because I clicked on the measures of career readiness, right?
Sorry.
So, no, it's okay. So I'm just confused. So prepared, right? It says, you can complete this, you can complete that, non-registered, right? And then it says state and federal jobs, right? Job programs such as Youth Build, Job Corps, CCC. But then it says, because there's an asterisk, and then it says, and complete 1 to 2 semesters of a CTE course. But then, and so that's how you are prepared, correct? So not only do they have to complete a Job Corps and pre-apprenticeship program, they also need to complete a CTE course. That's what it seems like to say that they're prepared, but they only get approaching prepared if they complete a pre-apprenticeship program through one of those programs, and they're completing over 800 hours in that, and doing a work-based learning for 6 to 8 weeks, all of those things that go along with it. So I don't understand the additional piece when it's not comparable to a traditional high school CTE course. And when those students are also then being placed directly into the workforce after completing those programs, they have already met those requirements. They've met OSHA requirements. They've got a state certification, right, from the state of California as being a certified nursing assistant, but then they're still not prepared because they did not complete this, it says, and complete this CTE courses.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry. Are you looking at this slide that I have in front of you right now?
Well, I just went because I wanted to see exactly what registered pre-apprentice, non-registered, so I'm on a whole different form.
On a whole different, a link, okay.
Yes, because I wanted to be clear on what my question should be. So it just seems in addition to is putting those students at a different standard than you would say a traditional student that was in a traditional high school that would not be working directly with the union or getting those state certifications. And and these are our at-promise students, right, that don't have access, and now they have access, but then you're putting them to a higher standard. So that is just I don't know who made this document that I'm looking at. Oh, it's up from the California dashboard, right? That's where that comes from.
At the state and federal job programs?
Yes, under the California dashboard where CCI measures of career readiness, sort of like where he's asking for the definitions. So that means those students will never meet the mark, but they're exceeding the mark.
By completing
just that program, because they're getting basically a Department of Labor certification plus a state certification in most aspects of their training. And then they still need to create complete another course in comparison to a traditional high school student. So maybe those definitions need to be looked at again, instead of saying, let's start removing it, but let's look at what really goes on here. And maybe those are what those technical design group can look at, because I think, again, they're not meeting those students where they are, and they're putting them in a placeholder where it's not even comparable because of what they're doing. Those programs.
Yeah, and
Thank
maybe
you.
this is something that we can bring back to our alternative schools task force. That they work very closely with our very closely with the DAS schools. I know that this is not one of the measures that we are looking at right now, but thank you for that.
Yeah, are there?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think it's great feedback. Are there any other? We have several more times that we're going to stop on different pieces. So, is there anything that someone wants to get out on this one before we move on to the next one? Go ahead.
Pardon me. Thank you. But going back to this at that slide, it does for the non-DAS students not only the completion of the program, but the completion of a CTE pathway. But still on that topic, the availability of CTE courses in a DAS school is fairly limited unless there is crossover with the non-DAS school that's associated with them or within the same LEA or district.
Yes, thank you. And I do remember when we did develop this measure out with our alternative schools task force, they did stress that, for non-DAS schools, we have completion of a full CTE pathway. And they were very clear to, remind us that DAS students are not with them for an entire year, let alone, more than that, for the student to be completing a CTE pathway. And so therefore, rather than completing a full CTE pathway, it would be completing, a course or just a semester. They thought that would be more doable. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Betty. Keep going.
Oh. Okay, well, so I think we're still at these questions here. Are we, back to the question of should we, do you have any more concerns about the 4 new measures? Should we wait until we have 2023 data? Kind of seeing a lot of head nodding. Yes.
I have a question, actually. The non-registered apprenticeships, do they have, what kind of opportunity do they have to become registered? Like, how long is that process? And if they have a program that's going and they find out now that those programs are going to be, taken off the list, do they have an opportunity to then go to this board that certifies programs and get their pre-apprenticeship registered?
Yeah. That's my understanding. Again, I apologize. I'm not a career person, but I know that my colleagues, because those are the same questions we asked my colleagues in the Career and College Transition Division, and they are ready and they are standing by and ready to assist with any LEAs who are interested in transferring their non-registered pre-apprenticeship programs to a registered apprenticeship program. So that, they are ready to assist with LEAs on that. And depending upon how this board, the state board does, approve of this, or how they decide on this, if the decision is to wait, we are able to announce this out in the 23-24 school year, we will definitely be working with the Career College Transition Division colleagues so that we can provide the guidance to LEA so that they can do just what you are saying. Yeah.
But you can't transfer a non-registered pre-apprenticeship program to an apprenticeship program if there isn't an apprenticeship program in place. Does that make sense?
Yes, there has to be an apprenticeship program, but they can assist you with that. There has to be a way to assist on that. I don't think that's. I'm hoping that's not the.
Yeah, we can. If we want more information on that, we can get the right department there. Betty, do you have anything else for your next section, or is this okay? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Betty. We'll call up Kim. We appreciate all your work on this, Betty, and taking all of the multifaceted questions. We love the CCI. It's complex, right? I mean, we can have a whole training on every little element of the CCI. I'd be down, just not today. Okay. I mean that jokingly, but it's a very good indicator. We love that indicator. Go ahead, Kim. Take it away. Grad rate.
Yeah, I'll just, quick commercial break for the 2023 dashboard toolkit. It has debuted as of 2 weeks ago, and you can look there. And soon we'll have some absolutely amazing videos presented by staff that's sitting there. And you can dig deep and watch for 45 minutes on every single indicator. So stay tuned for this fall and a nice activity for a Friday evening on some other day. I'm going to walk you through the graduation rate indicator, and you'll see me hopping up and down between each of our presentations today as we go through all of this content. As a reminder as to what the graduation rate indicator is on the dashboard, it is the rate of high school students who graduate with a regular high school diploma in either 4 or 5 years. For shorthand, we refer to it as the 4-5 combo rate within our office. The reason we're visiting this topic and why it was a part of the 2023 Accountability Work Plan was because of the letter we received from ED in July of 2022 that denied our use of modified methods for our DAS schools. We had requested a waiver to continue the use of modified methods for our DAS schools, specifically the use of a 1-year graduation rate for our DAS schools. And within that letter, while they said, sorry, California, you can't do this anymore, they did helpfully provide us some options and suggestions for action we could take in order to negate the issues that would happen when we did transition over to everyone using a single 4-5 year combo rate. So those options included an extended year adjusted cohort graduation rate. Therefore, in our 2023 work plan, we extended a proposal to do just that and look into what an extended year graduation rate would do and how it would impact California's graduation rate indicator. So this would give credit to to schools where students graduated and received a regular high school diploma within 6 years or more, perhaps 7 or 8 years as well. And we knew that this could be applied to all schools, so including DAS and non-DAS. While certain comprehensive high schools might not provide opportunities to graduate in 6 years, we could make sure that it was extended to all of our schools within the state. Additionally, we know that the 2022 dashboard resulted in an over-identification of DAS schools that were eligible for CSI low graduation. So any schools that had a graduation rate that was below 68% over a 3-year average received that CSI low grad classification for support. So we also wanted to run simulations to determine if this multi-year rate would actually be beneficial to our DAS schools in this manner. So just to clarify what we're looking at, the simulation that we ran was specifically students who graduated in 2021-22 who were either did so in 4 years, and then additionally any 5th year grads from the cohort of the 2021, so they graduated in that same year in 2022, or students who were members of the cohort, the class of 2020, or 2020 that did graduated in 2022. And then the denominator is fun and funky in that the base denominator is the class of 2022, and then we simply add in graduates as they're reflected in the numerator to that denominator at the bottom. So it's not a 6-year graduation rate. 6-year graduation rate is a different look. It's not the 5-year graduation rate. Right? We're looking and adding the denominator specifically in a way for the dashboard. And so specifically the questions for the simulation that we wanted to answer and walk through with all of our work groups and present to you, we did in full consultation with our technical design group, and the 2 questions are as follows. The first one, what improvement does an extended year graduation rate make to the graduation rate for DAS and non-DAS schools? And the answer is as follows. For DAS high schools, there we had improved rates in graduation in 285 out of 808 schools. However, there was no effect of any sort on 523 or 65% of DAS schools. And then in non-DAS high schools, we also saw improved rates. We saw 125 of our 1,729 schools improve. However, there was no effect on 1,600, or 93% of all non-DAS high schools. For our second question, we did want to look at, for any of these extended year rates, did it raise their rate above 68%? And that threshold's important because, again, as I just said, that's the threshold that gets you identified for a CSI low graduation rate. So, and it does need to be over an average of time, so we wanted to make sure that worked. And unfortunately, we saw no potential for a large reduction in the over-identification of DAS schools through this methodology. So while we saw improvements in those schools, that improvement wasn't raising them above that threshold of 68%. So we did see 15 high schools that would benefit. However, the ability for that to be over 3 years time period is obviously low as well to go through. So therefore, the educational feedback that we've received so far, and we did publish a memo back in June on this as well, the TDG recommended that we did not move forward with this multiple year graduation rate because the small gains were not worthwhile to extending and changing and modifying our graduation rate indicator yet again, and explaining that now it's a 4-5-6 combo rate or 4-5-6-7 combo rate. Additionally, our DAS school community representatives and county offices of education also concurred that it wouldn't make a large impact on programs and would likely be confusing to the field. Therefore, my question today is, do you have any questions, concerns, or feedback about not moving forward with this multi-year graduation rate?
Questions? I appreciate all the work that you had to do to find out that it didn't make an impact. I run at our county office. We have a significant court and community population. If it's not going to help us, then just give us the CSI money, right? Like, that's fine. So any other comments from CPAG? Oh, go ahead.
So I need to just clarify from my understanding. So you're talking, when you're saying not moving forward, that would be adding the beyond 5 years? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so not exploring an extended year rate.
So I will say, not that I'm saying I'm not like I'm good with the recommendation, but I will say, just thinking about like when you think about high school newcomers that come in, right, under federal law, we're actually required to give them access to education till they're 21, 22, right? And so there's so many districts that try to push them out to adult ed or push them out as soon as possible, and so I think about like the mentality of people making decisions, thinking about like how this will impact their scores on the dashboard, right? And about the opportunities that those students get if we're not adding those extra years. So I'm just saying that for us to think about along the same lines with the foster youth and county and other like court students. And then additionally, I think because we also have like the AB 2121, the alternative graduation requirements, right? Thinking about like what impact it has on kids when we put them in that track so they can graduate but not qualify for this, right? Versus getting a full diploma. So just want to just point those out. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
That's it. I will introduce another colleague to come up and introduce himself, Michael Ishimoto.
So good afternoon, Chair Green and members of the CPAG. My name is Dr. Michael Ishimoto. I'm an education, research, and evaluation consultant with ADPAL. So today I'll be talking about the chronic absenteeism indicator and decisions made by the SBE. I'll also be asking for your recommendations on a link to DataQuest on the dashboard. So before going over what was discussed at the SBE meeting, let me provide a quick review of the chronic absenteeism indicator. So currently, the chronic absenteeism indicator is a state indicator on the dashboard that is applied to grades kindergarten through 8th, not in high school. It is defined as the percentage of students who were absent for 10% or more of the instructional days they were expected to attend. And the indicator does not differentiate the type of absence a student can receive in the calculation. And within California's Every Student Succeeds Act state plan, it serves as the other academic indicator for grades kindergarten through 8. So let's move on to the recent events. The SBE continued to discuss the high increase in chronic absenteeism rates after the 2-year pause in producing accountability metrics due to the COVID-19 pandemic. At the May SBE meeting, the SBE requested that the dashboard work plan be reopened at their July 2023 meeting to allow for a discussion on potential changes to the collection and methodology of determining chronic absenteeism. The CDE dutifully presented multiple options to the SBE for discussion. So here are the options that CDE presented for exploration to the SBE members. So they were broken up into 2 options. First, the short-term options. Option 1A was making modifications to cut points for status and or change levels. Option 1B was making modifications to the performance level color scheme for the 5x5 color grid. And option 1C was making modifications to the chronically absent student calculation methodology. The more longer-term options that were presented to the SBE were options 2A, was to modify the granularity of information collected around student absences, and option 2B was to replace the chronic absenteeism indicator from the dashboard for accountability purposes with something else. So based on the available options, the SBE made the following 3 decisions. First, they affirmed their commitment to maintaining the current indicator methodology for the 2023 dashboard. Second, considering a dearth of disaggregated data, the SBE requested that the CDE look into the long-term option of exploring the granularity of data collected on the reasons a student was absent, which was option 2A. And then third, the SBE suggested that the dashboard link to the absenteeism by reason report on CDE's data reporting site, DataQuest. The link to the report allows users to review disaggregated data on a student's reason for absence. So given that the SBE would like to add a link to the absenteeism by reason report on the dashboard, we would like to know CPAG's preference on the following. So which page or data do we want to link to, meaning what URL to DataQuest on the dashboard we should use. And second, what location should the link appear, what location should the link appear on the dashboard? So I'll go over these questions in a little bit more detail. So choice 1, first we'll look at the page the data should link to. So here are 3 options. Option A, the CDE absenteeism data webpage. This option would go to a webpage on the CDE website that provides information regarding absenteeism data on both the dashboard and DataQuest. And I'll be showing each of these web pages after I finish the slide. Option B, DataQuest's absenteeism by reason state summary page. This web page provides data on the state absenteeism by reason. Visitors can use filters to find information on their own LEA or school. And then finally, option C, DataQuest absenteeism by reason, LEA or school webpage with some of the filters. So this link goes directly to the LEA or schools absenteeism by reason data, and visitors, again, will be able to use the filters for some disaggregated data. So here was option A. So this is the absenteeism data webpage. So as you can see here, there are a few links. So one of them, the absenteeism by reason on DataQuest, and then one that explores what chronic absenteeism from DataQuest is onto. And each of these provide a description of what the data set looks like. And here is the absenteeism by reason for the state summary page. So this one breaks it down by county level with the different fields. So eligible cumulative enrollment, count of students with 1 or more absence days, average days absent, excused absences, unexcused absences, out of school suspension absences, and incomplete independent study absences. These are the categories that the absenteeism by reason report on DataQuest shows. And then finally, option C, this one would link directly to an LEA. So I have selected Fresno Unified here. And here you can choose the county, district, and then if you want a school. And right now I'm just showing the LEA with additional filters. And this one would break down a little bit more, disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and then show also the district, the county, and statewide. The second question I would like y'all to discuss is where the link should appear on the dashboard. So there are two options for consideration. Option one, should the link be included within the introduction text on the expanded chronic absenteeism section, or at the end of the expanded chronic absenteeism section? So with these two questions in mind, we would like you to discuss the questions and options with your neighbors or in groups of two for the next about 5 minutes. Again, please discuss the following items. Which page or data do you want to link to? Those were options A, B, or C. And then where should the link appear on the dashboard? Options 1 or 2. And then following the discussion, we would like everyone to share out in larger groups so that we can take notes. And are there any clarifying questions that I can answer at this time? Cool. So for the next 5 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick question. So just to clarify, this is going to be like on the individual district page, right? Okay.
Yes. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes. So turn with a partner. We've got our questions up on the screen. Which way you want to turn? We got those two, those two, those two, you two. Okay. And then let's do two. Yeah, me and you, Judy. Me, Judy, and William. Well, let me do that. Am I? All right, we'll come back together.
So thank you. So does anyone have anything to say about the first question? Which page or data should the dashboard link to for DataQuest?
Thank you. As a private school representative, I would think that 3, because it's closest to the LEA and the school, and that's really about the community and personal information. So I wouldn't put it out there for everyone. I would put it out there for the school's purpose, most importantly.
Go ahead, Shalini.
Okay, agreed. But I have a quick clarifying question. So, like, if we do 3, is it gonna like pre-populate that district when they go to the link, or they'll have to like go and figure out county and their own district? Like, will it be? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, will it go straight to their own district data? Okay, yeah, 3.
So are you just looking at choice 1 right now?
Yes.
We were looking at A.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We talked about B, and because A, we felt like there were too many words in the beginning, but B brought you to what every county in the state looks like, so you can kind of compare there, then go to your county, then go to your school.
Anyone else on this side?
We took a look at option C. It just goes straight to the most relevant information, most relevant data for your home district.
You want feedback for choice 2 now?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Anyone want to share what you talked about for choice 2? Where should the link appear? Go ahead, Shalini.
Yeah, so I think we ended up with up on top, and I'll just share that that's kind of based on my experience where when we try to direct people to go look at the disaggregated English learner, current English learner, and RFEP data for the academic indicators, because it's at the bottom of that space, like people don't even know it's there, right? So I worry that if it's at the bottom, then people will just, they won't get to it.
Judy?
And we said the same thing, having it in the introduction instead, so that they don't scroll and miss it, or not scroll and miss it.
Anyone on this side? Babadunde?
Yeah, we're in agreement. We share the same thing. If it's right there in the beginning, it's good data for them to view.
Go ahead.
Yeah, same. We agree as well. We believe it should be in the introduction comments.
Okay, there you go.
Actually, we disagreed. We were trying to think about the purpose of including that data, whether we were looking at a hammer or a flashlight. And it seems to me that putting it right at the top is more of a hammer stance, where you're looking at it to, make a judgment about that district or school, rather than at the end, where if somebody is looking for that information in particular because they have a reason for it, then they would go to the end and see it there. But we feel like that data is almost like personal school data. It feels very judgy data, if you will. And so we just felt like it should be put in a place where you go there if you're looking for it, but it shouldn't just be like right at the top. Oh, this district has, all this absenteeism, So that's our thinking.
Great.
Thank you. So now I'd like to pass it on back to Kim.
Thank you so much, Michael. I told you, it's basically me between everybody else. So there we go. All right, so we're going to walk through our growth model. And today we have from the work plan the simulations and some prototypes that we've been working on. And if you have not been following along with California's growth model journey, we've been actively working since 2015 to develop a student level growth model. And ETS, along with us, our assessment coordinator and contractor, has also been along with us for the journey, and they've assisted us greatly with not only figuring out and helping us develop the growth model, but also in creating these reporting prototypes. And just as awareness, the next set of aggregated student growth data will be available in late 2024. So that information, that data will be based on 2021-22, 2022-23, and 2023-24 Smarter Balanced Assessment administrations. So right now, all of the work that we've been doing is based on the 2019 data set, which is the last time that we had 3 years of student growth data to be able to look at. And just as a friendly reminder for our growth model, the results are limited to grades 4 through 8. So if you're like, where's the high school growth and what are we looking at? There is no high school growth within the SBE adopted growth model. And additionally, we do not have any specific relationship with the accountability system and growth data at this time. The state board needs to act to be able to determine how the growth model is incorporated into the accountability system, if at all. So therefore, the work plan that we embarked on earlier this year and actually prior to 2023 was to assist in developing visualizations for our growth model data in anticipation of the release of the next set of data. And we did so by holding multiple focus groups with various audiences and educational partners in order to refine these visualizations. And specifically, there are 3 audiences that these visualizations have been created for. First is audience 1. That's our dashboard audience, and hopefully the CPAG audience as well. We're looking here at parents, guardians, teachers, policymakers, and the general public. So what we're looking to create in this magical solution is some sort of visualization that allows you to see what the growth score is and, at a quick glance, be able to discern and gauge what's actually going on so that, again, you can dig deeper, right? So we're looking for the same sort of effect that we have currently on the dashboard for our color gauges within the reporting of the growth model data. Our audience 2 is our school and LEA data administrators. This is a deeper dive. And so if you're looking for some beautiful charts, all the student groups, and scores against each other, graphs, working through, that's your audience 2, dig deeper work. And then audience 3, goodness gracious, this is some really fun regression work, some beautiful 3D displays and going through. This is your psychometricians digging in and digging deep. But it's also, right, an audience that we do want to cater to and create a visualization for. Audience 1, right, is where we're at, though, and focusing all of our attention at the present time. And we've started to piece through audience 2, and we'll get to audience 3 shortly as well. So from these focus groups that were held also in Spanish, I want to make sure that it was to a multilingual audience as well, they provided some feedback on what we were developing at the time and the iterations that we've gone through. I do believe this is formally prototypes number 8 that you are seeing now throughout the year. So they really wanted to see and provide a summary of average growth scores for all of the students in a school or LEA and show the growth category that each group fell into. They asked us to change the location of the average scores, associated confidence intervals. That was something that really threw them around and threw folks off in various iterations that we had, and also to remove the percentile rankings from the displays. They wanted to assign categories associated with average growth scores, given some general buckets. So we developed below, similar to, and above, and be able to prepare and show those buckets and see how they responded to those. They also wanted to rescale the growth reporting scale in order to prevent misinterpretations. The scale that we had released for the 2019 growth scores, the middle value was 100. When folks saw a value of 97, they thought instantly of 97%. And that was something that threw a lot of feedback off and walked through. So we walked through and have been working on that and rescaling to try and find a scale that does work for everyone as well. And then, as I said, to also remove percentile ranks from the display, as that was something that was not folks were not reacting well to on the scores. So what I'm going to show you right now are fully prototypes. And these are actually based on the real data from 2019, but this is where we are right now and just essentially a proof of concept of what we've been working on. Again, I will reiterate, the state board has made no determinations as to what the category should be, what a good ranking is, what the goal is for anyone. None of that has been determined. Instead, what we are doing is creating the tools and the layout for us to be able to then, once the state board makes those decisions, insert those in and be able to display those for folks when the next set of data comes in 2024. So this is a snapshot of the prototype that we've been working through developing, and I will dig in closer and show you a blown out picture of those two boxes below. So the first box shows the growth score, and the growth score here in this example is 12 points above typical growth, which you see bold right in front of you, not only above the graph of the timeline kind of graph, but also pointed out where that score falls on our number line. Additionally, we have, and it's a little bit small on the slide, so I apologize, a description at the bottom. And this is key, and what we've worked really, really hard on is to provide structure and paragraphs as to how the score should be interpreted. So in this case, students in the all students group generally scored 12 points above typical growth for students with similar test scores in the previous grade level. Growth is difficult to understand, therefore we want to make sure that when we are providing these sentence structures and such, we provide the interpretation along with them so that folks are not making interpretations on their own and thinking, oh, everyone scored 12 points above. Well, it's a little bit more nuanced than that, so we wanted to make sure that those nuances were included. Additionally, we've simulated here a growth category. As I said, these are 3 buckets. We chose these buckets because it was easy for us to be able to iterate and work with our communities and the focus groups to see how they reacted to them. The state board, again, can act and provide what categories they would like to and where those categories fall and the numerical things around them. Here we have below, typical, and above. And as you can see here, this would display that they were in the above category. There's an additional breakout that we thought was really important, and in this example, it's sort of a pop-out window. But it breaks down exactly how, as I said before, the performance is displayed across a continuum. And as we know, the growth scores, just like everything else with scale scores, obviously there's standard error involved. And so while student populations that are smaller have a larger band of possible error, and populations that are larger have a smaller band of error. When sometimes, in this case, if the band goes through 0 at any point, that's when you're going to get a categorization of typical growth. So you actually don't psychometrically land at above or below. So we have this little call-out bucket here that would allow folks to be able to understand why exactly perhaps you were categorized as typical growth rather than above or below. So that's important there. And as you can see at the bottom, the sentence frame provides the students' group's possible range of growth scores range from 6 points above to 18 points above, which is entirely above typical growth, as growth also has that lovely range. We've also provided simulations and scenarios for visualizations, again, to provide feedback from our focus groups for various scenarios, and these are all presented in the slides. So we have scenarios of above, with a growth score that's above, that's similar, above typical, below, that's similar to typical, below, that's below typical, that's at typical, that's a fun one, and similar to typical growth, and then additionally not reportable. So, and you can see how this is represented throughout each one. We wanted, again, to make sure when we're going through the focus groups and talking to folks that they reacted to that and the interpretations that they were making about each of these different growth scores and the ways that we were trying to present these categories, that they were in alignment and that folks made sense of what they were seeing in front of them. And so this went through multiple iterations as well to be able to walk through. So as I said, this one is above growth category with similar to typical growth. So you can see that reflected on the number line as well as in the category. And then in that very small bucket, that very small pop-up in the corner. Again, above. Here you see below, with 3 points below, but is also typical because, as you can see in that little breakout button, the band extends across 0, so you're going to get typical growth even though your score was below, a below, a typical, and this is actually a scenario that will come about quite often because of where scores and the ranges of scores happen. So we wanted to make sure that this was available, as a lot of LEAs will be landing around this 0 score. And then additionally, a non-reportable category to walk through. We also wanted to show different ways that we could display student group performance in aggregate, and just kind of looking through categorizations if this was popping through. So similar to like our color scales and things, using these, again, 3 buckets that we've measured here. So this is what something would look like where we don't have enough students and then there are enough students to walk through with those color bubbles filled in. And then additionally, some perhaps pop-out language to assist with understanding. So the next steps for growth are incorporating the growth model formally into the 2024 Accountability Work Plan, where we will begin discussions with the state board on how growth will be incorporated and if it will, and additionally, not only into our dashboard, but also our state and federal accountability system. So we will be seeing you again and talking about this. And then additionally, preparing communications materials. And that's why these visualizations are so incredibly important, is because as we have these visualizations, we can begin the communication and talking to the field about the needs that they have. I previewed with you, as I said, our CDE toolkit, dashboard toolkit. We start developing those materials early on in the year. So if we're going to be releasing something at the end of the year, we want to make sure we're working with the field to meet their needs and meet their communication needs as well. And then in 2025, we will visit the Accountability Work Plan for the full adoption of the growth model in the dashboard and state and federal accountability system, as the 2024 growth scores and incorporation that work will take throughout the full year. So, do you have any questions or feedback on the growth model visualizations as you see today?
Start over here on this end with Ron. Go ahead, Ron, and then we'll go down the row.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. And I feel like this was explained to us previously, but is this cohort data? So it's following a single grade level cohort, or is this 7th graders over 7th graders year over year?
It's student level matched. Okay. So it is a year of growth in one single year. So in 2020, well, if we go back to our years, there we go. So in 2021-22, a student was a 3rd grader. In 2022-23, they were a 4th grader. We look at their growth then in one group. Then the next year, and aggregated with everyone else, the next year as a 4th grader, we'll look at their 2022-23 score in 4th grade and how they grew in 2023-24 in that cohort and grouped. So it is not over 3 years for one student. It's 2 periods of growth and aggregated up.
Anyone else on this side? Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. I apologize to my colleagues in advance. And Madam Chairman, if you want to cut me off at some point.
I'll get ready.
Yeah, get that gavel out. I think this is awfully important. I think student growth is probably the most important metric that we could have on our dashboard. It's certainly the thing I would want my own district held accountable for more than anything else. So I'm a big fan, and I'm very happy to see it. I have a sense that I may have concerns, some of which are more with the model than with the visualizations, but let me probe that a little bit since I don't fully understand. I didn't follow the full adoption of the model when it was happening. So one question is on the concept of typical growth. It sounds like that is as opposed to an absolute standard like 1 grade level in 1 year. Instead, we're saying for each subgroup, we are looking at the relative growth of students in that, comparing to other students in that subgroup only, and the growth that those students made. Is that what? Can you explain? Maybe you can explain what typical growth means here.
Typical growth here means a zero scale, a zero regression score.
I don't know what that means, so maybe
I can provide you with some materials to look through, to walk through what the adopted growth model was. But a growth score of 0 is what we could describe as typical.
So my concern would be is that I mean, I explained earlier to my colleagues and for an earlier presentation that I'm not a professional educator. I'm just a meddling amateur, but I feel like I represent the audience that you identified of parents and community members and volunteer board members like myself who try to use this data to make decisions and understand what's going on. So I think typical growth is not a concept that I understand. And if you have to provide me with materials to understand it, then that's a dashboard viewer is not going to understand it either. So I think that's a pretty serious concern. And again, that may be a model adoption, not to do with the visualizations, but I think it's something we should keep in mind that typical growth, if you told me that was one academic year's growth in 1 year, I'd know exactly what you're talking about and it would be easy. But it sounds like it's not, in which case I think it really requires some explanation, because otherwise, if it meant, for instance, that a kid could be at typical growth or higher, but making less than 1 year's academic growth in 1 year, i.e. my child was falling behind but just more slowly less slowly than others, then that would be a problem. Because that would say it made it look like my child was doing well, when in fact my child was falling further behind. So that's one piece of feedback. A second is it had this concept of points. What does a point mean?
Again, I can provide you with the state board adopted growth model. As I said, we've been working on this since 2015. It is a growth score. It is based on a regression model. It looks backwards, not forward. It is not based on.
But what's a point mean? What is a point? In the visualization, it said 3 points.
It's a growth score, and it's the concept of the growth.
Okay, so again, I think the same feedback. If it requires backup, then a parent or even a school board member isn't gonna. If they think to ask what's a point, is that a percentage point? No. Is it because most of the other metrics I can pretty readily on the dashboard I can pretty readily grasp what it means. Here it's something that that needs to be explained, and there doesn't seem to be any explanation that goes with the visualization. So that would be an important point of feedback, is like, I see that it says points, but I don't know what a point means here.
So scale score points on the CASP.
So scale score points, at least that's something that's more information than I had. Okay. So is that what it is, scale score points? Okay, so I think at a minimum that needs to be explained, because I didn't know that. But I do think we should think about that, because it's nothing else in the dashboard that requires explanation for a parent or a community member to say, I get what that is. So we ought to figure out a way to communicate it in a way that mere mortals like me can understand it without having to access experts like you. The third was the possible range, and I think you mentioned this a little bit. That seemed to have to do with standard error of something. But why do we have it with this and we don't have it with any other metric on the dashboard?
Due to the choice of the model.
Can you articulate on what the difference is? Like chronic absenteeism, we don't have a standard error range, and we don't have this. So what's the difference?
Right. So because the CASP is based on, this is me putting back on psychometric hat, the CASP is based on a scale score range. No student's actual score is actually its score as well. I think all of us know from the student score reports that a student's score actually has a range of error, right? We're all nodding if we remember back those reports from a few years ago. So there's error that's actually within each student's score. So the growth score incorporates not only 2 current year scores from a student, but also prior year scores. So you're incorporating and averaging all of the error that walks into that, and then you are aggregating that error across an entire LEA student group, et cetera, so the error gets combined and moved forward. So that is why there is error involved in any psychometric measurement of an assessment.
But for instance, if I had my district's ELA by subgroup that's based on meet and exceed and change in meet and exceed. Is that right?
Correct.
So if you're saying there's error in that, but we don't display any error.
It's displayed on your actual, in the CASP website, like, so in all of the materials that your district receives.
But not on the dashboard.
We use a different metric on the dashboard, yes.
We don't use meet and exceed on the dashboard? What do we use?
We use distance from standard.
Oh, we do DTS. Okay. Okay, and there's no error in DTS, or there is error in DTS?
In difference from standard, there is not error in
okay. All right, well, that's useful. So the reason we have this error range here is, and not in any of the others, is the others don't have error ranges, but this one does.
The error that we're displaying here and showing is that the error expands for our smaller student groups. And it's compounded error. We don't have compounded error on the other.
Okay. I guess my concern is that, and it gets to I'll just get to it at the end. So in this, you're using a scale, and on everything else in the dashboard, we use a dial. Is there a compelling reason to introduce a new, I know a lot of time and effort was spent like coming up with the dial and training people to say, oh, understand what the dials are, and I know my community is all trained on it. But now this is moving away from the dial, and now we've got a scale. Is there a compelling reason for that?
The growth model has not been adopted as an indicator by the State Board of Education at this point. So if it becomes an indicator, then it would receive a dial.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's good to know.
Simply to display where, instead of just saying 12 points above, which is something we could do, we could just share plus 12, negative 30. We could just show that. We were attempting and hoping that this would assist in communicating what growth looked like.
So are you saying this would be on the dashboard, or it won't be on the dashboard?
This would be a data display associated with the growth scores.
So right now, I think staff is just asking for feedback on some of the displays they shared. So if the feedback is...
I'm just asking if it's on the dashboard or not, because it's...
No, it's not related to the accountability system right now. So right now, the State Board hasn't taken any action to say, we want this incorporated with colors, we want this incorporated with radars, like, we're not there yet, but staff's trying to do as much work so that when State Board makes that decision, they say, well, we've gotten feedback from the public around what works in the display or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess my feedback would be, if it does make its way to the dashboard, if it doesn't have, it would be useful for it to have the same metaphor, the same visual display as the other metrics, because if it doesn't, then that's a problem. It's now we've got two different, now it's harder for the community to sort out because we've got 7 measures, 6 are done one way, 1 is done another way. The other thing is that all the things on the dashboard, we give credit for both status and growth. And here, we're giving credit just for what I'd call status, the growth level at a certain level of time. So if I understand it right, if my district, if a district went from having last year we had growth that was below typical, and we managed through Herculean effort to get to typical, it would just display as typical, right? And if another district was above and then went down to typical, that would also display as typical.
The State Board has made no determinations on utilization of the growth model within the dashboard. This is simply a display of the aggregate scores in a data file that we presently have.
You're like jumping a step, Todd. Not in a bad way, but...
Okay, well, I'm just trying to figure out...
Doing in 2025.
Yeah.
Okay, well, my feedback is then it would be great to have visualizations that incorporated not just the current status, but also change in status. Because I think the most difficult thing I can think for a school district to do would be to move to the right on that scale. And whatever visualization is that we want to show to people, it ought to give districts credit for being able to move to the right on that scale over time. Because I think that's one of the most important things and one of the hardest things that school districts can do. I'll stop there. I had other comments in the context of how this would fit into the dashboard and some concerns there, but it sounds like that's jumping the gun. So
yeah, that's like a CPAG meeting in a year and a half. We would come back. No, I'm serious, because it's helpful to know, because there's some things that we put that are information, right? And we're trying to make sure that when we get to the point where State Board has decided this is how it fits in the dashboard and the accountability system, we've had feedback on what the data looks like just as the data. So
If we're lucky, I'll be off the group by then. So.
Todd, I hope you're on there with us. Okay, we got Janelle, then Amy, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this. While I agree with Todd on the word typical, I'm just not a fan of that. I just wonder if there's another word we can use instead of that. But I do have to tell you, I like the simplicity of the visual. And in particular, I think that if this could be generated student by student and sent to parents, it would be super helpful. So
I will put the caveat. This is not ever going to students. Forgot that needs to be added to the third slide. I apologize. This will not ever be sent to students.
I hope we can come up with some other visualization that can help it be meaningful and easy to understand, simple like this for parents. The other piece that I would suggest is that we also add a well below and a well above, something like that to show the whole display, the array of achievement. Thank you.
Thank you for this. I think one of the things we've been talking about as a district is when you look at the dashboard and you look at proficiency rate, like meet and exceed, it's really comparing different kids, because your 8th graders 1 year could have been extremely high and your 3rd graders coming in that next year are lower. So it looks like your district regressed, but it's with different kids. Having this as a measure will give you a greater, I know I'm trying to farther, closer.
I don't know what it is.
All right, better? All right, better. Having this growth model really does help us look at the student to themselves and seeing, do we have impact with this? And I understand why it's not given as a individual student, because that's their own scaled score model that already exists. This is to look at the impact of a whole district and what a whole district has been able to do. So I really like this idea and making sure that this is here, because it complements the other one, which is looking at that status and change, because that status and change, again, are from different students. And so it doesn't really measure the impact that is occurring that year. In terms of the graphics itself, I like it, but looking at this model, it's a lot. So I don't know how to simplify it, but I do like just the 3 data points, because it makes it easy to understand. Down, same, up.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few, areas for feedback and even maybe a question. One is student group summary. There's a slide basically that has a visual, and I think this is what Amy was talking about, that has all the different student groups, and then it has, ELA and then math growth scores. Yeah, there it is right there. So for that one area of feedback to potentially consider, because I get why it states, cannot display a number because, the n size. Could we potentially think about grouping any student group that does not meet that n size threshold and putting in it in a different separate visual, so it's a little bit easier to see these are the ones that actually have, actual results. That's one piece of feedback. The other one is, for whatever reason, anytime I see either orange or reddish color, I think a negative, I think it's not a good number, even though that's not what you're trying to show here. It's it's just math results, right? So I don't know, consideration of maybe a different color schema, just because for whatever reason, red is always connected to lower scores. So that's that part. The other piece is more about kind of that, I think it's called the empirical best linear prediction, and I believe that's what this is based on. Obviously, it's complicating to communicate what's going on and stuff like that, but I get why statisticians use it. My question is, has there been any analysis done that incorporates demographic data. The reason I ask is because when you look across the state of California, the best predictor of overall achievement is percent of students who are economically disadvantaged. That's the best predictor. And I'm wondering, with this analysis of growth, does that pattern hold true still, potentially? And so that's just something I was just curious about, especially with regards to the three different areas. Like, is this one of those things where it would be really cool to say, hey, like, regardless of economic status, students can still achieve at like that highest growth rate, and we're seeing that in the analysis. And then the last thing is just, was there any thought about interconnecting in these visuals? So we have growth data, but interconnecting overall proficiency with growth. So somehow seeing both interconnected, I think would be interesting and informative information as well. So thank you.
I can just clarify, just for the clarifying around incorporation of demographics into the model. So specifically, the state board chose not to do that and not to include any demographics. So for those of you who suffered through stats classes and basic stats, right, the regression is only inclusive of prior year test scores and current year test scores. So there's no incorporation of additional demographic things into the regression model. So this is also 8th grade math teacher talking, right? Y equals mx plus b fun. So that's not incorporated there. However, the really important distinction why the state board chose not to include demographics, and there are various models throughout the state of California that schools use that do incorporate demographics. That is a different look at achievement. You actually can't compare across groups if you include demographics. You can only compare within. So it's a really important thing because we on the dashboard, as you can see, we currently compare performance, right, for a very important reason, to see who is not, right, of our student subgroups, who needs more support and who needs more help. So if we incorporated demographics into that, we lose the cross comparison across student groups. So it's a really important function of the math behind what actually the regression model does.
Comments on this side? Shilani?
Start with this one. So I really appreciate this because I think as a school board member, if I got this, I could quickly be like, it tells me something very quickly. So I think I love this piece. I think in terms of the first one you showed, I feel like when I think about local decision making, right, like to have this in the absence of having, I guess, what we right now call status, right, like how students are doing. I think you need both of those to make decisions about where you are. And so I would just recommend thinking about, like, as you display this, can we incorporate that information as well too? Because it's great to see, I had a lot of growth, but my kids are when you look at status, they're well below, right? So I think that's one feedback. Can you go to the one where you showed like the highlighted range where they are?
Oh, sure, the bigger one. That one?
Yeah, so I love that. I do think just as like an individual, people will be curious. I would be curious about like, what are the other ranges, right? And so I wonder, thinking about like if you can sort of highlight with color or somehow differentiate all the different ranges, but then like maybe bold the one that you're talking about. Because for me, I'm like, well, where's the break between typical growth and below, right? That's my first thing that I think. So just think about that in terms of, that would be my feedback on visualization with that. And then my last feedback is probably not aligned with what we're doing right now, but I did want to mention that I think as the state board goes forward, and hopefully we'll consider about implementing this, because as people mentioned earlier, like it's really unfair for districts to be looking at different students every year and thinking about how well they're doing, right? So I think if we're really doing this for accountability, the growth model makes sense, right, to help us with both continuous improvement and accountability. But I did want to say, I think it would be very important to bring back the work group that was, or a work group, just like you just currently brought back the LCAP template work group to review the template. I think it's valuable to have, I know you have the technical design group, but it's also valuable to have the people who it directly impacts, so the district people and other like community members sort of give input on the impact. And so I just want to recommend that. I'm having attended one or two of those meetings so I just want to put a plug for that. Thank you.
Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, as one of those people who were hanging around when we were first talking about this thing, this is so much clearer in terms of understanding what we're looking at. Because I remember very painful board meetings where you guys were trying to explain the regression model, and it's like, this is a lost cause.
This means so much to me, Diane, you don't even know.
But this visualizing it and everything else, this makes a lot of sense. I mean, I can look at it and I can see what we're talking about. And so from that perspective, kudos. And then the questions. I think it was Ronald asked a question about whether it was a student or a cohort, and your answer came back, and I got lost in the mud. So are we looking at these in cohort groups? So it's like the third graders as they progress, or is it individual students as they progress?
So it's going to be, we're looking and utilizing individual students and their trajectory, right? So we're always looking backwards, and that's the really important thing about our growth model. We don't look forwards, we look backwards. So we use our current year score, and then we look back to see what we did last year. And we compare that against every other student, right, in the state, and how they performed this year and where they started last year. So we're looking at that in one group. And then, as Babatunde brought up the acronym that I will not say at this meeting, our average growth score model provides an opportunity to add an additional year of growth for that school or LEA. And that's what gets rid of the shakiness and the flip-flopping that we were seeing when we first shelved the growth model. But at the basis, we're looking at an individual student, right? What they did how they did this year compared to how they did last year, and comparing that and averaging up those gains across the entire state.
Because I remember one of the early conversations, concerns were when we were talking pure cohorts, weird things happen. Kids skip grades, they drop behind, they do all that kind of stuff, and they were dropping in and out of those cohorts and making it really messy. So, okay, cool. And then I am going to support Todd in the sense that when we get to the point where we start putting this on the dashboard, we're going to have to get some clarification about what these things mean. So, but good job.
We're hoping that this is the start because we have some visualizations, and visualizations are easier, right, than me mumbo-jumboing and pointing at things and trying to make sense of it. That didn't work before. So we're hoping that lovely pictures, right, with big numbers can help us assist with communication.
Other comments? Kelsey?
Just really quickly on the visualization for when there's not enough, the N size is too small to report. I think to me the empty folder feels like a little bit of an error message or a deficit, and so I would consider changing that image on this.
Any other questions or feedback? Okay. All right, we are going to go through the completion of... This is our last section, right? Or we'll do this is the last big chunk? Sure. We're going to do a 5-minute break.
Halfway there.
Halfway?
Yeah, there's 164 slides.
No matter what, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I don't care where we're at. So it's 3:20. Come back at 3:25. Start with taking a roll call. Not vote. We don't vote here at CPAG. We're going to do a roll call to establish a quorum.
You got it. We will have quorum. Melanie Green.
Present.
Judy Flores.
Here.
Ronald Anaya.
Here.
Lucy Battle Holt. Diane Grotjohn.
Here.
Tarina Small.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Mia Cooper.
Here.
Roddy Boonchoy.
Here.
Shilonine Cruz Gonzalez.
Here.
Babatunde Ilori.
Here.
Gabriela Tavidian.
Here.
Amy Nguyen Hernandez.
Here.
Todd Collins.
Mostly here, but starting to fade.
Kelsey Krausen.
Here.
And Samara Palco.
Here.
Thank you. All right. Take it away.
Activity. So I felt like that re-engaged everyone a little bit, so I will lead with that. This next section, we do need your thinking hats on. I hope there is a little bit of caffeine or snacks involved, but this is one of the big tasks for this year is the completion of the English Learner Progress Indicator, as well as incorporating the summative LPAC into the LB. As a refresher, as we've been doing for each of these indicators, let me just refresh your memory as to what the LB actually measures. It shows the percent of current English learners who make progress towards English language proficiency or maintain the highest level of performance level at the end of the year on the summative LPAC assessments. Now, English learners take the LPAC each year to measure their progress towards English language proficiency, and they receive one of all 4 LPAC scores. And additionally, we take those LPAC scores and we add 2 more to them. We divide it into actually 6 LP levels, and so if we refer to those today, I don't want anybody to be confused. But this allows students enough time to demonstrate progress towards English language proficiency in 4 to 6 years to be able to show that proficiency walking through. So today we're going to begin with looking at LB cut points for change. Now, let me walk you through how we're going to go about setting these change cut points because you here are all a part of this lovely process today. So when we're looking at change in general, how we're going to go through is we look at and we calculate the current year status points for the LB. And then we calculate change on the dashboard, just like we do for all of our other indicators, by subtracting the prior year status from that current year status. So for the LB, it's the current year LB status minus the prior year LB status rate. And then what we do is we look at a distribution of LEA change in order to see where we should set cut points for the change distribution. And to walk you through how this distribution looks and all of the work that we did, I will introduce my colleague, Irit Winston.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for joining us for the CPAG meeting today. My name is Irit Winston, and I am an educational programs consultant in the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. I'm going to talk about the LP change simulations first. The original plan was to use the 2020, 2021, and 2022 LPAC summative results for change simulations. However, the 2020 dataset is incomplete due to COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, the 2020 dataset only contained approximately 805 LEAs with student records. More than 300 LEAs did not have 2020 summative LPAC results. A partial 2023 summative LPAC data file from February 1st through May 9, 2023, became available, which represented 1,149 LEAs. The full file will be ready for the CDE by September. Finally, the LP change simulations uses the expanded dataset 2021, 2022, and 2023 LPAC summative results, which include student-level results from February 1st through May 9, 2023. Let's review the historical reference for LP. The State Board of Education adopted LP change cut points for use in the 2017 dashboard. 2017 was the first year and actually the only year the SB adopted LP change cut points, which were reported on the 2017 dashboard. There are 2 components that differentiate the dataset from 2017 to current dataset of 2023. First, the dataset from 2017 was based on the California English Language Development Test results, also called the CELDET. Additionally, the dataset from 2017 included the progress of students who moved from proficient to reclassified fluent English proficients, also known as RFEPs. The proposed cut points for 2023 that we will present today are based on the summative LPAC test results and only include test-based progress of students, which means we did not include alt-LPAC and the no progress methodology into the distribution because the CDE did not have the data in time for simulation. There were two slides that were flipped, so I will first continue with the next slide, and then we'll go back to the current slide. So the distribution in this slide used to set the LP change levels in 2017. The distribution includes 1,181 LEAs. Additionally, as mentioned earlier, it includes RFEPs in the LP calculation, and it was based on the California English Language Development Test, this CELDET. I'll go back to the slide we saw first. So this is a slide with the 2023 LEA distribution used to set the CUT scores. This distribution is based on the 2023 data simulations and include 1,149 LEAs. As you can see, in the 5th percentile of the distribution, there is a negative 20.2 percentage point change from prior year to current year. In the highest percentile of 95th, there is a 19.95 percentage point change from prior year to current year. In the 50th percentile, there is a 0, which means that half of the districts have a 0 change. This slide we put here for your, so it will be comfortable for you to see a comparison between both distributions. One from this 2017 that we call here the historic distribution, and the other from 2023. You can see that the distribution ranges are somewhat similar, where the 5th percentile shows a negative 20.2 percentage point change for 2023 compared to the negative 18.88 percentage point change for 2017. The highest percentile of 95 shows a 19.95 percentage point change for 2023 compared to 18.30 percentage point change for 2017. Lastly, in both the 50th percentile of the distribution is 0. The CDE recommend to adopt the proposed LP change levels as shown in this chart. Let's dive in a little bit, and I will give some description of this chart. So in the 2023 distribution, the first of the 5 change cut point set was the lowest achievable cut points. They are declined significantly and increased significantly. Decline significantly was set at the decline of 10 percentage points or more, which represents the 5th through 15th percentile of the distribution. And increase significantly change level represents the LP rate increase by 10 percentage points or more, and it falls at the highest percentile of 19th and 95th. The next change cut point set was that of decline and increased. Decline was set at an LP rate decline of 2 to 10 percentage points. It represents the 20th to 35th percentile of the distribution. And the proposed increased change level represents an increase by 2 to less than 10 percentage points, which falls on the 60th to 85th percentile of the distribution. Finally, the maintained change level is placed in the middle. It represents an LP rate decline or an increase by less than 2 percentage points. It extends from the 40th to 55th percentile of the distribution. We have prepared a slide with a comparison of the proposed LP change to the historic change cut points from 2017. So the main difference between the historic and the proposed change cut scores is that in decline, maintained, and increased change levels, the percentage points changes from 1.5 to 2 percentage points. Please keep in mind that the setting of the change cut points is based on a given distribution and methodology that the dashboard uses to fairly set cut points and to identify LEAs objectively. Educational partners' feedback on change cut points. So these distributions were presented to both the LP work group and the technical design group, also known as TDG, to solicit feedback. The CDE received support from TDG, which recommend to adopt the proposed change cut points presented by the CDE. As for the LP work group, members were unable to gain a consensus. Finally, we're happy to receive your feedback and hear your thoughts about discussing a couple of LP change questions. So before Kim will come here and answer some questions, we will ask you to work with the partner next to you. Do you support the recommended change cut points for LP? If not, what suggested cut points would you choose? We're going to pass, yeah. We're going to pass the document.
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Oh, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions about the task? Yes.
Diane, go ahead. Put on your mic, Diane, so we can hear.
I don't know how to answer the question because I don't know what the driving factor and how it was determined to change it to those numbers.
So as Irit explained, so the percentile distribution, right? The first cut scores that are made are for the very low and are for increase significantly and decrease significantly. So you're going to, for all the other indicators, we usually aim to get around 5 to 10% of the distribution within those categories. And then we're looking at increased or decreased, right? And looking at the distribution to see where that would be. So our question today is for you is essentially, are the recommendations that we've put forth at 10% and 2%, right, on either side of the distribution, is that something that you are comfortable with based on the distribution that's presented in front of you, or would you like to make a modification to that and suggest something different?
Okay, so keep chatting with your partner. Thank you, Diane.
Raise your hand if you have a question.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna.
Flashing? Okay.
30 seconds.
Not, I was just going to get you another mic. Oh, I was freaked out there.
Okay. All right, no, that's trying to be more of
Okay, we're going to come back together. Oh. All right, we're going to come back together. Thank you so much for sharing with your partner. Kim, did you say you wanted to make clarification before we go around and get?
I just want to make sure real quick, because it did come up, the task at hand here. So just, this slide was a comparison, and I want to make sure everyone was comfortable in understanding that what we're asking for feedback on today is simply this, on the proposed change levels. So if the suggestions that we've made are you comfortable with them? Would you make a different change? You're like, no, Kim, it's not 10%, it should be 15% on both ends. That's what we're looking for today based on the distribution and the full distribution that you had available to you today. So if that assists in anyone's help understanding, otherwise I will receive your feedback.
Who would like to start? Go ahead, Shalini.
All right, thank you. So we did receive a couple letters sort of referencing the range on the decline and increased, right? And recommending that maybe we do a lower high-end range, right? Instead of 10, doing a 5 or 8. Just thinking about, and I'll just say like myself personally, just thinking about like what the LP actually means in terms of year-to-year growth. And thinking about like, if we're saying you see a 10% decrease, like let's say you have an EL population and you see a 10% decrease, are we saying that we're telling them like that you just declined, right? It's not like to the high level of significantly declined, and thinking about the message that gives, especially when you compound the fact that other EL indicators are also like sending, maybe not giving full understanding to local districts about like how their English learners doing. And I'm talking about the aggregation of RFEP and ELs and the academic indicator. But so I do just want to put that out there and think about that. And if there are other factors, like for example, one of the letters talked about like the small schools impact, right? Like we do have alternative, isn't it like a 3x5 for some of the smaller schools? If that's what's driving the change, right? So I just wanted to put that out there as something to consider.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
Hi. Well, just we don't have any number considerations, but right now to make that change just seems, and we're just now coming out of a pandemic. They haven't even got back into the groove of things, and I'm talking about students. And then just the inconsistencies across the board, whether it's school to school, like within a school, within the grade level, with how the students are being taught or informed or given that information, within districts, within California, like there's no consistency. Like how can you compare one district to another, or and have those same expectations when everyone has so many different barriers and struggles that they're dealing with, whether it's rotation of teachers, and so then to increase it right now just seems a little bit unfair. That's all.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay.
All right, I will turn it over to my colleague Justin Lane to walk you through the next step of bringing back the LP, which is the color scheme.
I like the fact that I can talk about the colors. I'm Justin Lane. I work under Kim in the AdPal units. And I'm so excited to be here. I'm not sure, though, who's more excited, my son who's listening in or me to present. The fact that I'm on, I think he thinks I'm a web star. So to my son, I'm proud of you. All right. So I will say, and before I continue on, I've worked on the LP now almost its entire life. And so this is kind of like, this is my project. I love the LP. It's my heart and soul. But I would be remiss if I don't, like all the numbers you're seeing today on the distribution, all the numbers you're seeing on the 5x5 that I'll be presenting, and the Alter LPAC. There's an LP team that does all that work that I take credit for. So I want to shout out to Mark Riera, Vina Nambiar, and Sue Lee, because you guys do an excellent job. Thank you for all the work that you've done to get us to this point. So with the LP change, now that you see the distribution, we ran data schemes. I'm actually going to go up to right here. So we're going to reestablish the 5x5 color grid. Now, as we mentioned before, the LP was last reported with a color scheme in 2017. And so we have deemed that the traditional 5x5 color grid. In 2018, after the LP took its hiatus based off the LPAC, the balanced academic 5x5 chart was used for the academic indicator for ELA and BAS. And so those are the two existing 5x5 color schemes that we use in the dashboard. And so since the LP is now up for setting up the change scores again and then reestablishing the 5x5, we wanted your feedback on the recommended color grid combination that should be used for the LP moving forward. So before we get to the colors, the numbers don't change, just the color boxes that they will fall into change based off of the traditional or the balanced. So for example, the changed for increased significantly and a high status, that 48 will be the same. It will be a blue on both the traditional and the balanced. But so 48 districts are LEAs, so includes COAs, districts, and charters, fell into the increase significantly and very high range, and then going on the opposite end at the decline significantly, and the very low is at 56 or 3.1% of all the LEAs within our distribution. So give it a chance to look at that before I start applying the colors. And these are all based off, if I didn't mention before, all based off the recommended cut scores that you guys just reviewed. So that 10% range, 10 or more, this is the data that's based off of that. And then moving to the next slide. So this is the traditional color scheme, and that was implemented on the 2017 LP. And you will see that each row can consist up to 3 different colors. So for example, on the very high row, you can go from yellow to green to blue based off of your change level. Whereas the balanced one only has 2 colors that you can go to per row. But before we get to the balanced, here's the results of the number of LEAs that fall into each of the colors based on the traditional color scheme. So 148 are blue, 345 are green, 199 yellow, 305 orange, and 152 red. Now, and we just for transparency reasons and to ensure that we're for data quality reasons, that 666 for the no color, that means that they did not meet the N size and for the LP, the N size is you have to have 30 or more EL test takers in both the current and prior years. And so there's that many, and there's a lot of entities just don't have that big of EL populations. And then going to the balanced, you'll see again the 2 colors per line can only. So in status in the traditional, where it was in the significantly decline but very high was a yellow. It's a green on this chart because there's only 2 lines per 2 colors per row. And then when we look at the result of this, the blue number will stay the same throughout. If you're a blue on one, you're going to be a blue on the other. It's the variation in the other 4 colors that you'll see differences between the 2 color schemes. So 148 again are blue, 396 are green, 335 yellow, 193 orange, 77 red, and 66 again, 666 have no color. So then when we compare the 2, you will see that overall, that the traditional 5x5 puts more LEAs in the red and in the orange than does the performance than the balanced 5x5. And then conversely, there's more in the greens and yellows on the performance than there are in the traditional 5x5. Are there any clarifying questions up until this point?
Diane, and then we'll come over to Todd.
Just a real quick one.
Yes.
Why is it called balanced?
What's that?
Why is it called a balanced 5x5? And why only 2 colors?
Why only 2 colors? Now,
Per line.
per line. So this is not necessarily my work. So on the academic indicator, and any of my colleagues correct me if I'm wrong, was that there was instability within the small schools and small districts, and so in order to create stability with the academic indicator, they developed this one. So you didn't have like wild shifts in populations, which shift you on one line all the way from a blue all the way to a yellow in one line. So that's the general idea behind the balance, and why there are only 2 colors.
And just real quick, I think I heard you say, what I took away from what you said is that on some indicators we use one of these currently. On some indicators we use one, and on other indicators we use the other.
Yeah. So for example, the suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, CCI, they use the traditional. Only the academic currently uses the balanced. And for the suspension rate and chronic absenteeism, someone mentioned the 3x5. So if there's the small schools, so they would cut off but that's not. We don't have to apply the 3x5 to the LP if the CPAG were to recommend.
Just to make sure I got it, you said the academic indicators use the balanced?
Yes, are the only indicators that use the balance.
Everything, okay, great. Thank you.
Julini, go ahead.
So it was really helpful for you. So you've shared what those percentage ranges are for the change, right? That's what we just discussed.
Yeah. So so when you apply those percentage ranges, this is the results.
So I think for me to just be able to like understand this, can you also just share what the ranges, what the cut scores were for the status piece?
Oh, the status.
Yeah. So just to remind me.
So it's so for very low, it's 35% or lower.
Okay.
For low, it's 35 to 45. Medium, 45 to 55.
Okay.
High, 55 to 65. And very high, 65 or above.
Okay. And then just to remind all of us what the LP means, right? So when we say 65%, a district is getting 65%, what does that mean?
Means so a status rate of 65% means that 65% of that district or school, their EL population is making progress towards English language proficiency.
Is making 1 year's expected 1 year's progress towards English language proficiency, right?
Yeah. So in the case of like, because there's multiple reclassification criteria, that making progress also maintaining LPAC level 4.
Right. But just to clarify, so like that means 65% are making progress, but then what's like 35%? It's late in the day. 35% are not making progress.
And on
Okay.
Friday too.
Okay.
And this is the main difference between the LP and the other indicators. The LP, the status is actually a measure of growth, and then so that means change is our districts and schools getting better at serving their EL population, getting them towards English language proficiency better than they were last year. Which is a different question than like the chronic absentee. What change answers.
Other comments? Go ahead, Babatunde.
Yeah. Thank you for that explanation. So I think the only thing I was just thinking about, I just did some rough calculations here. And so based on this balance versus traditional, it looks like we're going to have a higher percent of LEAs in the blue compared to the red, right? And so I just calculated it. It looks like 13%, if I exclude no colors, would be in the blue of the LEAs in this example for LP, versus 7% in the red. Compared to traditional, it's still 13% in the blue, but then 13% in the red. So you're shifting quite significantly the number of LEAs that would go. And I guess my question is kind of connected to what Chileline was just saying. When you're looking at overall status and change, are we kind of like basically making it easier to not have to have high standards for our emergent multilingual students? So that's a big concern I have, is reducing rigor, I guess, instead of increasing it.
Thank you. Other comments?
I love the LP, so I could talk about LP all day.
Not all day. Not all
All
day.
day. I know you guys got it.
Even though Justin is the best at CDE, he is the coolest person here. Just want to make sure I give a shout out for all those watching. So other comments or questions for Justin?
This is now we're giving feedback now, not just.
No, not feedback yet. Well, I still got some fun to discuss. I got one. I'm really excited about the alternate LPAC that I'm going to discuss, but I'm remiss I go through this. So we wanted to look at difference. So one of the main things is like looking at that we got feedback from the LP, the work group, and within the TDG was the impact of small LEAs and small schools. And so the definition that we use for small schools when we applied like the 3x5 to the suspension rate is when the in size is less than 150. So this would apply to, so when I say small LEA, I mean that as the EL enrollment is less than 150 for the school or LEA. And why that's significant is because I think, quote me, it's about 80% of for last year on the 22 dashboard that had a status, all LEAs and schools that had a status level, 80% of them had less than 150 EL students enrolled, which means that there is going to be, going back to Diane, your question is, it's good. There's going to be a lot of variation. That a lot of a small number of students here and there are going to shift it one way or the other. And so we wanted to look at what kind of shift would we be seeing when we looked at small LEAs and then looking at non-small LEAs, so ones with more than 150 students, and those small LEAs or small schools. So comparison to small LEAs. So we looked at the balanced and the traditional again. So that number, and you can go and you can do the numbers because you can subtract, like this, for example, in the balance, that 67, you can subtract it from that 77. That means only so out of that 77 LEAs, 67 of them are considered small, and they would fall into the red. And then on the traditional 124, which is only 28 of them are non-small LEAs. So, and you will see this again with the small schools. That red and orange really is targeted towards those schools and LEAs with small EL populations. So something that the TDG and the LP work group thought important to look at to see how that would, recommending whatever 5x5 color scheme, what impact that would have on the small LEAs. And then going into just looking at non-small schools versus the small schools, 80 non-small schools are in the red versus 174 are in the 5x5. And again, that 138 for the blue is going to stay the same. And then looking at small schools, it's 284 are in the red with that 621 in the traditional 5x5. So when we presented this as a TDG a few weeks ago, the TDG recommended to adopt the balanced color scheme for the purposes of creating stability within the indicator, especially for those small schools and small LEAs. The LP work group expressed similar views, but did not come to a consensus on which 5x5 color grid to recommend. And so with that, I have another. So Sarah Prochowski passed out the 5x5 color grids. So with your same partner as just a few minutes ago, discuss which color grid you prefer and why. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. So I'll give you guys 5 minutes to do this.
Okay, about 30 more seconds. I could read your mind, Art.
If the status has similar to this, then I'd be all for it. That's not I want to come up to Shasta. I was supposed to go up there. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back together. Who would, oh, sorry. We'll come back together. Thank you, everyone, for sharing with your partner. Would anyone like to share feedback with Justin? Diane, you can start, and then we'll go around.
I think, Justin, I have a very unpopular view here. I know my friends. I've got a friend watching, and she's not going to like this, but tough. I'm going to tell you. But anyway, I think the balance thing does exactly what you said. That it's going to make it so that the small school situation and all that sort of stuff balances out. But I don't think it paints an honest picture. I think the traditional 5x5 is, and we were just coming to the same conclusion. The traditional 5x5 paints the honest picture. And the honest picture is that if a school has declined significantly and they have a low status, they're in trouble and their kids are not being served well. And if that population is centered in being if the small schools are having trouble with that, then what we need to do is not change the stupid grid to change the picture to make it look better. We need to actually do something with those schools to make it be better. So if we need to provide more supports or if we need to do something, then fine. But I think adjusting this grid hides the truth, and I'm very uncomfortable with it.
Thank you, Diane. Other? Go ahead, Bootsy.
You're right, Diane. We disagree with you. No, I mean, we had a discussion about, okay, so the one that you just pointed out, like the decline significantly and very low status, that's going to be read on both of them, right? But we're looking at the top of that, the decline significantly and very high status. I mean, they still have a very high status, and so it feels like, again, with the small school, if you have kids who are high status, and even if there is a decline, you're still high status, I just feel like there's a lot of room for just variation, like in the traditional. If you look at the very high status and change declined. Green, I mean, being towards green towards blue, green towards yellow. I mean, the idea of just having 2 colors per band just feels a lot more stable than so much variation. Also, we were talking about the comment about, like, does it, decrease the rigor if people don't have to achieve as high? And we were just, thinking that we have never humanly seen a teacher who said, oh, I'm not going to teach as hard because I don't have to score as high. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that the score that you have to get the color is going to necessarily change the rigor of what's happening in the classroom.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, so I think I agree with Diane, and I'll just say, I mean, I agree with her point, but I'll just use it as an example. I think what you just the point you just made, Bootsy, makes sense. But when you think about what the actual cut scores are for status, right, and you think about, like, if you're very high, that means a third of your kids are not making the expected progress. If you're high, a little under half your kids are not making progress, right? When you put that in that context, and so if I look at the high status and changed significantly, right, that you could have a district who was like at 65 the year before, drop down to 55%. So only 55% of their kids are making annual expected growth, right? And so they're green, and they've declined significantly, but they're green so that they're not, they're going to think, oh, I'm doing well, even though half their kids are not making progress, right? I think our friends in TDA would be not surprised when I say I would love for us to revisit the cut scores on the status side. I know that's not this conversation today, but I think in light of that, right, I think that the traditional approach at least gets closer to that honest perspective of how we're serving English learners.
Thank you, Sheila. Go ahead, Baba.
Yeah, I have to agree with Sheila. That was what Amy and I were kind of talking about in our little sidebar, is that the balanced approach I would be more okay with if the actual status, overall performance and status cut points were actually higher, because we're looking at the only true growth metric on the California dashboard currently. And that's looking at, students' summative LPAC scores, and then it's incorporating if they're reclassified, et cetera. The point I'm trying to make, though, is what Sheila said is absolutely right. Very high, you said, I think it was 65% or higher, right? And so high is 50+%. So half the kids not making adequate growth. And this is emergent multilingual students, right, who are one of the highest priority groups when you're thinking about overall success of the state of California to moving the needle. I think it's just hard for me to support that, especially with the status cut points the way they currently are.
Yeah. Go ahead, Todd.
I just want to say we had a similar view to the ones that our colleagues just articulated, that it seemed like the balance was a little too generous given the circumstances.
Thank you. Other comments from this side? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Justin.
All right. So before we close out, any other questions on the 5x5 charts? All right. Now I'm very excited, as much excited as I am for colors. And can I say, I love the conversation you guys had, because you guys talked about the LP and it just warms my heart. So the summative LPAC. So not only do I have like a heart and a passion for the EL students, but just like the summative LPAC students they've never been incorporated in the LP in the 2017 or ever. So this is something that is new, not only just within the state of just within the LP, but just nationwide. This population has never been really tested. Even reaching out to experts at WestEd, there is no real research on this. So the fact that we're even having this conversation is going to be getting to some great things. And so I know my first bullet point, the United States Department of Education is, yes, they are technically requiring us to put this incorporate the student population into the LP this year. But more importantly than that is I think the framework that I share and the team that I work with share is we're excited that these students can be incorporated into the LP for accountability, and that schools and districts can start to, experience, seeing their students grow, and especially this population grow within the accountability metric. So our 23 accountability work plan included determine what methodology to use to determine that a student has made progress in English language development on the summative LPAC from one year to the next, and then incorporate these students, these summative alternate LPAC test takers into the dashboard. That was our plan in March. We've been working with the LPAC, the LP work group with the TDG, and going over. We spent since March. We've been working on this to develop the 3 options that we are presenting to this group today. So we have 3 options. Option 1 is the LP methodology. It's the LPAC. If you're not familiar, the summative alternate LPAC has 3 performance levels, whereas the summative LPAC, the traditional one, has 4. So there's one less performance level. And inside of that, as Kimberly had mentioned, for accountability purposes, we split LPACs levels 2 and 3 in the middle by grade level to create the LP levels. So we have actually, for the LP purposes, the LP, we have 6 performance levels. So a student can go from 1 to 2H to, there's a whole different combination. But there's only so many combinations for the LPAC with the 3 levels on the summative alternate LPAC. The option 2 is looking at a scale score method. So looking at a scale score change to determine progress towards English language proficiency. And then option 3 is combining the 2, options 1 and 2, to create either they have a scale score change or a performance level increase from one year to the next. So option 1, we looked at, this would be incorporating, again, like the LP, it would be looking at students, and there are only 4 possibilities under this option to show progress. Moving from level 1 to 2, from level 2 to 3, from level 1 to 3, or maintaining level 3. And so we had presented this data to the LP work group and to the TDG, looking at, do we want to split the levels like we did for the traditional LPAC? And at this time, the scale score ranges are very narrow for a lot of the grade levels. And so the TDG did not recommend splitting levels 1 or 2 due to the lack of technical information and the data. So knowing this, when we only have, as you'll see, we've only had one. This is our second year we've administered the summative LPAC. When we did not get the second year of data, we've only been working off 1 year of data up until 2 weeks ago. And so we've had that second year of data that we'll see the data runs that we've gone through in a few slides, but we don't have a lot of the data at this time, or at the time of presenting in April 23 to the TDG, or even now. So a lot of the data will still be coming in. And then option 2, using scale score progress for determination. So the CE, we simulated a 10-point scale score change from the prior year to the current year of the test administration from the alternate summative LPAC to determine progress. And so we used a scale score range outside the measurement error on the summative alternate LPAC, because it decreases the likelihood that change will be due to measurement error. And so if within the LPAC, the summative alternate LPAC technical guide, by grade level, the average measurement error is about 5 points. But it changes it can go up to 7, down to 3, depending on grade level. So that 10 is well outside of that standard measurement of error. So that if we were to use a scale score change, it would be well beyond that point. And then option 2 and 3 is combining it. Either a student, this slide is technically labeled incorrectly. So the scale score simulation, just so how you know how we did it, because the LPAC, the summative alternate LPAC, unlike the traditional summative alternate LPAC, or traditional alternate. Anyway, all right. So unlike the traditional LPAC, the alternate summative LPAC is not vertically aligned, and so you'll see that the scale score ranges, for example, go from kindergarten 201 to 299, and then in first grade it'll be 301 to 399. So they're not vertically aligned. So when we did the scale score change simulation, we dropped the first digit. So for example, a scale score of 244 in kindergarten gets converted to a 44. That 2 drops off. And then a scale score of 359 in grade 1 gets converted to a 59. The difference was calculated between the 59 and the 44. So that would be a scale score change of plus 15. And then, so going back to options 2 and 3, basically it combines this methodology with, or did the student perform? Did they increase at performance level? So and so they have two options versus option 1. You only have one method of improving or showing progress towards English language proficiency. Option 2, you only have one. Option 2 gives you 2 different ways that you could be counted as making progress towards English language proficiency. And so this is the results. Roughly, there's about 16,000 or so test takers that we have on each test. 11,000 or so that we match from prior year. So these are students with 2 years now of alternate LPAC results. And so option 1, the number of summative alternate LPAC students that progressed would be at 35.6% at 3,926 students. The number that did not progress is 7,206. Option 2, what measures at 3,815, at slightly lower the percentage at 34.6. And option 3 obviously has a higher percentage than both option 1 and 2 because it incorporates either or at 4,641, or 42% of the test taking population would have showed progress towards English language proficiency. And my final question for your group tonight is, which of these 3 options do you recommend? Or if there are any clarifying questions that you may have about this methodology or options.
Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Sheila Ning.
So, but for this one, so you don't have a recommendation, or I feel like I don't have enough background knowledge to be like, yeah, we should use option 1, 2, or 3.
I didn't have a recommendation for the 5x5. I like all of them.
This one.
This one, I don't have a specific recommendation. No, nor did the. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think about the LP work group. No consensus on that either.
You want to flip back to the options, Justin?
Yes. So I'll go to this one. So kind of title it the performance level methodology, skill score method. So there's a skill score change, and then either or.
Amy, did you? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
Similar. I don't know if I have all the information, but I always, if I'm going to err on something, I think I would rather look at the scale score method than a performance level.
Okay, thank you.
Others? Okay.
All right. So with that, I'm handing it to Cindy.
Good afternoon, Cindy Kazanis, Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. I am going to be your closer tonight. And just a shout out to Kim, the leadership she's shown, and the team that you see behind us. We also have another manager, Ryan Lamb, whose staff have done all the technical work that you see today, and as you can imagine, this is not just a fly-by-night operation. This is hundreds, if not thousands of hours of staff work, and so we always appreciate bringing it to a body like yours. I realize there may be nobody in the audience, but we are your audience, and we really, really appreciate your feedback. So hang in there. We only have a couple more slides to go, and we're going to move through them quickly. So priority one is a multi-part priority that has been a local indicator. Today before you is a conversation around bringing on board teacher assignment data and setting objective criteria. So this is a requirement under Education Code section, which says once the state has essentially data that we can say is collected statewide and is essentially valid and reliable, that we should start to change those local indicators into something that sets objective criteria. So what you are seeing today is specifically around the teacher data front, because that is something that we have been working on for a number of years. We now have 2 years of data publicly available and posted on our website on DataQuest. And so just a reminder about what Priority 1 says. Education Code talks about the degree to which the teachers of the school district are appropriately assigned in accordance with the Education Code section and fully credentialed in the subject areas and for the pupils in which they are teaching. That's a mouthful. So let's go into a couple of considerations about what this means. First, as I mentioned, we do have 2 years of data publicly posted with our TAMO, or our Teaching Assignment Monitoring Outcome Reports. The second year of data got posted on June 30th of this year. For the Local Control Accountability Plan, Josh's team had directed local educational agencies to review that data, so the first year of data, during their process of the approval of that plan. We also know that we are in a short time frame for this to be approved by the board. This has been moving very quickly. We literally came up with the ideas that are before you within the last 30 to 45 days. Oh, I can slow down. I'm sorry about that. I will slow down so the captioners can keep up with me. Okay, so additional considerations are that these teacher assignment monitoring outcome reports have 7 different fields that are used, and this is in aligned to what we have put in our Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. The first is clear, out of field, intern, ineffective, incomplete, unknown, and not applicable. And don't ask me to tell you verbatim what those are off the top of my head. We do have the link to our outcome report information and those definitions on this slide. But essentially what we have determined, and we have a work group that we've been, has been advising us, is the clear outcome is the one that aligns with Ed Code language for Priority 1. There's a couple of considerations, though, when you think about that, because we heard this actually really clearly from a couple of the members. This doesn't give school districts credit who are trying to bring individuals on board in the educator pipeline, such as intern and out-of-field educators. And as a reminder, an out-of-field educator has a credential, but they need to demonstrate subject matter competency in a new subject area. Educators who are interns have a bachelor's degree, subject matter competency, and are working towards obtaining a credential. So by limiting this to clear, we recognize that we are leaving behind some groups of individuals. With that said, we do have 3 different options that we would love your feedback on related to reporting these assignments and setting essentially objective criteria. So for an orientation to this report, if you have not lived and breathed it like my team and I have, we have 2 years of academic data. This data is not solely the, it is something that is very unique for the state and especially for the department, because these data are something that we collect. We then ship it over to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, which is a totally separate state agency who goes through a process of asking for districts to respond to exceptions within those data. They then close that data out after about 4 or 5 month period, ship it back to us. We then bring the data forward, put it into the fields that you see before you today. So of our teaching population, the way to read this is the total teaching full-time equivalent for the 2021-2020 school year was 279,044.9. And of course, we don't have 0.9 teachers, but we have 0.9 teaching assignments. So if you think about 7th through 12th grades, they're teaching a period at a time. They may be folded credentialed in one period, and the next period they may be considered out of field. So that is the way the report works. As a state, we have 84% of our teaching assignments as clear, and you can move into the rest of the fields with out of field, intern, ineffective. And then this incomplete, unknown, NA is more just data quality issues that we're continuing to work through. So with that in mind, there are 3 options before you today for setting objective criteria. And we, again, based on the clear definition, and for those of you locally, we picked on Sac City. We love Sac City. It's always got great demographics. They got big end sizes. So I'm not providing any judgment. I just want to let you know ahead of time. That's the district that we've used as our example. The first option, we're going to show you the comparisons in a chart with an optional narrative box to fill in. The second example is our teacher data in a narrative format, and the third is a teacher data in a narrative format with a value judgment, whether or not they're at, below, or above, at, or below. So with that in mind, Sacramento City has 87% of their teaching population in the clear. They can provide, if they'd like to, an optional narrative. And why this is important, I'm looking at Superintendent Flores, is that for a county office of education especially, they have local assignment options, and they don't necessarily get the opportunity to show that they're clear. They get stuck in other buckets. And so this was really important to our work group members to be able to tell the story locally. And keep in mind, this is still a local indicator. So this is done at a district and at LEA level, not at a school level, unless you're, of course, a charter school, right? So the second option is putting some narrative context around it, removing the data set. Instead of talking about, within this last school year, 87% of the teacher assignments were there. This narrative also provides the context around the information around local assignment options, which I think was interesting to our county office members, and talks about what it's compared to at the county level and at the state level. And then finally, this one does something similar to the prior option, except adding language about this is below the county average of 88.3% and above the state average of 85.8%. So we have been working with a work group that's, I think we call it the Priority 1 ad hoc work group or something to that extent. And they helped us to think a little more broadly about how we could get this implemented in the current year, because we were actually worried that we would have to wait until 2024. So we were grateful to get some really good advice, and the options you see before you today are something we set to them in a follow-up survey, and the option 1 was their favorite. So with that context in mind, any clarifying questions, and which of the 3 options would you recommend?
I'll just pause real quick. CPAG members, if you have a flight, you can just step out whenever you need to. We do have to make sure we go through the meeting all the way through public comment, so you just have to take care of your needs as you need to. But to Cindy's question, which of the 3 options do you recommend and why? Who wants to go first? Go ahead. Amy? No?
Okay, I'll go. I'll just go real quickly. I think in terms of thinking about looking at the data, option 1 makes most sense to me. I will just say, if we can, in option 3, you're including information about being above or below the county and state averages, it would make sense to add a couple columns to be able to just show, so that districts can see that really quickly. And then I'll just add, so it's also, it's important about local decision making, right? So when my superintendent came in, you may know her, Linda Kaminsky, because she served on CPAG for a while, right? The first thing she noticed is that we had a bunch of teachers that were out of assignment for many, many years, right? So she came in and said, this is unacceptable. We gave everyone a timeline to get to either move back or get the right credential. We gave them 4 years, a long time. And so we were able to eliminate most of those. So I know that's not really related, but I'm just saying, I think the more we push districts, the more they can make sure they have clear credentials.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When you mean add a column, do you want to see the words at or below next to the data?
Just bring it back up.
Well, I mean, you could do that, or I know on some of your other spreadsheets you have like the county average and the state average, right? I think either one.
Because that's what this is.
Oh, I don't see that.
This is
I wasn't looking down. I'm sorry. I was thinking that was different districts.
Sacramento,
Yeah.
Sacramento County, and statewide.
Yes, then don't. Yes,
Okay.
This is good.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing something in your
Sorry. No, my eyes were missing something.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Judy.
So, Cindy, I think the combination of the table with the narrative is really helpful, especially for small school districts and county programs, as you mentioned earlier, to be able to tell some of the story when the numbers are off because of a small n size.
Thank you.
Others? Kelsey?
Just totally agree.
Trina?
I would also agree with Judy, but I have a question. Is just for core teachers, or this is for every single subject taught on the campus?
For every single assignment out there.
So this is also for CTE.
Absolutely.
And for DAS schools that use other partners like Job Corps.
Correct. There is one group that we're still bringing on board. So, of course, charter schools have not had to assign in years past statewide teacher identifiers, a seed, and there is a deadline, a statutory deadline in the near future that we would now finally have those captured in our data. So right now we call them a 999, and we can't distinguish those individuals in the data set.
Any other thoughts? I also like option one.
Great. All right. I am going to move it over for just a period of time to our student intern for the summer, and Alan will introduce himself.
Hello there. First of all, thank you to Cindy and for all the other AMARD presenters today. My name is Alan Lopez. I am a rising senior at Stanford University, and I've had the privilege of being AMARD student intern this summer. And they've asked me to come and give you updates on two specific things: least restrictive environment and science on the dashboard. So I'll get right into that. So an update on least restrictive environment reports based on Ed Code section 56049. It requires that by November 30th of this year, the Department of Education shall publish data related to federal measures of least restricted environment, LRE, for pupils with disabilities on its internet website, and shall include it as a resource on the dashboard. So LEs currently submit information about LRE to the CDE through CalPAD's California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System. Speaking of LRE on the dashboard, so the data published on the CDE website will utilize data from the CalPAD's Fall 1 submission, so Census Day, and this information will be disaggregated by race or ethnicity and by LEA. And the CDE will provide a direct link to the data quest report on the main menu page structure of the dashboard. So that is the LRE in a nutshell. Thank you for sticking with all the acronyms. And next we go on to science on it. So keeping up the dashboard this time in terms of science. Almost a year ago, in September 2022, the State Board of Education approved the reporting of the California Science Test, the CAST, results on the dashboard. This acknowledged the importance of science, the importance of the assessment itself, and also allowed users to directly connect to CAST results. For the 2023 dashboard, there's a link to each school/LEA's CAST science results. Looking to the future, to the 2024 dashboard, the work plan is such. The CDE will explore the inclusion of the CAST results on the dashboard. So currently the CDE has 2 years of results, from 2021 to 22, and then 2022 to 2023 CAST results. So these were based on the revised blueprint for accountability purposes and can develop options toward inclusion of this test on the dashboard for the State Board of Education to consider. I will cede my time, but thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
It's so great to have students that we get them during the summer. So we were happy that he was able to make it here in person. We have just a couple of remaining pieces. This one is for informational purposes. We had committed in our work plan in March to look at data quality issues and looking at also participation rate and addressing them in a uniform way throughout the dashboard. So on the data quality side, we had committed to exploring alignment for schools and LEAs who had failed to certify their data in our CalPADS, our California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, or CalPADS, and those that failed even after they submitted telling us that their data was incorrect. And this only happens a handful of times, but for a handful of times, if you have 100% perfect attendance rate, and we know that you really that was impossible, perhaps, in the last year or two. It does question and bring some false narrative into our data set. We actually didn't have to work too hard on this because the governor's office proposed fixing this issue through legislation. And so Senate Bill 114, which was part of the Budget Act, now requires that LEAs who do not certify or have issues with their data will receive 1 year of technical assistance from their county office of education. And so that was effective in July of 2023. So in terms of participation rate alignment, we had also committed to looking at for our 2023 work plan to align our English learner progress indicator participation rate penalty with the penalty that is, evaluate the alignment of the penalties between these indicators. So for the English learner progress indicator, just as way of background, we had done an automatic orange for failure to meet the threshold for participation rate. So specifically around districts and LPAC participation rate, we're looking at 95% or higher, just in terms of who actually has met that in years past. For 2022, 87% of districts did meet that. We had about 8% of districts between the 90th and the 94.9%, and then less than 90% was 5% of districts. So if you were at 94.9%, you received an automatic orange. We didn't have any considerations for giving a pass. On the school side, we did have a higher participation rate, 95% or higher was 89% of schools, and for that 90 to 94.5% threshold, 6% of schools, and less than 90%, again, 5% of schools. So with that in mind, the automatic assignment of the orange, regardless of, again, the participation rate, as I mentioned just now about that 94.9, this example shows 94.7. They were treated the same as a school that had significantly less, 20 points or so lower, 75.5%. And we do not use this assignment in LCFF assistance determinations because you'll see in just a moment about what is used for differentiated assistance. However, for our Every Student Succeeds Act determination, so looking at schools eligible, the orange piece can play a part. So the exploration of this participation rate rule, Justin and the team that he mentioned did explore a couple of options. First being eliminate this one-size-fits-all approach. The second, differentiating the penalty based on the participation rate. Specifically, the lower the participation rate, the more impact the penalty will have, and also not excluding an LEA or school from receiving a red, because that's what this actually had unintended consequences of doing. So the suggestion is that we move into a no progress business rule, and that for each LEA or school that has at least the magic number of 30 English learners enrolled in the dashboard based on our assessment enrollment data, that we would calculate the minimum number of students needed to reach to reach equal or greater to a minimum participation rate, so that 95%. And those number of students that would be counted as not making progress on the English learner progress indicator for the status calculation. You can see the scenario here of that calculation. So 21 students tested, but there was 35 students enrolled, so there was only a 60% participation rate. With the math that you see there, we round up to 34 needed to get to that participation rate goal, and the difference is there. And so in this particular scenario, we would be adding students to the denominator for no progress. and that would result in a very low for that particular example. So the bottom line is this approach is attempting to be a bit more fair and not have a high bar or rather a low bar to get to an automatic color. So in this instance, depending on their change, they could be a red. So we are looking at, with this particular methodology, a single year participation rate to apply to the penalty. We would also be able to bring in our kindergarten students that were enrolled and not tested, which were not able to otherwise. Also students that were enrolled and not tested in the current year, even though we found that they were tested in prior years. And as far as ESSA and LCFF determinations, not as large of an impact. So that is a business rule that we are recommending to the board that we will be updating. And then the final piece that we will be asking for your feedback on is differentiated assistance. And the criteria is back to a little bit more normal, if there's normal these days. And just as a reminder, we do have more than one level of assistance. Right now, we're going to be focusing on level 2, differentiated assistance. And all districts, charter schools, and county offices of education are eligible for differentiated assistance based on performance on the local control funding formula state priority areas. In terms of eligibility and exits, we make determinations annually for differentiated assistance, and because it's not a status, they don't exit from assistance. As opposed to our federal requirements, there's actually exit criteria that we have to abide by. So in terms of eligibility criteria, we do look at state and local indicator results, although in 2023 we were not able to look at local indicator results due to lack of prior data. And we use those to determine eligibility of districts and county offices. And I'm going to walk through a couple of tables that talks about how we identify our student group criteria. This is something that was adopted by the board years ago, I want to say back in 2017, that we have used to make LCFF determinations when we have all indicators available. We will go forward after these couple of charts. It'll talk a little bit about the charter school piece for this coming year that we're onboarding. So, of course, we have multiple priority areas, and for each of these, you can see these are local indicators, and so the criteria is there was not met for 2 or more years for a district or an LEA. For priority areas 1 through 3. When we move into our state indicators, again, that we're able to calculate on a statewide level, there's actually an error on this one. It should say red on both English language arts and math indicators, not tests, or red on English language arts or math indicators, and orange on the other indicator, and then red on the LB. So pupil achievement is 3 different indicators in one. Pupil engagement, red on graduation rate, or red on chronic absence. And then finally, for school climate, it's a combination of looking at suspension rate and then also the prompt around local indicators. We also have for priority areas 7, 9, and 10, those are local indicators. And then finally, red on the college career indicator. So the criteria and eligibility for county offices and districts, there's 3 different methods. The first is looking at state indicators only. So one student group meets the criteria in at least 2 priority areas. So in our example, we talk about it, the Hispanic student group, and they were red for chronic absenteeism and suspension. So that's over 2 different priority areas. The second method is that for the local indicators, the not met for 2 or more years in 2 priority areas, so of local indicators. So that would be 1 and 2, or if you're a county office, maybe it's 9 and 10, or 1 and 2. And then the third being a combination of state and local indicators. Again, 1 or more student group needs to meet the criteria in 1 priority area, and the LEA would meet the not met 2 or more years in 1 local indicator. We see the most of our methods, most folks fall into method one, overwhelming majority just based on historical data. So here's the charter school piece, which of course is separate and approached differently in the system of support. So the eligibility criteria is identical to districts and county offices, except that they have to meet the criteria in 2 or more years. So we now are moving into that 2 or more year range, and so we'll bring back the identification of charter schools in 2023. So with that in mind, the one area that would be different from what you saw back in 2019, which is when the last time we had a traditional identification for differentiated assistance, is the college career indicator moving into status only in 2023. We will bring that back as a full color and return to our normal approach, but this is the area that we don't have a second year of data on, and so it's status only. And so the change would be, as opposed to saying red on the CCI, would be very low status on the CCI. And with that in mind, what feedback do you have? And this is the final slide of this presentation.
Thank you, Cindy. Who would like to start? Roddy, I see you. Go ahead.
I just have a clarifying question. I think my brain is starting to slow down here. Is this is one of the options method 2 here, meaning that only local indicators would be used to determine differentiated assistance and not any of the state indicators?
So we do have some districts that only, it's very few, but only meet that criteria. I think it's a handful is my recollection, like three. There you go, not even a dozen.
How many districts are in DA because of method 1?
So last year was that we could only use method 1 because of the break in data, and last year we had 678, something like that.
So if we move from method 1 to method 2, we'd go from 608 to 5.
Oh no, I hope that we go much further down. So status only was, majority of them were in because of chronic and something else, but now that we're bringing in change, if they've moved at any level for the most part, we're going to give them credit for that. So I would hope that we go back to less than the 400, which has been more of our average over those first couple of years of identification.
Go ahead, Judy.
On behalf of county offices, I'd like to advocate at some point for a revisit of the criteria for county office student programs in looking at overall criteria.
Thank you, Judy. Other thoughts? Okay, Cindy, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number on the slide. You'll be notified when it's your time to speak. We encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. Make sure to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you're following on the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. And as we're queuing up the phone line, is there anyone in person who's here for public? We have no one in person, so it's just the folks on the phone.
All right, we'll go ahead and start. Caller with phone number ending in 4369. You are now unmuted and your time starts now. Are you there, caller with phone number ending in 4369? You've been unmuted. Your time starts now. All right, we'll move on to the next. Caller with phone number ending in 6845. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Bollinger. I'm a program specialist in family and community engagement in the Elk Grove Unified School District. As the administrator overseeing our district's newcomer welcome centers, we recognize that it is all of our responsibility and privilege to serve our multilingual learners, ensuring accelerated success. Our multilingual learners deserve high expectations, quality supports, and timely access. We continue to encourage CPAG to recommend to the board that it revisit the LP status performance ratings prior to adopting a 5x5 color matrix. At the March 2023 State Board of Education meeting, board members expressed interest in possibly revisiting the methodology for cut scores on the 2023 dashboard indicators, including the LP cut scores for status. We were encouraged with staff's assurance in March that this issue would be addressed in a future agenda, but are concerned that it is not being taken into consideration with the current recommendation to CPAG regarding the calculation of the 5x5 matrix. We reiterate our strong concern that the current status performance levels for English
All right,
learner
your
proficiency
60 seconds
are
is now up.
inconsistent with.
We'll go on to the next caller. Caller with the phone number ending in 9687. You are now unmuted and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Barajas. I'm with Californians Together. And while one of the reasons that the balanced approach is being proposed might be to help stabilize the year-to-year change in color ratings for small districts and schools, addressing this issue through the inflation of ratings is not the right path. We suggest considering two alternatives proposed in the LCFF Equity Coalition letter. These alternatives are often discussed with the board in reference to previous discussions of stability, and they include combining multiple years of data to determine change. A similar approach has been used for the empirical best linear predictor model to stabilize the student growth model, and transitioning to a 3x5 color matrix for smaller subgroups. We recommend that the CPAG advise the board to reject the balanced matrix and instead adopt the traditional one. And if needed, consider alternatives that do not inflate ratings. Thank you so much for your work.
All right, for the next caller with the number ending in 5596. You're unmuted and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, also on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. Because of my limited time, I'm only going to speak on the teacher assignment reporting issue. We mostly agree that option one is the best. However, it leaves out some important requirements. Specifically, the Ed Code requires that objective criteria must also be reported at the school level. This criteria are also available for school sites in the great TAMO data set that Cindy presented. So school level priority one teacher quality information must also be reported. The Equity Coalition submitted three other recommendations as well as an amended version of the table. The other recommendations are to add performance.
Your 60 seconds are up. Thank you. Hey, next caller with phone number ending in 5116. You are now unmuted and your time starts now.
Good evening, CPAG members. Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. Congratulations. You've made it near to the end of your meeting. I'm impressed with you and CDE staff for your perseverance and State Board staff. Children Now, I'm going to actually build my comments off of the previous speaker, Liz Guillen, to indicate that I agree with all of her comments and the additional amendments that we would recommend to the teaching assignment monitoring outcome data representation would be to include an equity component, either this year or next year, wherein the data actually measures the extent of any disparities across school sites within the school district. In addition, we would like to make sure that, and we feel like the county data, while useful for some, is not necessarily useful for families, and therefore don't think it is important for that data to be included. And we do recommend adding a column for performance relative to the state average, whether it's well above,
Your
similar,
60 seconds
below, or
are
well
up.
below the state average.
Next caller with phone number ending in 4369. You're now unmuted Your time starts now.
Hello, Sally Fox. Hello, Sally Fox again. CABE also recommends CPAG support maintenance of the traditional 5x5 performance matrix in lieu of changing to the so-called balanced matrix. The alternative balanced proposal would redefine cells where the school or LEA experienced a significant decline from year to year. Of particular concern is the cell where a school or LEA has a status of low and significantly declined, because such a performance or change shows the need for stronger focus on EL progress, which would be required under the traditional 5x5 matrix. Reclassifying this cell from red to orange would exempt the school or LEA from addressing this indicator in its LCAP. It's important to keep LEAs accountable with high expectations. Please approve the traditional matrix. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you so much. Given that there's no other public comment, we'll conclude this item. Thank you so much. We will now take up item 4. You didn't know there was an item 4, did you? General public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included on this printed agenda, not what's for sale at Target, though. We'll now take up public comment. We'll put up the phone number and the access code on the screen. Members of the public wanting to comment on this item can do so by calling the number on the slide. Share your name and affiliation. Remember to turn down the volume of your speaker. Art, who do we got?
Nobody yet.
I went too fast on those captions, didn't I? We'll give him about 30 more seconds. I don't think there's anyone in the room. Justin, do you want to give public comment? I don't think you do. We did a really good job today. Anybody else? Art, anyone on the line? No. Sarah, how much longer do you think we got to keep it open? 10 more seconds? 1 more minute. Okay.
There's no one added to the queue.
Okay.
So would that conclude public comment?
Yes, if we don't have anyone on the queue, then that concludes item 4. And this concludes the August 2023 meeting of the California Practitioners Advisory Group. I adjourned today's meeting at 5:06, definitely a record in the 3 years I've been here. Thank you everyone for your time and attention to detail. I hope you have a safe travel home.